Relook into the relative steep land conversion and other charges like stamp duty, registration and statutory charges. Make the e-governance framework more comprehensive and universally acceptable. Strengthen digitalization of land records. K-Swift portal should cover all types of approvals pertaining to real estate sector. Just of real estate profile of each cities, primarily cities like Kochi. Among the largest concentration of grade A supply in Tier 2 cities, Kochi has got 7.7 million square feet of a grade A supply, which triggers a lot of occupier clients today to move into Tier 2 cities like Kochi and Trivandrum. And with the organized retail supply of 2.1 million square feet, and prominent residential locations in Kochi are Marine Drive, Panampalli Nagar, Kakanad, etc. The growing presence of national developers operating alongside regional reputed developers in Kochi. Moving on to Trivandrum. Trivandrum again, we have witnessed among the largest concentration of grade A supply in Tier 2 cities of India with about 7.6 million square feet of a grade A supply. The biggest advantage what we see in the coming years for Trivandrum and Kochi, unlike other Tier 2 cities like Coimbatore, be it Jaipur, we don't have a quality good grade A supply, and especially this interests a lot of occupier clients to come into these cities. And with the organized retail space of 0.9 million square feet, presence of prominent international and national brands in both retail malls and main streets are present in Trivandrum. Strong presence by regional reputed developers with a capital value of residential price between the range of 8 to 10,000 rupees. We have also taken a note of other emerging cities in Kerala, which could be the next destinations for Kerala, which are Kozhikode, Thrissur and Palakkad, which has got a good connectivity on all the three cities, especially the international connectivity is there, and the office market is slowly revolving to these three cities. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Let me now call upon Mr. Bomman Irani, President, Credit National, to address the gathering.
Hello, everybody. In the morning, so many drums you were blasting away. Yaar. At least show some more enthusiasm. Go, hello, everybody. Much better. So first of all, I must say congratulations on the 7th State Con. Dr. Najib and his team have done a great job. I can see the entire venue, the setting, the camaraderie amongst all our developer fraternity last evening when we had a little bit of interaction. It has been a fantastic experience so far, and I always love coming back to Kerala. I was telling them yesterday, basically somewhere deep down, I love the south of this country a lot more than I do other places, I guess. So, let me start off by just saying to you that at CREDAI, when we started our term, we decided to do what is called create an acronym for all CREDAI chapters to follow. You're aware that we have more than 230 city and state chapters across 21 states, having more than 13,000 developers in CREDAI or members of CREDAI across the country. So we decided to create one common way of moving forward, and I'll just describe what growth is all about. Growth by itself means the industry itself will grow, and take it from me that in the next 10 years, we are going to have a consistent rate of growth for real estate development. And when I say real estate development, it does not only mean homes, it also means office space, it also means logistics in terms of warehousing, it means data centers, it means hospitality, which your state has a big opportunity to do. The type of hotels, the different kind of venues that will get created for, let's say, conferences, weddings, etc. There is going to be a consistent growth for us as real estate developers in the country. But take it from me, every time there is this unprecedented growth, there also comes a lot of other issues that one needs to preempt and be ready for. So let me start off with what growth meant. G stood for green constructions. When I say green constructions, it means sustainable development. But it's very important we all start speaking this language. Your mayor just mentioned right now that, sustainable development, you're seeing what is happening in the world. That's a little part of the English that he spoke that I picked up. But the point is, if we don't by ourselves start imposing what it is or creating the document of what it is that we need to do for this, we will always get badged on the side as the people who create the pollution. And I just want to share an example. In Mumbai, just as of 7-8 days back, we've been slapped with possibly the toughest, or rather in the shortest period of time, the toughest amount of changes to bring about on our individual sites. Because the AQI of Mumbai was high, because Indian Express wrote about it, because Prime Minister read it, he called up Chief Minister called up Municipal Commissioner, and Municipal Commissioner called all of us and said, I've got 15 days to solve this problem. This is how I want to do it. So things like, 35 feet fences across all our sites if they are more than 1 acre, and 25 feet if they are less. For those of you that don't know Mumbai, we even do developments on 500 and 700 square meters. Having a 25 foot cage built around us is going to be tough. But of course, then there were some other measures, wash your truck tires before they leave the site, create, dripping systems so that you're creating a lot of moisture on the site to bring the dust down. These were the simpler ones, but these are all got to be implemented in 15 days. So that is why we need to start speaking the language of green construction, sustainable developments, what it means to imbibe technology, how do we kind of make our homes a lot more future ready, at the same point of time, build them in a way that is extremely sustainable. The R was reform. Developers across the country work on a lot of guts and grit. It is also the time to reform the way we work in terms of getting intelligence in. It is time, this report that was presented by Kushman right now is the way that we need to go, or is the way we need to grow. For those of you that were there, yesterday I spoke about coming together, right? Basically, this is a time for collaboration because the growth is tremendous. If you collaborate, we will all grow that much faster. And there are, enough number of examples where developers have come together and built probably much bigger and better examples or businesses than they could have done by themselves. So R was for the reform in the way we work internally and externally. O is this opportunity that we have for creating a whole new chapter within ourselves and also the opportunity of building a whole new India. I don't need to repeat that for the next 10 years at least, India is probably best poised for the highest possible growth. We have not seen this in the last 50 years, and you may not see it after this for the next 50 years, but that is the potential that's available. China has not become the most favored nation as of right now. India has to take this opportunity, and for that, you and I are nation builders. We really need to work towards creating this opportunity for ourselves and for our nation to be able to become a prime nation of the future. W, I don't need to mention, women inclusiveness is very, very important. Even at CREDAI, I believe that the more women we have in our developments, in our offices, the more women we have adding knowledge to what we do is going to be tremendously beneficial for all of us. We have to include more and more women in our line of business. And towards this, I just want to tell you, even at CREDAI, we have a CREDAI Women's Wing. And nowadays, the Women's Wing is taking on more responsibility than just CSR, which used to be done earlier. They started off with CSR, then certain chapters started building, women inclusiveness. And I thought this is the perfect opportunity to have a full inclusiveness of the women. So there is not going to be a CREDAI Women's Wing. It is all the time with the CREDAI Youth Wing, and they work together. And I'm very happy to say that they are actually leading, and they are one of the star performers in all the various heads that we have created, and they're carrying out so many items. As a matter of fact, sustainable development is also being led by them. T is transparency. Do you know that our nation, 60% of the wealth has been built and built around real estate itself? It is only in the last 10, 15 years that people started going towards diversified bonds, stocks, trades, this, that and the other, which is good. Everybody should do it. But we got to keep understanding why it was so. In the old days, I believe people bought land, they got the land for themselves, and over a period of time, land appreciated. Likewise, your asset which you create is a what do you call, improving value asset at all points of time. We've seen hotels got built at unreal prices, but over a period of time, they became so good that even today, family offices have started coming back into buying of hotels from, let's say, developers, etc. The thing I'm trying to make is, if we make our business simple, if we make our business transparent, if we give the customer what the customer has been promised, and if we had done this long back, we would have framed the RERA that has become RERA today, right? We would have been the ones who could have said what exactly RERA should and should not look at, rather than the government just slapping it onto us and saying, hey, this is what RERA is, and then we keep on appealing to them time and again. So transparency is something each chapter is asked to kind of work or inform its members that there is tremendous growth, and this growth will be further back if there is full transparency and there is full knowledge in the customer's mind as to what exactly they're getting. And H, of course, I just wanted to say was the Homes for All. I think it was a fantastic vision of no one else than the Prime Minister earlier. It was not done in the time frame that it needed to be done, but it is definitely a crying call, because even today, as per government standards itself, there are 7 crore homes shortfall in this country. That means the total output is about 6.5 lakh homes of the organized real estate. If we just keep working overtime, and according to our own research, it shows that the shortfall is close to about 10 crore homes. If all my developer fraternity decides to take no holidays for the next 10 years and decides to increase its working hours from 8 hours of office to 24 hours of the day, we still cannot get this demand met. That is the potential, my friends, we have going forward. So that is why growth is so important. Please remember this acronym, and let us all work in unison to be able to achieve a great future for ourselves. Now, very quickly, I do understand real estate. While it is one of the most sought after businesses, you've seen every big industrial house has come into real estate. Whether it was the Godrej, the Tatas, the Shapurjis, now Adanis and Ambanis, and everybody has come in. JSW, Birlas, everybody is in real estate, because it is one of the best, I would say one of the most basic, but yet the most remunerative, yet the most, highest level of business that one can get into. And that's why we see all of these people coming in over here. I want to say that it is very, very important to understand, when so much opportunity comes, problems also increase. We should not get scared of these problems. These problems are happening because there is so much of growth in this business. So these problems are the ones that we are going to continually, as CREDAI, work with the government to kind of change. I heard about K-Smart, which is going to be live in your state by 1st of Jan. So it is going to be one more step in that direction, and we keep working with, last evening we were told about an issue that we all face in the state with regards to your environmental rules. And just this morning, Sridhar was telling me that Ajit, who is the head of the environment committee at CREDAI, is going to interact with you developers, understand your issues threadbare, and then take it up with the environment minister in the center. At the same point of time, we're going to need tremendous support from a minister out here also to be able to help resolve these issues with you. Another thing that I want to reach out to all of you and say is that we are entering 25 years of CREDAI. Do you know that this year, on the 25th of November, we will enter our 25th year, and next year on the 25th of November, we will have a big gala function in Delhi. We were going to start off also in Delhi, but you're aware that the present elections that have come up in 5 states made sure that none of the ministers would be able to attend, so we kind of said we'll do a toned down start and we'll do a grand finish next year. But we're going to make some announcement at the Varanasi event that we are hosting in Jan. We want to show measurable metrics of the work that we as CREDAI have done. You all are all aware that CREDAI developers have got together during the pandemic and worked, shoulder to shoulder in helping the government take care of so many things. I know in our own city chapter in Mumbai, we must have doled out more than 2.5 lakh shots through CREDAI, initiatives that were carried out. We've done blood donation camps at that point of time. We've contributed heavily to the exchequer. We've passed on money to all those who became martyrs in that line at that point of time. And you guys have also done tremendous amount of work. I believe when the last floods took place, you all have done more than 350 or 400 homes have been rebuilt. Or am I wrong about the number? And it's 3,000, I'm not sure. But we need to, at this moment in time, come together as a 13,000 member fraternity and put together certain fixed goals for the year. And I'm not going to announce all of them, but they're going to be towards sustainable development. They're going to be towards, adoption of, let's say, educational institutes, etc. We will be making the full announcement on the 6th and 7th of Jan, or maybe even earlier. But when we do reach out to you, please go ahead and give it your fullest support. It will be a small dollar out of your pocket, but it will mean, once we document it and give it to the national government, it will mean a great step forward where they understand that developers don't only come to ask or to take, but they are the ones that continually keep giving. And I want to kind of document this. I want to take it across. We're also looking at planting a whole lot of trees. Your state has got so many forests. Do take the opportunity to, make more and more of it happen. I'm happy to inform you that 24 committees which are there across various issues that are there, not only issues but even opportunities that are there for real estate, are doing extremely well. We are having our first review as we speak. All my vice presidents are reviewing their various committees that come under them, and when we meet on the 25th, Ram just send out one reminder to all the VPs to do a full review so we can do a review with them. Are all here for your service. We are all there. We will listen to you. We will come back with whatever it is we can do, but we need your support. We need at all points of time your participation. And over here, if I can take one more minute and just tell you, we've sent out so many reports that CREDAI National has carried out. Do you all get it in the first place? Yes, no? Do you get it alone out of all this crowd? Okay, we are sending out these reports. Please make it a point to read them. Second, we are sending out a lot of requests for data from you all. And these are data as basic as what is the cost of conversion of lands, what is the cost of building, what is the cost of approvals, which your minister just mentioned that it is the lowest in Kerala state. We are trying to get all this data from you so we can work that data and then keep presenting to the various states or to the center and tell them what really needs to be done for better development, right? When we send out this data, please don't ignore it. When we send out this data, whatever it is you can provide, please provide it. And start using the CREDAI library a little more often. All the circulars that would be beneficial for you. Just yesterday I've shared with the state leaders about how RERA has started an SRO system whereby which every developer has to be affiliated with CREDAI or a similar body to be able to kind of get a RERA registration. These are all good changes that are happening. Let us support them. Let us make the most of them. And I keep saying this. If you want to see tremendous growth, you need to align with the vision of the government. The government's vision is to provide homes for all. We are in the business of doing that. Let us align. Let us find the best possible way to do it. And with that, I'd end my short talk with you all this morning. Again, thank you very much for inviting me here. It has been a pleasure. I wish I had more time to spend out here, but work calls, and so I'll be leaving this afternoon. Have a fantastic 2 days. All the very best for this session, and look forward to a much bigger participation from Kerala in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was very insightful. Now I request the following dignitaries to present the mementos to our guest. Now I request our President, CREDAI Kerala, Mr. Ravi Jacob, to present the memento and honor our guest, President of CREDAI National, Mr. Bomman Irani. invite the Joint Secretary of South Zone, Krai National, Mr. B. Raja Srinivas, to hand over the memento to Mr. M. V. Sridhar.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Secretary General, Kredai Kerala, Advocate Cherian John, to honor Secretary, Kredai National, Mr. Ram Reddy. Thank you, sir. And I now request immediate past Secretary General, Kredai Kerala, Mr. John Thomas, to honor Vice President of South Zone, Kredai National, Mr. Sridharan Swaminathan. Thank you, sir. I request past Chairman Kredai Kerala, Mr. Hasib Ahmed, to honor Joint Secretary of South Zone Kredai National, Mr. B. Raja Srinivas. Thank you, sir. I request past President Kredai Trivandrum, Mr. V.S. Jayachandran, to honor President Kredai Karnataka, Mr. Pradeep Raikar.
Thank you, sir. Now to conclude the inaugural session, I invite Secretary General Kredai Kerala, Advocate Cherian John, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we come close to this inaugural ceremony of our state con, it gives me immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks to this August gathering. Our chief guest, Mr. Rajesh, Minister Mr. Rajesh, one thing I have noticed that he said our chief minister was very particular to ensure his presence in this meeting. That was really very good appreciation for our Kredai team. On behalf of all of us, we express our sincere gratitude to Minister Mr. Rajesh and our Chief Minister Mr. Pinarayi Vijay. Thank you very much. Our guest of honor, Mayor of Kochi, Mr. Anil, Advocate, and our guest of honor, vibrant President of Kradai National, Mr. Boman Irani. Thanks a lot for his very encouraging discussions with us. Thank you very much, sir. And of course, we have a very good team from other parts of India, our Kradai leaders. Thanks a lot for your presence with us. Thank you very much. And of course, thanks to our knowledge partner and our chairman and our conference chairman, Dr. Najib, and our chairman, Ravi Chain. Thanks to all Kradai members. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Without any further ado, let us move on to our next session. At a time when India is experiencing and projecting rapid growth, all of us need to be aware of the importance of the Tier 2 cities that it holds in this discussion. Kerala, with its overall development model, has high potential to shine in this aspect. On that note, let me introduce our first session for the day, Policies and Infrastructure, efforts made for Kerala to shape up as a lead Tier 2 destination.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for our moderator for this session, Mr. Khurshid Gandhi, Managing Director, Strategic Consulting, Cushman & Wakefield. Sir, I invite you to the dais. Mr. Khurshid has almost 18 years of experience in providing real estate advisory services across the country. He has worked with a wide spectrum of clients, including residential, retail, corporate institutions, real estate developers, government agencies, and many more. His expertise lies in advisory services covering product strategies for the residential, retail, and entertainment sectors. It's a pleasure to have you here today, sir.
Now let me invite the panelists for the session. First, I invite President Kradai National, Mr. Boman Irani. Our next panelist is Mr. Ram Reddy, Secretary Kradai National. Sir, I invite you to the dais. An entrepreneur, philanthropist, and the current CMD of the ARC Group. Mr. Ram Reddy has an impressive 36 plus years of career. Mr. Ram Reddy has served as a former president of Kradai Telangana. His dedication and contribution to the organization have led to his current position on Kradai National 2023 to 25.
Now, I invite Mr. Ramakrishna Rao, past President, Kradai, Hyderabad. Mr. Ramakrishnan has been in the real estate industry for the last 3 decades. He's a law graduate and has a post-graduation in ancient history, and he was a past EASY member, Kradai National. We welcome you, sir.
Next is our very own Mr. Raghunathan Nair. He is a Convener General, Kradai Kerala, and Executive Committee member of Kradai National. With over 38 years of experience in the construction and real estate sector, Mr. S.N. Raghunathan Nair holds various other key positions, namely Chairman for the Airport Users Consultative Committee Trivandrum, President of Trivandrum Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Vice President for the Kerala Olympic Association, Secretary for the Kerala Golf Federation, and many more. I invite you to the dais, sir. Now over to the moderator, Mr. Khurshid Gandhi, to take over the session.
I've just realized that there are more than all 4 of you all have been present at some point of time or the other of this body, so I'm the most junior person here. So thank you all for gathering, and we'll just do a quick run through of what we plan to do. So obviously I'm going to ask a few questions followed by a 10-minute session where we'll open up the questions to you all. And we'd request you all to ask questions to this August panel. I don't think you'll get an easy opportunity to get questions around policies otherwise. So let me start with Raghu Chandra, if that works well. So, you know, we were talking earlier today and you were talking to me about things that are happening in Kerala, right? And how do you see this industry going forward? How do you see it attracting more investment into Kerala, especially since global investments, NRI investments into Kerala are diminishing over time? How do you see it becoming sustainable?
Well, I think we have to take into account the Kerala economy is basically NRI-driven economy. But over the period of time, if you look at the investments which are coming in, has dwindled from 1,25,000 crores to 85,000 crores to 90,000 crores. The fundamental reason is that opportunities have evolved in the Gulf countries where the expatriates can invest into real estates and related activities in those countries. So in the process, what happened, you find that the flow of capital into the real estate is not as what was before. So today we have, if you look at the percentage of people investing into real estate from the 84, in the 80s it used to be about 80% to 90% used to be NRI investments. And over the years it has come down, and today it will be hardly about 15 to 20% will be NRI investments and 80% is becoming local investments. So this is the shift which has happened in the thing. So we have to reinvent ourselves to see what are the areas where we can probably do business in various verticals. So one area which we feel is that if you look at it, the lower session is being handled by the government. The EWS and LIG is all catered by government. And the HIGs are the people who are the wealthy crowd. They can afford to buy anything because they keep on buying. This is fundamental. The people who has been left out in the whole process is the middle class. And middle class population fundamentally find very difficult to get into real estate investment because most of the thing neither it is there or neither here. So this is where an opportunity has come now where affordable housing will be the order of the day. So where the investments will have to move into the affordable housing to the middle class and upper middle class. So we are now, in fact, all our builders are probably aligning themselves to come out with products which will be available for the middle class or the upper middle class. So this is the shift which has happened. And probably we may have to look out at other areas because we have to go to other verticals. We may have to look at warehousing, we may have to look at student housing, we may have to look at assisted living because if you, for the information of those present here, 32,000 people left Kerala last year to go abroad for studies. Till July this year, it has gone to 52,000 people, which means the youngsters are just going out and going out for studies in the guise of studies and probably staying back to work. So they are not coming back. So in the process, the second generation investments doesn't happen in Kerala now. So the only question is, how do you bring them back? So we have to bring them back by giving a different feeling that they have a job here, there is money here, there is scope for promotions, they can go up their ladder. So these are things which I think the Kerala government has to do systematically because they cannot ignore it. Because Kerala is the employment exchange of the world. All the guys in Kerala, you train them here, they go away. All the nurses in the world are from here. If the nurses strike, the whole world will come to the healthcare will come to an end. So that is the situation. So here we have, we are already looking into it and we are already equipping ourselves to see that we will be able to cater to that situation. Yeah.
Back to the mic. So in addition to that, right, in addition to residential housing, where are the areas you think of private investment which are very important outside of warehousing, which is more supply chain driven, but things that become revenue generators as well as ecosystem creators? What are the sectors that you think are necessary given the thoughts of the state?
We have to understand the scenario of what Kerala is. It's hardly 96 lakh acres. It's only 1.13% of India's land, which means 32% is forest. 30% is ecologically fragile land. Then you have 1,72,000 kilometers of roads, 590 kilometers of the coastal area, CRZ, 44 rivers, takes away another CRZ. Then you have 1,950 kilometers of backwaters of thing. That takes away another CRZ. So what is left today is hardly about 12 lakh acres of land for future development. After discounting for what has the developments have happened in the state. You assume that the panchayats have developed, the villages have developed, and the cities have developed. And today you can't find Kerala, if you can't, it's a seamless travel. If you travel from one end to the other end, you're traveling from one city to one town to city and goes on. So today you are hardly left with 12 lakh acres, which means we have to be very careful. Only vertical development can take place, and vertical development is the only solution. And this is where the government has to play a very major role by involving CREDAI and understanding what is the way forward. Otherwise, the master plans can screw up the whole development of the state.
Thank you. Bowman, let me ask you this, right? You've seen vertical development across India, especially in cities like Bombay, where you cut your teeth. What are your thoughts on things that we in Kerala can consider as good lessons, and things that Kerala should definitely not do, especially on development and policy?
So, I think one of the first things I need to do is read that book on, which is just released right now by Kushman. But while he was talking, what came across to me is that what is Kerala known for across the world? I mean, in the country and across the world. I think announce or make a big statement which says that we are the healthcare, or you mentioned nurses, right? And then you didn't mention, but that Ayurveda is something that we all know about. And you mentioned some of the best healthcare people come all the way from around the world and kind of spend time out here to improve their health and go back. The food out here is something I love. Resorts, I guess, because people, family offices, like I'm sure everyone knows about it, started investing very heavily in, let's say, prime hospitality venues, right? So, and you said you've got about 10 lakh acres of land which is developable. So I think the next session or the session after that, where we are talking about high rises, or tomorrow we're talking about high rises, might also be something that's of interest to you. But the one thing that keeps coming back is you have a phenomenal opportunity of creating probably Kerala as a luxury destination rather than trying to appeal to everybody else to be here. And what that will do is, while the development will be, let's say, lesser and lesser, it might be more and more in terms of revenue for you, and more in terms of profitability. I'm speaking with a measure of caution out here. You cannot do it entirely, but at least for a large part, you have to think differently if you are put into such a tight spot. The other thing that you can start doing in Kerala, which I would strongly urge you all to do, is that you all are about 150 developers who are associated with CREDAI, actually get together and lead the country in terms of sustainable development, right? Why do you say that? Is because you're blessed with the most abundant flora, fauna in the country, and then you start telling the rest of the country that, look, this is how we will build Kerala. The image of Kerala, I don't want to compare it to a Goa, but you have every opportunity a Goa has. And Khushid, you know that in the last 4 years, in 2019, when I had gone to Goa, just for a lark, I was walking around being a real estate developer and asking people, what's the rate of land? And one of their areas where all the prime restaurants, etc. was, at that point of time, they were saying 19,000 rupees for a square meter. 19,000 rupees for a square meter. And which, then again, being a developer and not being so keen, I just said, look, if he gives it at 16,000 rupees a square meter, I might be interested in buying. This year we went to Goa again. I passed by the same piece and I said, dude, this was, last time it was up for sale. Yeah, it got sold. I said, when did it happen? He says, no, that time it got sold once, then it got sold a second time. And today, can you guess what the price of that same plot was? 1,10,000 rupees a square meter. So I'm not saying Kerala should aim for that. What I'm saying is that Kerala can, by just creating a different image about the way you are. What is Goa's image? That it's a fun place, lively, not too many restrictions, etc. What's Kerala's image? You can create most abundant flora, fauna, probably the cleanest air in the country, blessed by the most abundant coastline, having 3 forests that you mentioned, and all the backwaters. And hey, it's a great place to work. So, you can come over here if you're a young, you need to attract the young, for sure. If you're only aging, you're going the Japan way, and that's going to be horrible for you. But, with a country of the largest population in the world as of right now, it would be shameful if we let go the opportunity that your state has to create a totally different image and thereby create a niche and thereby create the right kind of investments out here. Don't forget, it is only through adversity that opportunity is born. I don't want to pontificate out here for that, but Las Vegas was created in a desert, right? They just said, we'll call it the entertainment capital. Today, a $2.3 billion investment in the Sphere. I don't know how many of you have heard of it, and lesser of us have seen it, I haven't. But everybody in the world is making a trip to just go see the Sphere, because the Sphere is where the most amazing, rock shows are taking place, events are being held, and that is driving the entire economy of that space. So here I come back to my point of collaborative power. You'll need to get your heads together, the top 10, 15, 20 developers, and instead of each doing one little bit of his own, should try to collaborate in a way to say we all will put our 15 heads together or 15 monies together and create a larger than one person opportunity out here. You have to appreciate, understand, believe, know that as long as you guys don't come together and actually pool your resources together, appoint one captain of the team in that, and put in Kushman to do a study as to how we can just differentiate ourselves. What is it that I can give as a different message? Why does everyone from Delhi go to Goa and raise the prices out there? Why can't those Delhi money come to Kerala? You have to be accepting of world money, world influences coming in over here, and still retain what is your core. And as a matter of fact, shine that core so beautifully that it starts shining like a diamond. I'm sorry if I've overstated. It's not as simple as that, but it is possible and it needs to be done. Otherwise, we'll keep talking about the problem, and in the problem lies the solution, which is what we should all be looking at. So Raghu, maybe there's a huge opportunity. It only needs to go a little deep and, try and understand. I think that's my 2 bits.
Thank you. In fact, I'm going to lean at you, Ram, given the fact that, there were a couple of things that Bauman and Raghu mentioned as well, specifically on investments in new spaces, right? You've seen a lot of this happen in Hyderabad. You've been participant in the change that Hyderabad's seen. What have they done right? What have they done wrong, in your opinion? And I would say one of the easy fixes, right, or easy things to bat for in Kerala is biotech and pharmaceutical related items, right? The environment is suitable for it, the tech is there, R&D, right? And again, Hyderabad is doing a lot in that space. Could you give us your thoughts?
Yeah. Very good. Let me thank Credai Kerala for a wonderful event. Thank entire team and congratulate the entire team. So when it comes to development, so everyone talks about Hyderabad across the country. So many study tours happening to Hyderabad from various places in the country. The main reason for the development of Telangana for past 8 years, we can say, is the policies. The policies what the government is bringing. Some of the policies like when you look at up the FAR or FSI, it's an unlimited FSI is there in Hyderabad. So that's how the skyscrapers are coming up. So recently you must have seen there was an auction where in a Kokapet, a place called Kokapet, the land went up to 100 crores per acre. So everyone talks about how is it possible, how the developer is going to make money by purchasing it, buying it, 100 crores. The simple reason, the developer is going to build 5 lakh square feet in 1 acre. So what is the cost of land? Just 2,000 rupees per square foot. I think in Kerala also some of the prime places you are going to get, the same price. How much you are going to build is making a difference here. Then again construction cost 5,000, 6,000. The selling price is 10,000 rupees. Developer is making money. So in Kerala, especially as Raghu has given a good analysis, land is very, very limited, very, very limited. So here definitely you should have a vertical growth should be there. Otherwise it's not possible. So I'm not encouraging the same thing everywhere because in Hyderabad also we feel very, how it's going to be now the infrastructure is great. When you look at the whole country, Hyderabad infrastructure is great. But looking forward after 5 years, 10 years, we're worried because all these skyscrapers comes, the 100 feet road, what we are today, we are thinking is a big, but definitely is going to make a big mess out of it. So unless the government is going to plan better, again, lot of flyovers, underpasses, lots of things are happening in Hyderabad. That's how we are always seeing. Just now you were mentioning, so 20 kilometers travel, so you hassle-free you came. So that's, is it going to be reality after 10 years? I'm definitely doubtful. So even that's not the best practice. Even developers also, even who doesn't build built-in career 30 floors building or even 10 floors building, now they have come and building 30 floors, 40 floors buildings they have planned. So whether they are going to complete, again there is a challenge. So I'm not taking everything is best in Hyderabad. Whatever the best in Hyderabad, let us take it. The policies, even permissions also, and even Nala conversion charges, whatever. When the new government took over, so Honorable V. Kradai has represented various things to the Honorable CM KCR. One day he called on the developers. He sat with us for 7 hours. Entire Kradai was there, and all the government officials he brought to one table. And 7 hours the CM spent with us, and within a couple of months he came out with all the GOs. That's how the proactive government is there. I think we need to do something in Kerala also to have more interaction with the government. I know many times I talk about the various local issues, especially CRZ, then environmental issues. I think something we have to do more. I'm sorry to say this, to the interaction more with the government. Somewhere something is missing, I feel. Raghu has a great contacts. Talking to him, he has a great contacts. I think something better has to be done in that. So apart from that, as Mr. Bowman suggested, or President suggested, so recently when I went to Nasik, the developers of Youth Wing, 3 persons, maybe Sarah may be knowing about them, I don't remember the names. They came together and they are doing 10 projects, all high-rise projects. The landscape of Nasik is really changed amazingly. The property show where attended, I never imagined that it's such a big scale. The developers, they are showcasing their properties amazingly. I was thinking Hyderabad properties is the great, but I can see that the amount of effort the developers put from their own money, it's amazing. I was told 3 crores is the revenue for the property show for the Kradai. The people have spent 8 crores for decorating all these stalls. So, how is it happening? A city like Nasik, so let us learn certain things from them. When you go to Surat, amazing buildings are there. So how we are not able to, why you are not able to attract the people from overseas to stay here? Why they are going back? Even Telangana also, many people went to US, especially US, Canada and Australia. But they are sending back their money to buy properties in Hyderabad. But here it was there earlier, but now it's not happening. So we have to create something for them to make this thing. Kerala means across the world people come and go for a treatment. Who doesn't want to have injections and all? They come here and get treated. Kerala is the best place for any naturopathy, natural treatments. So, God's own place this is. So we have to do branding, more branding, as President suggested. Why Goa has to be growing? Why is it going like that? Even from Hyderabad, the developer has gone and he is building huge villas there. I was surprised what the price he started with, 4,000 rupees per square feet, he is selling at 11,000 rupees now, a villa project. So, within the 2 years. So the growth is like that. So the same thing, it should happen. We wish it should happen in Kerala also. Because Kerala has a beautiful place, excellent. Goa, at least only beaches and other. But here, the greenery and all, extraordinary. So I think you should work towards that, coming together. All the developers coming together, a lot of brainstorming can be done, and we can go forward. That's my thing.
Ramakrishna. Both these gentlemen have highlighted the importance of ecosystems and policy and working together. In your experience, and of course you've seen a lot happen across both Telangana and Andhra. How would you create skilled ecosystems to drive development at the same time lean into sustainability, because that's core of Kerala. So could I get your thoughts on how you'd build things on IT, education, definitely R&D, high value skill sets, high value development, such that that investment and those ecosystems come here? Could I get your thoughts?
Yeah. Good morning, friends. No, thank you for the initiative. It's a very interesting subject. In fact, it applies to all the states, not only Kerala. See, I'll tell you, Raghu was mentioning about 35,000 kids migrate to other countries for the education and employment, mostly education. It's inevitable. We can't stop all of them, but we can stop some of them. I'll tell you one example of Telangana, because we are in the most happening place for the last 8 years. We have experienced this phenomenal development. So we'll be quoting only Telangana quite often. Forgive us, both of us, me and Ram. Government of Telangana has started a facility called T-Hub. T-Hub is a very unique building designed by a well-known Korean architect. It's the entire building stands in only 1 or 2 columns, and it's about 10-storied building, about 6 lakh square feet. What is the T-Hub? T-Hub is basically to encourage those kids who have ideas, the young entrepreneurs, incubate them, align them with the right-minded industrialists, and the VC funding, arrange the capital to them, improvise their ideas. And believe me, there are 6,000 entrepreneurs registered in the T-Hub in the last 2 years. And about $2 billion of investment is signed or secured. So, if we can identify those areas, like Bowman rightly said, out of the box, create those facilities in each state, and what are the strengths of those states? Like the Kerala, you have this great Ayurveda or hospitality or the healthcare, and take them to the next level. So these are some of the, but having said that, the government has to be very proactive in these things, whereas in Telangana, the government had come out with ideas. But if the government has no ideas, or if we have a great idea which helps the state, which helps the industry, I think we should sell it to the government, pursue it. We did, to a certain extent we did in Telangana. Government was receptive, and we said these are the reforms which is required for the industry. So once the ease of doing business is implemented, then the capital will come in, and we have seen the results. As Ram was mentioning, the Chief Minister issued about more than a dozen GOs, reforming and giving a lot of concessions in a single day, and it's been a continuous, interactive culture with the government, and involving us in policies and new policies, and taking our viewpoint. So this is the story. So some government may come voluntarily, or they have ideas or not. It is for us to identify those areas which complements our states, which is conducive to our states, and pursue them. That's how it works, sir. And that's our experience in the last 8-9 years is experience. No government can just sit like that. Those ages have gone. Now the governments have become very competitive. They are also business-like. They need a lot of revenues, and if you show them there are the streams of revenue by doing this, and they will listen, and maybe not for the first time, the second time, third time, they have to open their doors and and implementing things or coming out with reforms. So these are the things which we need to pursue. I'll tell you one example about ease of doing business. Having said that, it's not completely rosy because we are all run by bureaucrats and you have those bureaucratic hurdles. Recently we have, by CREDAI initiative, we went to the Chief Secretary, though we have TSB pass which gives permissions within 21 days flat, but before TSB pass and after TSB pass we have a lot of issues. So you have to address them comprehensively. So after a lot of persistence, it took 6 months for us. She convened about 25 government departments which are connected to us or we are connected to them. And it went on for 3 hours. It was discussed threadbare. Some decisions were taken. Some, it takes a lot of time. Again, action taken report, we have represented what actions we have taken. So she again pushed it. So there are things happening. So we are businessmen. We are very tenacious. We pursue things. Unless we do that, things, all of us know, don't happen. But compared to the older governments, the news, those thoughts have gone, the governments are very receptive. Some of them are very receptive and they will buy our ideas. And these are things I think I suggest for our friends from Kerala. Thank you.
I'll just add out here. Developers are, believe it when I say this, developers are the most astute business people in the world. We will continually, is it not nice? Okay. We will continuously find ways where there are none. We'll make ways where they were never thought of. We'll be able to do everything. It's only about creating some amount of hunger within ourselves to be able to do this, right? And sometimes what you cannot do yourself or you don't want to do yourself, you invite people to do. So I'm taking this opportunity of literally selling ourselves and say that why don't you invite developers from other cities to come over here and explore opportunities. Invite money from around the country and maybe around the world. Start off with that one little idea, and I think I can keep saying this morning tonight. You have to identify what it is that you can do which is different from everybody else. It doesn't matter what you think the size of that niche is. Don't follow the beaten path of trying to do IT and do it. Yeah. But don't just keep that as the maximum. Everybody starts following that line, you'll forget what your strength was or where your strength lies or what is the nature of your land and what you can do with it. Let's get yourselves to focus. And the other thing I was saying, if 15 of you get together, if it's not 15, make it 10. If it's not 10, make it 5. If it's not 5, at least 2. Get together and do something that is slightly long term. Everybody's talking about making money here and now. Let us create some wealth for the long term. Wealth has been created over generations. And you know what? So what if you won't enjoy it yourself? Your kids or your grandkids might. And you will have done something for your state, which will be far better than anything else. And we, be celebrating exactly like Telangana on both my sides is talking about today. Maybe in 5 years, both my sides will be talking about Kerala. So it will be great. You should explore the opportunities.
I think that's a great segue into the next question also. So from a infrastructure perspective, Raghuchandra, can I ask you, what are the plans of developing infrastructure?
See, I'll tell you, fundamentally you have to understand Kerala in a different perspective. We are not against any modernization, mechanization, nothing. There are certain rules in Kerala which is not there in your state. For example, we have the loading and unloading routes. We can only unload through the unions. In Cochin, they can only employ people from the union. So we have certain difficulties which we are trying to overcome. We have been trying to sensitize the government. We have been telling the government that these are all the mental blocks which are creating for good people to come to Kerala. Because a perception is there that Kerala is never a friendly state, which is wrong. Kerala is definitely a friendly state because what has happened years back, changes have come in. But perception still continues. The PR activity of the government has never been able to overcome that threat. The fundamental reason is that the unionism still continues because there is only one state in India or probably a state in the world where there is an act for extortion. This is extortion. There is no doubt. I'm very blunt about it. Because there is no act anywhere where you can unload your materials with your own people or with your missionary. But in Kerala, you can't. So we have been fighting this out now this next week we are talking to the labor department for negotiation of the labor unloading rates. The demand is 40% increase. You understand? So there you have to start from there, then we are trying to find out legally, we are talking to the national president, we want to find out from the national president, Bowman, we want to know from you, Mr. Bowman, that is there a possibility to challenge this act in the Supreme Court? That this is an illegal act, which is an act which is denying fundamental right to the businessmen to do the activity the way they want. Here you are restricted by an act, by saying that you can only unload by using the union. So these are things which are hindering the process. Otherwise, the state has got no other problems. Whatever you say, it is there. Then the policies of the government also have to change. Like if your state has changed, your tourism, we call ourselves a tourism-friendly state. Yes, we are a tourism-friendly state, but to what extent? Now you say Goa, you can go to a shop, a fine dining place, anywhere you can have a drink. You can ask for a beer. This is not possible in Kerala. But you will say that without all this, why Gujarat is succeeding? Gujarat is succeeding because they have a policy there. Anybody can go into Gujarat, can adopt or can probably even apply for a permit and do something there. But here we don't have that. We are still getting, you say that you're still under the control of the government for various activities. Though we are a tourism state, Ayurveda is the main thing. But when tourists come to the state, they want certain facilities. You want a destination wedding to happen here. You cannot run your bar. Your destination wedding starts at 9 o'clock in the night and goes 3 in the morning. Here you have to stop all activity by 11 o'clock. Which guy will come here? So the thing is that we have to get over these problems, then only the state. In fact, for your information, our builders are going out and doing business now. You have Aziz sitting here. He's gone to Dubai. He's going to start something there. You have Asad Sunil, he's starting something there. Shobha is already there. We are having other people going there. Purvangara has gone there. So we have our guys looking at better pastures. If you have better pastures in your state, tell us, we'll come there. And we'll ask you to come and replace us. You come and replace us, we'll come there. That's the easiest way. Then you will realize what I'm saying. So this is the only way that if you talk about it, we must talk pragmatically. When we say CREDAI, I think below that word CREDAI, we must write nation builders. Because not nation culprits. Because this is what the image we have. So I think I will request the President that when we put up the name CREDAI, below write there saying nation builders. Similarly, every state should say, when you say CREDAI Kerala, we should say we are the state builders. We are developing the state developers, or whatever you call it. But fundamentally, we have to change this. Because today the minister came and spoke to us. The pressure from the chief minister was very high. That he mentioned 3 times that the chief minister told him that he should be present here. He should be present here. Because he's taking a bail on that. But whatever points he today said has been covered. He's covered what we wanted. We gave him what the points for discussion. He covered everything. But if things fall in place, there are certain other areas where we have a problem. The problem is that we have to overcome certain restrictions in the regulations. Infrastructure, yes, the chief minister today, 99 seats. Today we have a chief minister who's having a fantastic majority of 99 seats. And the chief minister has got a control over the party. A chief minister who can keep the officials at bay. But we must get the chief minister to take the state further to a better level. And he's the only one who can do it. That is what we believe. So this is where we are working with the government. We are trying to tell the government, look, things are not the same. We have to work. We all have to be together. And don't look at us in a different way. Yes, always for them, whenever you have Keralium coming, they look at all business houses. Whenever you have election coming, they look at business houses. Whenever there's activity, that's not the time. You should look at us 365 days a year, not for festivals and occasions. That is not a time you remember us. That has to change.
Thank you for that. Ramakrishna, if I can quickly ask you, what are lessons that you think Kerala can take from other states, specifically on enhancing the opportunity to build real estate and investment policy?
The two-pronged, sir. This is a two-pronged the policy. One is, as Raghu was giving the entire ecosystem of how Kerala works. We have to bring in investments. That's how the real estate will improve. only by investment. Just investment doesn't come like that. You have to create those opportunities, employments, and ecosystems, and all these, connected things. Only then the real estate will improve. That is at a macro level. But micro level, yes, it can be. We met all of us, Sridhar and Raghu, last month at Kadai's South Metro meet. So broadly what we thought is, this Kadai Metro, what we meet every quarter in a city, we meet, we exchange ideas, we exchange what's happening in our respective states. To visit each state officials by the officials of all the southern states, like from Chennai to Hyderabad and Hyderabad to Chennai, vagera, vagera. There, at least in some of the states, I see the bureaucrats have closed minds. I'm sorry to say that, closed minds. If they talk to their colleagues in the neighboring states, they will know what's happening there. That's how at least we should be able to push them. The bureaucrat plays a major role. Sometimes the politicians are very liberal. They understand because they come from the ground zero. But bureaucrats they sit on a perch and they don't understand this, and even they do understand, they do not want to act upon us. So this is one of the best way is to take them to all those states where the reforms are good, where the systems are good. So to a certain extent, it is again an effort to be tried. In fact, after our meet in Chennai, I broached this with my the principal secretary, municipal administration. He said, "Welcome. Please, tell your friends across southern states, and we'll host the whoever comes, the senior officers come from the neighboring states. Maybe we are into the elections now. By January also, I think Kadai will take that initiative. We can think of inviting them. That is one of the things when it comes to the reforms. And reforms, I'll tell you, I think we have already shared many times. The TSB pass is one extremely, I think it's a path-breaking building approval system in the country. There in Telangana, the government introduces TSI pass, that is the industrial license. As you said, if someone wants to set up an industry in any state, they have to go through so many department licenses and time taking. The government has come out with a policy. You apply in 15 days. 15 days flat, all online. We will give you permission. If you don't get that, it's deemed approval. And one very, very important thing here is, for industries you need change of land use. Here in TSI pass, it is automatically done. Along with your approval, the land use from whatever, from agriculture, whatever it says, industrial use. So that's a huge, huge reform which brought in billions of dollars into the state. So after that, we started knocking the doors of the government. You guys are going to all over the country and abroad for 100 crores, 200 crores investment. I'm coming up with my investment, my effort within the state. Why not a system like that for us? So it took about a year and a half. We were able to convince them, and it is named as TSB pass vagera. Here, in 21 days flat, we get permission. Sometimes it takes a few weeks more, but generally a few weeks. So there are no other, all the departments, concerned departments, you apply into that portal. If there is a fire permission is required, it shoots to the fire. If the revenue permission is required, it shoots to the revenue, and so on and so forth, except environmental, and they have to come back within 11 days. If they have any queries, they have to only ask for once, not twice. So if they, in the next 11 days, the municipal department goes to the plans and sanctions. And even 21 days, without any valid reason, they don't give the permission. It's a deemed approval. Anyway, we don't opt for those deemed approvals. It has got its own issues. But these are the reforms which, really transformed the real estate in Telangana. As we were mentioning, there are many buildings now. Everyone speaks of 30 floors, 40 floors. Now there are few people who are building 55 floors. Maybe for Bomana knowledge, it's very common in Bombay to see 50, 60 floors. For a place like Hyderabad, a few years back, even a 20 floors building is a huge thing. Now we are talking about 35 floors, 40, 55 floors of people are building. So this TSB pass has enabled this kind of growth. Because people invest hundreds of thousands of crores, they can't wait for 1 year, 1.5 years, 6 months. So quickly, in a few months' time, in about 3 weeks or 6 weeks, the permission is in hand. You can launch the project, you can recover your investment, and you know where you stand at least. So these reforms are very, very important. Again, reforms, some governments are proactive, some are not, but it's again upon us. We need to bang on their doors. We need to be persistent only then, because this is a continuous process. And as we know, the regulatory framework is so big now, you have so many compliances. So we need to have a very robust secretariats, and we need to knock their doors up. But things will happen. Our experience is things will happen, but we'll have to bear with it.
Amaksha, you are selling your state. Very good. You took away our Kitco guy from here, that Kitex guy. He went off because of your policy only. That's the problem. We have to bring him back here. There's a guy from here who was doing a big project. You sent him a jet and took him away. So we have to bring him back. So to bring him back, we have to do, because the problem is, we say that we are God's own country. There is no treasure here, the problem is. Treasure is in other states. So to bring the treasure back, there's a lot of work to be done. Our policies are there, but where the policy starts from bureaucrats. We have to handle bureaucrats. The bureaucrats is the only answer to the problem, because most of the time officials listen to bureaucrats. They have to be, this is where our president is doing a lot of work, trying to convince the bureaucrats that you have to come up with policies, so that then through the bureaucrat work through the politicians. And I think government will be able to throw more light on that, because the policies we all work. You see, the corruption level in the state Kerala is very low compared to any part of India. Sorry to say that, but we are not sorry because we are low, but the problem is the man-hour days lost in Kerala is much more than what you spend in other states. So here I think government should be able to tell us what is the policy CREDAI national is taking in terms of getting policies evaluated or policies implemented for the country, because the policy starts from Delhi. And the Delhi policy will have to come down and trickle down to the state. I think he's doing a lot of work on that. I think government will be nice if you throw some light on that.
I think you can go with the next question, and then we will speak separately offline. But very quickly, if you have a right point. If it is not the will of the government, you have got nothing you can do. I'll just tell you, with regards to your unionization problem, we have a similar problem in Mumbai. We have the Mathadi workers, and only they can offload or load vehicles. Yes, we have that. What we did is, I'm not entirely clear, but we controlled it largely. We kind of sat with them and said, we cannot wait for you, so we'll do the unloading, we'll pay you per truck. It's a cost of doing business is what I understand. And with that, what happens is the usual stuff. Initially you are 100% compliant, then you become 80%, 70%. And they are also, at bay because they're not doing any work. I'm sorry, but this is a practical way out of what at least we in Mumbai have taken. And then beyond that, there were some ruffians who came and they tried to add. So then we used the police, our ability to reach to the police and tell them that this is wrong, basically, etc. Now, that is again collective thinking that you have to do. With regards to bureaucrats, I can only say this, that take them, show them other places, pool in some capital, take these guys, take them to Telangana, take them to Dubai, take them somewhere, and show them what exactly can be done. And again, this has to be collectively done. You guys cannot do it singularly, and you cannot do it as maybe even as CREDAI, I'm just saying it. But if 5 of you all got together and said that we'll take, let's say, the housing or the urban development or the, your whichever departments come under or rather are responsible for your kind of development, take them, show them Dubai, show them Telangana, for instance, bring them to, I don't know, NCR. We've taken the initiative of taking some of our bureaucrats to Telangana as such. We've taken them to NCR and we've shown them the kind of rules and regulations. We've kind of brought to their attention all the data which we gathered from the rest of the country and put it across on their table. I don't think anyone for the long run can avoid something that needs to be done. It's only that sometimes they are not aware. And always, again, pardon me for saying this, but I've always told a bureaucrat, it is those that were friendly with me. I don't know why when I come to you to ask for something that is as per the rule, it looks like I'm trying to take your tooth out of your mouth, right? That is the resistance that I face with them. But over time, continuously interacting with them, making them more comfortable. And finally, Raghu, the one thing that you need to do is show the value that you bring to the table also as Credai Kerala, as to what exactly you all are doing at times of need. So the COVID was a big time when we changed the perception in the minds of, at that point in time, the police commissioner had a lot of deaths in the this. So we reached out to developers, those that had CSR funds, and we must have donated close to around 7 or 8 crores to the police force. So almost each cop who died got, I don't know, about 20-25 lakhs from us. What I'm trying to say is that you will need to give to get. You need to invest to reap. If we don't do that right now, yes, we can keep saying that, we are beaten, but please understand, you are only being mined because you are a rich community, and there is no harm in sharing some of that with the, creating goodwill for you as a fraternity to be able to earn more in the future. Too pontificatory, but I think that's what's worked with us.
Since you brought this up and you did mention Dubai, I was actually going to ask you a question on Singapore, right? And you've seen development that Singapore's done, right? At one point in time, they were literally kicked out of Indonesia to being a little island nation because they were so disruptive, and they've now scaled to a very different thought process, led by policy, led by infrastructure development. I'd like to get your thoughts on how we could take ideas from that model, or even the UP model, for example, which says, different places, different pockets, different developments.
It's interesting you bring up Singapore, because whenever I go to Singapore, I'm always shocked. Of course, now Dubai shocks me a little more, but Singapore always used to shock me. And then I read somewhere that Lee Kuan Yew had come to Calcutta, and in the 1960s, when they, 65, if I'm not mistaken, got themselves away from Malaysia, Lee Kuan Yew actually said in Calcutta, it is my vision to someday make Singapore like Calcutta, right? And see from where to where they've gone. They have zero resources of their own. Even the water is brought in from Malaysia, right? They are probably, it's like, wrong example to use right now, but like Israel, in the desert, being able to use water to the extent where it was not. I'm not saying about one thing, but if you look at Singapore, even today, it probably has the highest green cover in terms of what a city needs. And then you've got Thailand right next to that. They've developed Bangkok, but they took away the city green cover entirely. And then they thought, they could do a better job, and they're now planting the trees back in pots. No, the point I'm trying to make is this, that basically one has to understand through adversity will come opportunity if only the vision is aligned. So Raghu, it is up to stalwarts like you and Abdul, and each one of you can just sit down together and say, what is it that we will give back or create as a vision for younger developers or other developers or smaller developers to follow. You are the, it is said in the jungle, wherever the elephants want, that is where water flows, because they are the ones that make the path for water to go that way. You need to do that for your fraternity, for the future, for the development of this. And believe you me, you will reap 10 times more if you share or make information available. And I'll give you all an example of the auto industry in Japan. Many years back, when they were coming back from World War II and they were licking their wounds, the government actually announced out there that any technological breakthrough would have to be shared with everybody. It is not a patent at all, right? So any technological breakthrough will have to be shared amongst all auto industries, but each auto company can then decide how to better it, what money to put into it, how to kind of market it, or how to kind of make it better and use it. But technology breakthroughs were all shared. So example, or rather a direct this for you, was anything that you know with regards to real estate development, please start sharing with all the fraternity. I'm telling you, we have this belief that if I know something, I will do it, is wrong. If I know something and it's good, I will share it with everybody and all will do it. We'll not take away from each other's share. We'll all increase each other's share. And it is at this I give an example, that you're not able to create, you're a farmer, right? You're a farmer also. You cannot create a great farm by having bad neighbors. You know, neighbors who are failing because the pollination won't take place, the cross-pollination is not taking place. You can only build a good farm by building a great area to be farming in, right? So it's like, why are certain regions the wine regions of the world? Because they've been sharing the crop with or the cut with others. We as developers have a wrong notion. What I know, I'll keep to myself, I'll play it close to my chest and make all the money. It has never happened in history, it will never happen. You will make money for the short term, but then you know, in Mumbai I have a saying that when I got into this business 27 years back, those that I looked up to are not even present today in the business. Because I think they played by a totally different set of rules. But those who are still in the business, I've seen worked on a totally different set of rules. Niranjan Hiranandani for one, you know, he always spoke about everything that he did. He came out there on a platform and spoke. The point is, he said, please follow this. This is what I know, this is what you should do. And they're still around, they're still a big boy in the business. So, again, I'm going to reach out to those who are the stalwarts of your state. Come together, create a common platform or a common vision, share it with everybody, keep talking about what it is, and you will see a better tomorrow. And that's the bell. Let's go.
Perhaps we can field a couple of questions from the audience as well before we go. Would anybody want to ask anybody anything interesting?
The audience can please raise their hands if they have a question, and the mic will reach you shortly.
No, I want to ask the national president. See, now we have this from where Rehu left, environmental activism. See, environmental activism or overdrive is a phenomenon we have been seeing of late across the country, mainly in the southern parts, especially Kerala, Gujarat exempted. And what is your strategy to combat from an infrastructure developer point of view? I'll put up an example here. Say in Kerala, we have this some what they call environmentalists and NGOs got together and put up the Western Ghats as an ecologically fragile region. And it never had what they call real technical people who really mattered. They were all armchair environmentalists. It happened maybe a few years back. Had this been there, maybe 15 or 20 years back, the great Konkan Railway would never have happened. The Konkan Railways. That is the train going through Goa to Bombay.
I get your point.
No.
I'll give you an example.
Do you have a specific strategy to combat this overdrive?
Yeah, and it's not a quick fix, but let me start off, going back about 7-8 years. In Mumbai, we had the same armchair environmentalists who kind of were trying to extort or blackmail. We had this problem. Believe you me, we had this problem. We had a very big problem. But, and what used to happen is, because the entire system was unaware of what could lead to what, we usually had people go and complain in the ward office about something, then go and complain in the building proposal department about something, then go and complain in the urban development about something, go and complain in the housing for something. And if you know, Mumbai has got a SRA, that slum rehabilitation, we've got MADA, we've got MMRDA, we've got BMC. BMC has got 4 BPs, and everybody was an individual mind. We realized that people who were coming on cycle, okay, to put a letter across to us that we are going to, take your case, or rather we're going to make your case trouble, were roaming around in Mercedes-Benz very soon. And that should make your, coastal star fellow very happy, because they're really driving Mercedes-Benz. We realized that we were not talking about the problem with our own peers. We were facing the problem, we were using only our resources, and we were trying to sort it out. Then we started forming what's called a power group. And through the CREDAI and CHI at that point of time, we appointed one BP to take care of one of these departments, either go to building proposal or go to MMRDA or go to MADA or go to SRA and start educating the officers as to what exactly is probably difficult for them or could get them. Nobody was acting against us because they were worried about us. They were acting against us because they were worried about themselves. That I gave this permission, maybe it is wrong, so you need to change it and you need to stop the work now. So we started educating, if I may say that is the right word, telling them exactly what it is, why they are safe, that there is nothing wrong that they have done. We said, don't worry what happens to us. You have followed all the guidelines A, B, C, D, E, and you have given us the permission. You have nothing to worry about. They took a breath and they said, fine, right? Then we realized that there was this environmental activism that was spreading its net. That is to say that one aligned with the other, aligned with the third, aligned with the fourth, and they were all taking a developer's case. So then we started creating the same group where we did not allow people to act unilaterally against one person. Because what attacks you today can attack him tomorrow, can attack all of us day after. When the problem started, we started addressing the problem right there. Third, which we are doing now, which will be in the long run good according to us, is we are setting up our own studies to show what exactly is to be done in terms of environmental activism. And I'm telling you out here, some of those findings go against our own developers with what they are doing, or go against what we believe is right now. But like RERA came because we ignored the rights of consumers, not in every part of the country, but because that became such a big problem, RERA came with such a powerful punch, right? And then we had to keep appealing and saying this isn't right, that isn't right. So we have started our own, yes, we are going. We have started our own environmental study to state what exactly would need to be done. And I quoted the example, because we were not doing it fast enough, this 15-day timeline in which we had to erect all these barricades, etc., has become a reality. Now, we just need to act faster than what the tide against us is. And if we don't, we will get washed away. It is a fact. But you need to start addressing problems today which will actually get addressed after 2 years, 3 years. But you've got to start laying the groundwork for it now. This is what we are doing in Mumbai. We should be successful over a period of time. And I'm sure if all the rest of you wish to follow that model, please do. Align with the right institutes, create the right papers, give these right papers to the government, assure your lawmakers or approval givers that they are doing the right thing, they aren't in the wrong, and as long as they are safe, they will really not bother you so much.
Okay, thank you for that, and we'd like to close the panel at this point. Thank you for your presence, really appreciate it. Thank you, pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the very thought-provoking session. May I now request President CREDAI Karnataka, Mr. Pradeep Raikar, to hand over the memento to our moderator, Mr. Khurshid Gandhi.
Oops.
Khurshid Gandhi. May I request President CREDAI Karnataka, Mr. Pradeep Raikar, to hand over the memento to our moderator, Mr. Khurshid Gandhi. Thank you, sir. Now I request President CREDAI Tamil Nadu, Mr. Elangovan, to hand over the memento to our panelist, Mr. Ramakrishna Rao. Now I request President CREDAI Tamil Nadu, Mr. Elangovan, to hand over the memento to our panelist, Mr. Ramakrishna Rao. Thank you, sir. Now may I request past Chairman CREDAI Kerala, Mr. K.V. Abdul Aziz, to hand over the memento to Mr. Ram Reddy. Thank you, sir. This marks the end of our first session.
Now we move on to our next session, automated building approval systems. One of the biggest challenges builders in Kerala are facing constantly is the struggle of getting various approvals for our projects. This session will be an eye-opener on how we can automate certain approval systems, its benefits and challenges.
Now we have Dr. Santosh Babu, Chairman and Managing Director of Information Kerala Mission, which is executing the K-Smart project. The platform-based architecture aimed at bringing about a massive transformation in delivering of services from urban bodies to the public. In the initial phase, birth and death registrations, trade licenses and public grievances redressals applications will be available through K-Smart. All other services, including building permit applications, will also be available across all urban bodies. Now to you, sir, and this will be an online session.
Having buildings also. So hats off to all the people who are building buildings, because I also become part of it, because under Kerala State IT Infrastructure Limited, we build massive IT parks, etc. So in that sense, I belong to the same community as you. A lot of engineers work with us, around 35 engineers across Kerala building IT parks and anything related to IT infrastructure. So I'm extremely happy to touch base with you. I have a 38 slides. Don't get worried by the number of slides. We'll quickly pass on to what is relevant for you. But most importantly, I would like to inform you that my team is also joined with me. Dr. Naufal, who is the architect in a sense of K-Smart. Then Shamir, who is basically the architect of the FRS for the building automation or building permit system. And my officer, Timble Madam, she's here. Radhakrishnan sir is here. And Preja also is part of the building automation system. I hope I'm loud and clear to all of you, because this is something which will interest you, which will intrigue you, and we'll obviously be looking forward to your feedback on this session particularly. Can we go to the next slide? So a bit about K-Smart, because this is something which we think is the next big thing in Kerala. Like your logo says, next Kerala, the next big thing. We think that K-Smart is going to usher in an era of e-governance. And you know, there's a lot of bashing of bureaucrats. I completely agree with all the speakers, because we now need to move into a system where people need not come into a government office. And I'm talking about joyful citizens and joyful employees, which are the basic objectives of K-Smart. And we have named it Kerala Solutions for Managing Administrative Reformation and Transformation. So if you're looking at countries like Singapore and all, what was it in the 1960s and what it is today, it's mind-boggling. As the speaker said earlier. So I think we in India should move very fast, and different states having different trajectories on this. And Kerala, thankfully, has adopted a huge jump towards making things easier for everybody, including for their building permit system. So the K-Smart is a move towards what is my favorite interest in life, which is basically what I call as predictive governance. That is, if government has so much of data, and I came visiting on data, massive data since 1947 about each citizen of Kerala. And if I have so much huge data, why should the citizen come to a government office, number one? Why should he or she even apply for anything is something that intrigues me, and I believe that K-Smart is the first step towards achieving my personal dream called predictive governance, which is, you get your certificates, documents, etc. on your smartphone without you even applying. Basically, where government is supposed to give you statutory approvals. Why should you apply? Is the question. So that's the reason behind which K-Smart started. In fact, it started in 2022. But I got my team together, and Dr. Naufal came in, and he brought in a massive change in the way software development itself will happen. And it closely aligns with my vision of transforming Information Kerala mission also into a world-class IT solutions provider, which has happened over the last 6 to 8 months, during which we have taken this transition from other applications to K-Smart. Now, as you know, Information Kerala Mission was the organization which started using softwares or started developing softwares as early as 1995 towards helping the local bodies, the 3-level local bodies in Kerala, to automate themselves. It's one of the biggest things I would say, because I was Principal Secretary Information Technology in Tamil Nadu for almost 3 years. And I have not seen that kind of work in Tamil Nadu compared to what happened in Kerala in 1996 onwards. So when I joined as CMD and ED of Information Kerala Mission in 2022, I was intrigued, I was astonished by the number of applications which are developed. In fact, I call them S-series, because we have applications called Sujika for file management, Sanjaya, Sajitra, Sagarma, you name it, I call it the S-series. Around 20 applications. And the poor Panchayat secretary sitting at the local body, or the urban secretary or the corporation secretary, he has to boot in, boot out, boot in, boot out, boot in, boot out different applications. And somewhere along the line, in 2017, there was an interesting IS officer by name Sambashiva Rao, who said that, this is all not correct and we should move into integration. That's where they started developing what's called ILGMS. So ILGMS came into being in 2022 when I joined, and it was as an effort of Sambashiva Rao and others who developed it, and we have put it in all the 942 panchayats. In fact, panchayats are more automated than urban local bodies in Kerala. So that is something which is very astonishing. But ILGMS is working well, but only 3 modules are there, and rest of it's all managed through the file management system. We actually need around something like 30 modules to be integrated, and that's where K-Smart happened. When we joined, and my team came together, Dr. Naufal, Timble Madam, Mr. Radhakrishnan, Shamir, Preeta, all of us joined together. We realized that this cannot go on like this. We should have one platform basis, microservice architecture based, DevOps technology based software solution which can show the world that software can be developed in a different way, one. Number 2, that people need not get boot in, boot out into different applications. So that's where, when I addressed all of you physically in Kochi last year, I was telling you about K-Smart, but many people didn't believe it. Now today, our Honorable Minister for LSTD, Mr. M.B. Rajesh, was inaugurating your session today, and he announced that K-Smart will be launched on 1/1/2023 at Kochi, because this is mainly funded by Smart City Kochi, and the Mayor of Kochi Corporation has been a big supporter. The ACS, Madam Sharada Muralidharan, has been a great supporter. The entire minister and minister's team has been of great support, Mr. Sureshan, etc. Because this is something they see as a game changer in Kerala. Not only for billings, billing is one part of it, but everything that the average Malayali goes into a government office for. So, can I go to the next slide? So this is very interesting, because I want to put it here because this software development has been very unique. It has never been attempted anywhere in India by any government system. It has been an 82-day sprint, around 80 engineering teams, stories. We convert into stories so that there's no dependency on software developers. The UI UX pages are around 2,500. Kickoff started somewhere in June 13th of 2023. 700 sub-functions, 941 panchayats, 93 urban local bodies, all are going live. Actually, as we speak, Mr. Radhakrishnan is arranging, the urban expert is arranging for trainings. We call it 60, TOT 60 and TOT 300, because we are going live in all the 993 urban local bodies in the beginning. And by April 1st, we'll be moving to all the rural local bodies also. We as of now have developed 9 modules, and we have around 20 modules more to develop, which we think will be finished by June of 2023, because we are now very sure how a software can be developed. It's very intriguing and interesting. Can you go to the next slide? Where, this has been possible because my team of domain experts, of which Mr. Radhakrishnan, Tibble, Madam, Prija, Shamir are all part. They actually write out very beautiful SRS. I mean, this is the standard for any, but the way they have written with multiple iterations happening in different parts of Kerala has been fabulous. And then it's done on a wireframe, and the UI UX prototyping happens. Somebody sitting in the US lends us a couple of hours to make it look more beautiful and to ensure that the interaction is friendly, user friendly. We then convert all these write-ups into what is called stories, and then the engineering team takes over. And then right now the quality testing and the training is happening. And the go live is supposed to happen by January 1st, 2024. So hopefully, starting yesterday, which is Kerala Piravi, and in this interregnum between Kerala Piravi and New Year, we think that we are going to create something very smart for Kerala. Next. So we have used a number of applications, interesting, not very much interesting for you perhaps, but these are certain things which we have used as project management tools, Zoho People, Jira, Confluence, Mantis, Teams, GitHub, etc., to ensure that we are on timeline, because we are on absolute stress, because Minister had announced and then we had to deliver. So this was an absolute discovery for all of us, because we never expected that government systems can work at such fascinating pace and speed. And my teams now join at 8:30 in the morning. The whole place where they're working, whether they're working from home or they're working in the office, is actually geofenced, and the Zoho people will actually measure the attendance. And the Jira will tell me which software developer is going a bit behind. It will give me in colors, and then we'll be able to review and get. So all these applications have enabled us, and basically this was engendered by Dr. Naufal, and I hope Dr. Naufal is there. He has really shown us a way of software development which is, I would say, is as good as anywhere in the world. Next. So these are the modules that are coming up. Civil registration, birth, death, marriage, adoption, birth, you name it, anything under civil registration. That's the biggest module. We have great issues developing it. Property tax is the second one. Obviously, this is going to bring the MUNA to the government. Then the building permit, which you are interested in. There are 3 things which are very interesting for you. I'll come into that. Then the trade licenses. These are the 4 major citizen-facing modules, or let's say CREDAI-facing modules. And then we have the human resource management system, finance, FMS, file management system, PGR, etc., which form the backbone of this particular platform. So this is because we signed an MOU with Government of India that the platform is called Upyog. Basically, it's the Digit platform developed by Mr. Nandan Nilekini. But of course, this Digit module, this Upyog platform was developed somewhere in 2007. So we've gone beyond that, and now we become a national consultant under National Urban Digital Mission. So I came as a certified consultant under the National Urban Digital Mission. Many of the states which are represented in CREDAI today would want to have a look at how we have developed this and what are the interesting features of this application. Next. And there's obviously, today we cannot go without apps. The whole thing can be done on an app. In fact, you don't need the desktop at all for doing any of your work here. So this is something which will be launched on November 1st along with the portal. Next. The portal would look something like this. Next. I'm sure you're not interested in all this. Now, the most important thing is, and I've been very intrigued with geographic information systems, so when you got the opportunity, we have used all kinds of technology. We are bringing in blockchain here. We are bringing in ChatGPT, already integrated blockchain is just getting now because your certificates have to be pakka and secure. But the most important innovation that we introduced was what's called the GIS rule engine. You all know about EDCR rule engine. EDCR rule engine goes without this thing. You know about it. We have brought in so that the whole thing becomes automated. The GIS rule engine is very interesting. I'll come to that in a jiffy. Next. So these are the GIS layers that Naufal has introduced at the moment. The airport zone, the ZRSZ zone, the master plan, the railway zone, etc. But as we speak, more and more layers keep adding. We keep adding as we get those layers from different agencies dealing with all this. So we'll have, let's say, even 100 layers which we can add. But most important is when you actually are a person trying to build a big multi-story building, or somebody who wants to build a small house, he need not run around to Panchayat office and urban local bodies to tell what will be the setback, what will be the problem. What he just needs to go with my app, circumambulate that borders, and it will tell you whether you are in a ZRSZ zone, or you are in a master plan zone, or you're in a railway zone, you're in an airport zone. And as we add more layers, this becomes much more easier. So what should be a setback for a particular, let's say, 5 cents of land? It will clearly tell you the moment you circumambulate this land with your mobile app. It's as simple as that. So when I say that, many of you may not believe it. So last year when I spoke on the stage, I said my slogan would be building permit from 300 days to 30 days or lesser. But today, I've gone to a stage where my team is insisting that I tell you that will be less than a minute. It will be between 30 seconds and 50 seconds. Within this time, you will be able to get a building permit. Now, is that believable? Maybe you could interact with my team. They are much more experts in this. I'm good at talking. They are good at explaining. So they are all there in this program, so they will be able to explain this. Can we go to the next slide? So this, I'm coming to the interesting portion of your subject matter of today, which is K-Smart building permissions. Next. So basically, you have been dealing with all these applications. For rural local bodies, many of you are not interested in rural areas because all your TRADAI building works come up in the towns and urban areas. But rural local bodies have been using what is called the Sangedam software. I told you, S-series. Sangedam is a building permit application for rural local bodies that is developed by Information Kerala Mission. Then in Kozhikode, thanks to Mr. Mehboob and team, the entire Malabar Chamber of Commerce and the City 2.0 and all the enthusiastic teams in Kozhikode, they were able to develop Suvega, which is basically again Nandan Nevakeni's team only, which developed e-governance foundation. So in Kozhikode alone, you had to deal with Suvega. Rest of the urban local bodies, you have to deal with IBPMS, which is a software which has been outsourced, insourced from Pune, and which is currently in use, and because of which we have lots of issues as of now. But my own feeling is, as we launch K-Smart on 1/1/2024, none of this will exist, should exist, should be, we should say thank you, but we have a better option here than K-Smart. So let's go to the next slide. So this is done by Shamir, but I will tell you what are the issues that you would be facing. To develop, what is it that you want? To develop, establish, implement, operate, impart training and maintain a state-of-the-art. People talked about Israel, people talked about Singapore. Why can't people talk about K-Smart and Kerala at the same breath is what we are looking at. So state-of-the-art online system for managing the building permit and related processes, which shall be user-friendly, disseminate rules, regulations, bring down the time frame required, ensure 100% paper-free, open source, zero visit, again, zero visit to local body, zero meetups with approving authority. It should be usable on mobiles because, there's a factory out there. The smartphone that you're holding is a factory. We don't even use 0.00001% of it. Although you spend 5 hours on it, I'm saying that your smartphone is much more complex than what we think. It can, the entire state's administration, I believe, can be done on a smartphone, which is actually very easy. Then automatic integration with other departments, and lo and behold, transparency, which everybody wants. Next. So what were the root causes that you as developers were facing? One is missing, omissions, ignorance about spatial goals. That's where we bring the GIS rule engine. Your EDCR rule engine is already inside. We don't want any government officer to interpret the rule for you. We want the algorithm to interpret it for you. Missing omissions during the design phase. So during the procurement of land, you are ignorant. What happens to my land? What is it? Where is it? Should I go and ask what is going to come up here, etc.? You don't need to. Second is during the design phase. And third is during the preparation of the drawing when you're submitting to the authority. In all these phases, you are facing huge problems. Lack of transparency, glitches in software, a lot of interlinkages required, etc. Huge problems that you are facing. Next. So we have gone ahead with the development of the software, putting ourselves in your shoes, as it were. You know, empathy should be the key for software development also. We had the associations of architects and surveyors and everybody, what are they called? The association fed, Rensfed, etc. They were all part of our SRS building, etc. They were all part. So that's why I can say with a lot of certainty that this will be useful. This will not be something which will have a problem once it's launched, because this has been, approved, ascertained by your team of professionals. So it's basically not, K-Smart building permissions is not basically a tool for giving building permits, but it aims to address the root causes of issues related to building permits and elite services. Next. Yeah, time. I'm told by my person that I'm up on time, but let me tell you, Honorable Minister has already launched this LDMS, Legacy Data Management System. We want to put all the surveyors, engineers, architects, chartered engineers inside that. So when we launch this application on 1.1, you will have all this data so that they can start using the K-Smart application straight away. Next. So basically, during the procurement, you can go around, as I said, with your mobile phone. So the GIS rule engine, can you go to the next one? Second is during the concept phase. Prior to the commencement of detailed design, drawings with basic concept info gets uploaded onto the system, which will generate a detailed report on the various rules to be followed. And this is for all buildings. 75% of the buildings are low risk, below 10 meters buildings. We know that. So that will be automatically given. There's no problem. Even today, I think when you submit it to Suvega or Sanketam or IBPMS, you get it. But submission phase, it takes around 20 minutes to 48 hours is what I'm told. But what we are bringing to your table is between 30 seconds and 1 minute for below 75%. That's the low risk buildings. Next. And for the high risk also, maximum 1 minute is what we expect. And during the concept stage, know your rule module is there, specifies the rules to be complied with in the design, etc., in the detailed design. Next. So just go back. So it will give you all those details, just like that we are mentioning here. What will be the front yard, what will be the side yard, what will be the rear yard, access width, FSI, coverage, all these things will be in it. Next. And during the detailed design phase also, verify your design module is also there. Check whether the design prepared is in compliance with the relevant rules, KMBR, KBR rules, etc. Next. And application for building submission to the LSC. Only the applications in accordance with the rules are submitted to the LSC, right? That's also automatic. Now your licenses can give the approvals. Self-certification. Next. So, if there are inspections required, they will do that. But otherwise, I think the whole thing can be done on your mobile phone. Next. I don't think I should go into all this because it will be a little confusing for you. Suffice to say that, we have tried to address all the issues that builders face, as I said in the beginning. So against the current practice of a minimum of 20 minutes to 48 hours and manual follow-up for generating the rule compliance reports and other systems in place, when you say Suvegas, IBPMS and Sanketam, the number of 30 seconds is average taken by the systems to scrutinize the design and generate the report. Okay, 100% system generated. It's open source based, and the difficulty that all your people who are, get who average salaries are very poor, they no need to spend a lot of money on licensed softwares like AutoCAD or ZWCAD, etc. Any application, there are 8 in the market, I am told, and even licensed versions, if you go in the earlier versions, those are free. So anything will fit into this. That's a big game changer here. You don't need to spend a lot of money on licenses. You can do it on the way you want, on whichever application that you are having. Next. So 100% coverage case mark. I'm sorry that spelling, I got it wrong. Building permissions covers 100% of the occupancies for building permit application through online mode. Automatic and hybrid modes of building data capture is there. 100% paperless process. Flexible to switch between automatic and hybrid mode without affecting the system. Say, in the event of an anticipated rule revision, the system can be switched to hybrid mode without affecting the flow. So that's another thing that we are bringing up to your table, right? It's data-centric building permit. Data captured at one stage gets transferred to subsequent stage. You don't need to keep adding, is what we are trying to say. Next. GIS rule engine enabled, EDCR rule engine enabled. Next. End-to-end online. I want all of you to heave a sigh of relief here. All of you should go back with this feeling, nice feeling that, something is, the next big thing in Kerala is maybe Kradai's logo, but also fits in with my logo. This Estonia, and people didn't talk about it, Singapore, we talked about Taiwan, we talked about a few countries, but Estonia is the most advanced state in terms of using a software for making life simple for the citizens. Even voting, even transfer of land from one person to another, sales, purchases happens in matter of seconds. Why can't my Kerala, your Kerala, our Kerala do this? It's very much possible. I say people, process, technology. The easiest is technology. Process is also easier. But the most difficult to change are the people. But today with the Honorable Minister and the Honorable Chief Minister supporting us so massively, I don't think even the people will not change. So I'm very hopeful that by 1/1/2024, the next new year, we will bring the next big thing in Kerala which will touch the lives of every citizen of Kerala. And it will touch Kradai in a very direct way. So I hope you're thanking me already. Anyway, let me thank you for your time. I hope I have not overstepped my limits. But we'll be able to take questions. Very happy to take questions if you have any. Otherwise, we can talk offline. I'm sorry for having transgressed on the time. But God bless. Thank you and have a great year ahead.
Thank you, sir, for the great session. This marks the end of session 2. We will now break for lunch. We request all delegates to please be seated by 1:45 p.m. and we will have a repeat of the drumming session we had in the morning. On your way out, I request everyone to please visit our sponsor stalls. They have an array of new and exciting products for you. And coffee and tea are available throughout the day in the dining area, so please avail the facility. Thank you.
right now. Why do we do what we do? The countless tries, the sleepless nights, the endless grind, the planning, the failing, the fighting back, doing it all over again every day for years and generations. We do it for the future. Because when we work for the future, we empower it. K-Nest Aluminium Formwork, an endeavor to revolutionize construction, anchored by a state-of-the-art automated factory with an expanse of 5 lakh square feet, housing the finest and most advanced process of manufacturing, which is powered by industry-leading machines and cutting-edge equipment. It's not just what we do, but what we deliver that makes us the leader. Best-in-class products. Everything is calibrated to perfection, from the smallest component to the larger-than-life monolithic structures. All this made accessible with the fastest and most reliable delivery timelines, because we know time makes all the difference. At K-Nest, we nurture the shoulders of the future in an ecosystem of growth and development. We empower the change makers who are building the nation from within with unmatched business practices and collaborative partnerships. Our global footprint continues to grow and create landmarks for a future beyond boundaries, beyond borders. We continue to push our limits and make breakthrough innovations to design the landscape of tomorrow that coexists in harmony with nature. Technology that enables, design that uplifts, innovation that steers. The dream, the passion, the creation, the service, the scale, the change, the legacy. So, why do we do what we do? Because when we work for the future, we empower it. देश में बना देश का अपना. K-Nest Aluminium Formwork, India's largest and the world's fastest growing aluminium formwork company.
Everyone is here to create. Everyone wants to be a leader. If you want to do something the right way in this complex technology-enabled world, then you must choose a leader. A leader specializing in ERP for real estate. Far Vision. At Far Vision, we use the latest technology to get the best productivity and performance. Our domain expertise in real estate enables us to solve interdepartmental overlaps. It improves the CRM in your organization by using cutting-edge technology to keep winning customers and keeping them happy. See improvement in the working of the engineering by ensuring complete project lifecycle management from budgeting, planning, indenting, procurement, delivery, quality control, completion and certification. It is designed understanding every single need of real estate domain. Far Vision. Everyone.
elevators and escalators. We are guided by our strong mission to improve the flow of urban life. To this effect, we have always imbibed safety, quality, and sustainability into our operations to help our customers make the best of world's cities, buildings, and public spaces, true to our vision to create the best people flow experience. Our Indian roots date back to 1984, and today, Koni continues to be a forerunner in the elevator and escalator industry. Our state-of-the-art factory located in Sriperumbudur, near Chennai, is India, South and Southeast Asia's largest elevator manufacturing facility, delivering products and solutions not only pan-India, but also to neighboring countries like Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. We owe our breakthrough innovations to our 8 global technology centers. The ones in India that work for global and Indian innovations are located in Chennai and Pune. These world-class technology centers work together with customers, partners, and research institutes to provide the best-in-class people flow solutions. Our path-breaking experience centers spread across India elevate customer experiences with real-life interactive sessions displaying our technological and aesthetic capabilities. We're an organization of many firsts, such as machine roomless elevator, high-rise lamps, ultra-row, eco-disc motor, jump lift construction time elevator, 24/7 cloud-based connected services. We are pioneers, innovators, creators. We are driven, motivated, empowered. We are here to make your journey safe, reliable, and memorable. Koni, dedicated to people flow.
Who says masterpieces are only found in galleries? Who says all art has to hang on the walls? Who says that science and spa mustn't ever meet? Where is it written that there's only one way to take a bath? Why must there be something for the body and something totally else for the mind? Why mustn't you stand under a waterfall in the middle of a working weekday? Or be wrapped in stardust and mist in the middle of May? Why must you only bathe in water? Why not in light? And all the million hues of it. It's only when you stop listening to the mind that you truly create something for the soul. Something timeless. Something breathtakingly divine. Presenting Loomis from Artis, born from art.
Korea's #1 interior material brand.
Why do we do what we do? The countless trials, the sleepless nights, the endless grind, the planning, the failing, the fighting back, doing it all over again every day for years and generations. We do it for the future. Because when we work for the future, we empower it. K-Nest Aluminium Formwork, an endeavor to revolutionize construction, anchored by a state-of-the-art automated factory with an expanse of 5 lakh square feet, housing the finest and most advanced process of manufacturing, which is powered by industry-leading machines and cutting-edge equipment. It's not just what we do, but what we deliver that makes us the leader. Best-in-class products. Everything is calibrated to perfection, from the smallest component to the larger-than-life monolithic structures. All this made accessible with the fastest and most reliable delivery timelines, because we know time makes all the difference. At K-Nest, we nurture the shoulders of the future in an ecosystem of growth and development. We empower the change maker. देश में बना देश का अपना K-Nest Aluminium Formwork, India's largest and the world's fastest growing aluminium formwork company.
Everyone wants to be a leader. If you want to do something the right way in this complex technology-enabled world, then you must choose a leader. A leader specializing in ERP for real estate. Far Vision. At Far Vision, we use the latest technology to get the best productivity and performance. Our domain expertise in real estate enables us to solve interdepartmental overlaps. It improves the CRM in your organization by using cutting-edge technology to keep winning customers and keeping them happy. See improvement in the working of the engineering by ensuring complete project lifecycle management from budgeting, planning, indenting, procurement, delivery, quality control, completion and certification. It is designed understanding every single need of real estate domain. Far Vision. Everyone.
I request everyone to kindly assemble and be seated in the hall as we are about to move on to the next session. So before we move on to the next session, I'm sure most of you will be very sleepy after the heavy lunch. So to boost and liven up everyone, we have an energetic drumming session again. So I request Mr. Vinesh and Mr. Jino to take over.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Drumming session. No voice. All are sleeping. Good afternoon. You know what to do? Eh? All are sleeping, right? Can we start? Yes, please. Sir, come forward, sir. All of you stand. Excuse me all. All of you.
Very good afternoon, friends.
Yes, please.
Very good afternoon. No energy, no. Chicken and island. Okay. Can you hear a round of applause, please? Some clap.
Applause. All of you.
Someone louder.
Louder, louder.
രാവിലത്തെ സെഷനിൽ ഡ്രമ്മ പ്ലേ ചെയ്ത് എത്ര പേര് പാടും? ഡ്രമ്മ പ്ലേ ചെയ്യാത്ത എത്ര പേരുണ്ട്? രാവിലത്തെ സെഷനിൽ ഡ്രമ്മ പ്ലേ ചെയ്യാത്ത എത്ര പേരുണ്ട്? ഒരാളെ പ്ലേ ചെയ്യാത്തവരൊന്ന് ഫ്രണ്ടിലേക്ക് വരും.
Please come forward. Please.
Sleeping mode on.
Come on. Come forward. Here's some drums is placing for you. Please bring up. Please. Come forward first. All of you. Take it one, sir. Take it. Come. Next 10 minutes. On stage, right?
രാവിലത്തെ സെഷനിൽ കിട്ടാത്തവർക്ക് ഡ്രമ്മ കിട്ടിയ കിട്ടിയ ബാക്കിയുള്ളവർ സ്റ്റാൻഡ് ബാക്കിയുള്ളവർ
Stand up. All of you stand up, please. All of you.
Please come forward.
All of
Come
you.
forward, please.
Come forward.
And take the drums.
Come on. Come forward. Come on. This one. Take it one.
Second line up here. Or on the drums. Drums in the middle of the line up over. Front leg.
Come on.
Yeah. Any other ഒരു ത്രിതോളം drums ബാക്കിയുണ്ട്.
Few more. This side. Few more.
Now please in your drums. Come forward and stand up. Please. Okay, they are drumming for the Can you give it clap? First. And then another. Keep clapping. Drumming for the Lord, just keep clapping.
Keep clap.
സൗകര്യമുള്ളതാണ് സീരിയസ്ലി ഭയങ്കര ഭംഗിയാണെന്ന് മനുഷ്യരെന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ നടക്കും സത്യം ഗവൺമെന്റ് തന്നെ നാളായിരിക്കും എല്ലാവർക്കും മലയാളം അറിയാമല്ലേ നോൺ മലയാളീസ്
One, two, three, four, five more left.
5 more comes left. Alright. വഴപ്പ് മാത്രം, കുറുമ്പ് മാത്രം. നമ്മൾ ക്ലാസ്സിൽ ഒച്ച ഉണ്ടാക്കണം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? ഒച്ച ഉണ്ടാക്കണം. അപ്പൊ ഇനി നിങ്ങൾ ഒച്ച ഉണ്ടാക്കണം. അപ്പൊ എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? ആ തുടങ്ങിയോ കീപ് റൈറ്റ്. എന്റെ അടുത്ത് ഞാൻ ദിവസത്തേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാം. കീപ് റൈറ്റ് അതിലപ്പോ സ്ക്രീൻ സ്ക്രീനിലോ സ്കൂളിലൊക്കെ ഏറ്റവും ഇഷ്ടമുള്ള ടീച്ചറിനെ കാണുന്നത് ചെയ്യാം. സ്കൂളിൽ ഏറ്റവും ഇഷ്ടമുള്ള ടീച്ചർ, കണക്കിന്റെ ടീച്ചർ, കെമിസ്ട്രി. Keep like that. ഇത് വെള്ളം പിടിക്കാനുള്ള മാത്രമല്ല, ആ ഡ്രം കൈ പിടിക്കാൻ പൊട്ടിക്കണം നിർബന്ധമോ? കുറച്ചൊരു പരിപാടി കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഞാൻ പൊട്ടി കഴിഞ്ഞു പൊട്ടിയോ? പൊട്ടിയില്ല. എന്താ സൈലൻസ്? കുഴപ്പമില്ല. ഇപ്പൊ എന്താ സംഭവിച്ചത്? ഞാൻ മൈക്കിനോട് കൊട്ടിയപ്പോഴാണ് ഡ്രമ്മിന്റെ വോയിസ് ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് വരും. എനിക്ക് എന്റെ ഡ്രമ്മല്ല, നിങ്ങളെ എനിക്ക് വേണ്ടി കൊട്ടുന്നത്. ഓക്കെ, is the volume control is like this. When I do this, increase the volume, and when I do this, reduce the volume, and after that when I do this, stop. ആരെങ്കിലും അതിന് എക്സ്ട്രാ പറയില്ല, 100 ഏക്കർ മതി. പിന്നെ ആരെങ്കിലും അവരടുത്താൽ കണ്ടുപിടിച്ചാൽ ആരും അത് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് കാണിക്കും കേട്ടോ. കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം മൊത്തം കളഞ്ഞു. I'll just keep playing this. Keep playing that. Someone shout. Okay. ഈ കൈക്ക് ആയിട്ട് then you have to screen. ഒപ്പം ഡ്രമ്മിലൊക്കെ സ്ക്രീൻ ചെയ്യും. ഒരു കോംപ്രമൈസ് ഉണ്ട്. റെഡിയല്ലേ? ആ സ്ക്രീൻ ചെയ്തതാണ് ആ കാശ് ഭയങ്കര നമുക്ക് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാം. ഓക്കെ, Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, start. Scream. Everyone scream. ഇതിന്റെ കണ്ടിന്യൂഷൻ എന്റെ ലാംഗ്വേജിൽ മ്യൂസിക് ആണ്. എനിക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന ആൻസർ മ്യൂസിക് തന്നെയാണ്. ഞാൻ വന്നെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങൾ എന്താ റിപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യും? അത് വൺ എഴുതിയിട്ടാ മതി. 1 2 2 2 1 3 തെറ്റിക്കാരെ കാണുന്നത് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ? മാർക്കരുത്. സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാണ്. 1 20 we will break the session, okay? Jai Ho Kendriya, Omada, Jai Ho Kendriya, front line, go. Put your hands up and say Jai Ho, okay? Ready? One, go. Sounds good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dino.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gino. I request everyone to please be seated. The ease of living is great, whereas ease of doing business and attracting talent has always been a challenge. Kerala's potential is higher than most of the states in India. Our today's panel will help us navigate on how we can truly unlock Kerala's potential and the balancing act required. Our next session for today is Unlocking Kerala's Potential, Balancing Ease of Doing Business, Attracting Talent, and Ease of Living. Now I invite the moderator for this session, Mr. Khurshid Gandhi, Managing Director, Strategic Consulting, Cushman & Wakefield, to the dais.
I now invite our first panelist, Mr. Rajesh Nair, Assistant Director, Ernst & Young. He's a member of the governing body, Kerala Startup Mission, and also the committee member of Kerala Angel Network. I also invite Dr. Ajit Kalyat, Urban Chair Professor at Kerala Institute of Local Administration. He is an urban and regional planner by training. He is also a PhD holder from the School of Natural and Built Environment, Queen's University, Belfast, United Kingdom. He has over 24 years of professional experience, which include technical, research, and academic positions. In the past, he had served the State and Central Pollution Control Boards, Ministry of Environment and Forests, and Climate Change, Government of India. We welcome you, sir.
Now I invite Mr. Sushant Kurantil, CEO Infopark Kerala. A seasoned entrepreneur in the IT industry, Sushant Kurantil has more than 3 decades of experience in leadership, software development, consulting, and entrepreneurship. He served as the country head of the US-based software company, has set up and run 3 different companies. And now I invite the next panelist is Mr. Vivek Srivastava, Director, Business Development, Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail Limited. Vivek is a seasoned retail professional with 17 years of experience across different categories like apparels, consumer durables, and jewelry. He has been credited with distinguished work in the areas like entry strategy, network expansion, and cost restructuring. He has held leadership positions with organizations like Benetton and Arvind and key roles with Sony and Titan. I invite you to the dais, sir.
I invite Mr. Gokul TG to the dais. He is the Senior DGM of Urban Transport. Mr. Gokul is a mobility expert with over 25 years of experience with the Kerala Motor Vehicle Department and lately Kochi Metro Rail Limited in the areas of mobility planning, enforcement, road safety and multimodal integration. He is an MBA holder in Transportation Management and he is a two-time recipient of the Chief Minister's Transport Medal for Meritorious Service. We now hand over to Mr. Khurshid to take over the session.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you all had a great lunch. If you guys can dial down the mic a little, yeah. So, as the first session after lunch, I'm hoping that pre-session warmed you all up a little. We'll try to keep up the same pace and try not to bore you all too much. But this session primarily looks at how Kerala shapes up from an ease of doing business. How are we going to attract talent? What are we doing right now? And more to the point, what are the advantages Kerala has and the cities within Kerala? Because I think it's time that we start identifying specific cities of growth and distinguishing them as one distinguishes Bangalore, Bombay or Delhi in the same breath. So to start off, let me ask Vivek. I do understand your crunch for time as well because the session ran over, so I'll toss our first questions out to you. You've done a lot of investment in the state and in other places as well. You've got platforms both from a sourcing as well as from a operationalization perspective. You're both dealing with customers as well as the value chain. Where do you see opportunities for growth? Some pitfalls, obviously. And what are the policy or other initiatives that one could do to improve the ease of business for entities such as Aditya Birla, which you do belong to, or the industry at large?
So interesting question, Khurshid. Thank you for that. I would rather say Kerala for Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail has been one of the most attractive destination in terms of our sales, in terms of our return on investment, and in terms of overall acceptability of our brands. For those who might be unaware of our portfolio, we represent brands like Louis Philippe, Van Heusen, Allen Solly, Peter England, The Collective, Polo Ralph Lauren, Ted Baker, Hackett, American Eagle, and Reebok. In fact, this is the place where our brands have got highest traction from last 20 years. And we have also seen tremendous growth across tiers, across metros if I were to say Cochin and Trivandrum kind of city. But at the same time, the smaller cities, that has shown tremendous results. So the idea what we are trying to bring to the table is the consumption story of Kerala does not only resides in the likes of Cochin or Trivandrum. There is a Parental Manna which is burgeoning. There is Chalakudi which is doing very well for us. We just launched our 4 stores there. But what we clearly see is there is a very linear pattern of growth here. The orbital shift in terms of price movement, in terms of overall consumption, that sees a very linear pattern here. There are certain patterns in our sales, in our overall growth story, in our overall consumption story, which remains pretty much familiar and similar over last couple of years. If I were to talk about an orbital jump in terms of higher priced merchandise, that is something which again restricts highly to a market like Cochin and doesn't travel across. But if you were to look at the flip side of it, if you were to look at the wealth accumulation in Kerala across other different cities of Kerala, it's not that wealth doesn't reside in these cities. But the consumption pattern radically differs. It could be due to the kind of profile what we see in these kinds of towns. So despite having money, the intent seems to be not there as of now. So we have a brand called The Collective, which we have still not been able to launch in cities like Cochin and Trivandrum. Though if you were to look at the overall prosperity of these cities, they are far, far better than any Indian cities. For example, in Lucknow, we have a Collective store. In Raipur, in Chhattisgarh, we have a Collective store. But do we have same thing in Cochin? We are waiting. But overall, if you were to ask us, we are very, very happy with the way Kerala is shaping up. The small towns are opening up. Cities like Cochin, Trivandrum, the way they are firing up. The concentration of people from different parts of India that is shaping up. Another interesting thing about the retail talent, which we were discussing offline with other panelists also, what we clearly see is there is a segmentation of talent in Kerala. If you were to talk about absolutely tech-enabled talent, you might see there could be blips here and there. But if you were to talk about retail talent, this is one of the finest in this particular state. We have never faced any dearth of talent. We never had to move somebody from other state to serve in this state because there is a talent gap. We have always enjoyed good quality of talent at a good level of cost, deep level of understanding of retail, good knowledge of consumer behavior. So we are pretty much happy from that perspective. In terms of challenges in the business environment, we still face issues like, for example, in retail, if I were to talk about, there are very small issues like a door number requirement to get your trade licenses, which you may not feel the same in other cities or in other states. Those are small issues which we face. Otherwise, one major improvement which I would like to see in Kerala is the market is again concentrated into the high streets of the world. There are no such organized retail development beyond Cochin, beyond Trivandrum. But if you were to talk about consumption, whether do we have consumers in these cities or not, answer is a resounding yes. But if you were to look at the destinations, there are no destinations to park their money for. And then we come and say that no, Kerala is not spending. The answer could be, are we allowing Kerala to spend? Are we restricting ourselves only to few high streets, few those brands which have seen success? Or are we allowing an ecosystem that other brands, other channels of consumption can also prosper in the city, in the state? Barring Cochin and Trivandrum, you won't see any large-scale mall development or any such commercial development which will allow, for example, ABFRL. It will allow my kind of brands to prosper in those cities. But if you were to look at the consumption, because we also do something very interesting called pin code mapping for all of our brands from the e-com. Our e-commerce sales very clearly tells us that there is a very, very strong demand even from the smallest of the cities.
Right.
But do we have destination? Answer is as of now, no. This is something which we as a industry leader in apparel segment would like to see in Kerala. That there be very strong consumption pattern emerging. Let there be strong consumption centers across smaller and bigger cities. Wealth is there, but destinations are still lacking.
Thank you for that. Ajit, let me ask you this. Given the fact that there is very clearly a stratification of talent, right, and you've been focusing on growing that talent uniformly across the board, right? Could you give a sense of what your understanding of... Am I audible now? Super. I'll put it like that. Okay, so the question that I'd like to ask you is, where do you think the stratification of talent and the focus of talent needs to be, right? Your investments, because they're clearly tech perhaps is something that we've spoken of offline as well, but it's an area of growth, clearly, because it's a knowledge industry, right? And different kinds of tech. Rajesh has got a lot of investment in the state as well. He's doing very well. Big, almost 10,000 people, Rajesh, correct? You got almost 10,000 people here, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so clearly there's certain spaces that are doing very well. So where do you think the focus needs to be? Obviously, where the gaps are. And what's the plan that you think the state should be doing to make talent availability a lot easier? And is there a policy-related item around it?
So, thank you for that question. The shift in Kerala, driven by urbanization, it's not just within the state, but also the entire south is rapidly urbanizing. If you look at Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, the surge in urbanization in southern India is also kind of contributing to accelerate urbanization in the state. Now, this calls for a lot of new strategies. Obviously, it also has to be addressed at the policy level. The state is currently looking at urban policy. There's also call for a housing policy, IT policy. The fellow panelist was just mentioning that there's a draft IT policy ready. Industry policy has already come out. So policy level, there was a vacuum which government has tried to address now, and they are currently working on. That's the top level. Once that's addressed, then obviously you will have to kind of attract investment in different sectors. Kerala has been doing quite well in terms of IT talent training and as well as deploying it around the world. Nursing talent, 39% of India's nursing talent probably goes from Kerala. So there are areas in which Kerala has established credentials and also global visibility.
Dominance in medical for sure.
Yes, of course, medical and also hospitality. There is a lot of people. There are a lot of people who are getting trained in Kerala and deployed. So some of those areas, but the challenge that we are currently going through is the disengagement of a lot of these people within Kerala's institutions. For some reason, the institution has not really been able to position themselves as growth oriented. The academic institutions many times haven't come out of their comfort, the academic community, and also the aspiration of the next generation learners are completely different, which the state and the both the government as well as private sector institutions haven't really been able to capture. There might be some courses in data science, somebody might be offering something on behavioral science, but not really. A systemic change hasn't happened. And that's how a lot of people, youngsters after +2 or graduation, leaves the state, compelling all of us to feel, there's a mass migration of youth outside the state. Yes, there is a movement. It's natural that people will move around, particularly people who are aspiring to have a higher quality of life, they will move. But there will be some set of people moving in also. Now, how do Kerala use this raw talent or raw labor which comes into? About 15% of Kerala's population is going to be migrants in 2030. That's a state planning board's estimate. If about 52 lakh people going to live here out of 3.5, that makes about 15. Now, it's important that state government as well as local governments are able to kind of create enough opportunity to kind of train them, deploy them in various sectors, which may not be premium sectors, but they could be participating in various economic activity. It is also important there is enough investment going into entrepreneurship, because we as a society, Kerala has been risk averse. We are always trained to kind of look for jobs, not to really be job provider, rather job seeker. So that mindset is now becoming a problem, that you need to kind of be much more entrepreneurial, you need to generate jobs. So that kind of a shift, starting from school education to various tiers of education also need to happen. I think the current push and also the challenge that state is experiencing, there is a serious financial crisis and everybody in the system is feeling the stress. So that's why government itself is calling for being much more entrepreneurial, much more, you try to find newer ways to create wealth. So I think over the next couple of years, the state might be able to kind of have a different experience. That's what.
So if just to quantify it, what are the potential areas you should see? The specific areas where you think investment should be done on education. Which segments would you say are critical?
Okay, so building on what we have been, Kerala's strength obviously was medical and nursing education. That area certainly should continue. For inward utility, because we are also becoming much more vulnerable to various types of diseases due to climate change and its adversities, zoonotic diseases and on. So that's an area which we need to certainly continue. But obviously banking, hospitality segment, it's flourishing. If Kerala wants to remain as a top destination, then high quality trained professionals in the hospitality industry need to be there. IT talent can continue. But some newer areas such as, if you look at, the specialized areas within IT again, data science, machine learning, artificial intelligence, state is deploying those skills and those competitiveness for managing various challenges now. The artificial intelligence is used for monitoring traffic, but we really don't have enough systems to kind of train people to equip our systems. Beyond that, I think, as we move forward into a much more urban society, there is also going to be greater demand because we are also rapidly aging society. This is not certainly going to be a premium area, but care economy is another area which Kerala will have to heavily invest. A lot of our people go to Europe, probably Israel, and they have been contributing to they have been working there as care assistants. And with about 25% of Kerala's population going to be 60 plus in the next 10 years, Kerala will have to heavily invest in that as well. So there will be new areas emerging. What I foresee is what I could share, but I'm sure as we go, there will be more areas opening up.
Thank you. Shashant, if I may ask you, thanks. If I may ask you very quickly, right? There are a lot of areas that Ajit was highlighting would be growth and investment areas going forward. As the CEO of InfoParks, how do you see this growth happening, right? And are you ready for it today, based on what you've seen historically, both from a policy as well as from a talent perspective?
Okay, so I will definitely talk about the IT industry.
Yes, of
so
course.
what is happening in the IT industry? So within the industry, there's been quite a lot of policy initiatives. See, currently we have just published the draft of the new IT policy for the state. So that's for public, opinions and stuff like that. So there is a way in which public can, look at the draft and then provide that feedback. So the areas in which we are focusing on are on the talent side and also how we can enable the industry. So there will be a lot of growth which is going to happen, but how are we going to manage that? And especially on the talent side. On the talent side, we definitely do have a problem. So when we look at the talent, we have to distinguish between what is the fresh talent and what is the experienced talent. On the fresh talent side, we are doing pretty well, So based on the number of educational institutions that we have, and then the number of graduates that are coming out, I think we are pretty solid on that in terms of the quantity. But quality is a different problem, and also we need to very seriously address this whole skill gap. The gap between what is taught in the universities and colleges and then what the industry wants. That is something that we are going to bridge. So there are quite a lot of programs and then quite a lot of initiatives that we are very specifically talking about in the new IT policy. So where organizations like an InfoPark, who has been traditionally an infrastructure provider, we are going beyond our mandate of being an infrastructure provider into an ecosystem builder, where we are trying to see how we can help the industry get the right talent. How do we bridge that gap? So we work with many of the other government organizations who are in that training and then upskilling area. So like the Digital University, ICT Academy, ASAP, and then KTS. So there are far too many institutions. So that's pretty much part and parcel of the new IT policy. But when it comes to experienced talent, that is the big issue that we are facing at this point. We do have a bit of experienced talent here, but our ability to attract experienced talent from elsewhere, there is a challenge. So we've been pretty much looking at the Kerala diaspora for that experienced talent. I think we need to go beyond that thinking process. We are very, very over-obsessed with Kerala diaspora. I think, we need to think about how we can get other people come here, not just as tourists, but how we can get other people to come and then stay here and then build their lives here. How, as a society, we can, embrace them. We can provide them with that right space. So that is something that we need to think about.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to switch and then come back to you. Okay. Rajesh, you obviously have a number of investments on ground. You obviously have a number of investments on ground from a talent and opportunity perspective, right? How have you scaled in the state, and where do you see the vision of Kerala going specifically for a business like EY and other people in the consulting and the accounts, as well as the big four space, right? Is there more headroom to grow, or are you hitting a roadblock and you need to sort things out?
So we sort of set up office out here in 2010, and it's been close to 13 years. We had a very small back office for our Middle East operations earlier, before that. In the last 13 years, we have ramped up from 30, 40 people to around 10,000 people. So today we have around 5,000 people in Kochi, another 5,000 in Trivandrum, and we've opened an office in Calicut as well. So in terms of numbers, we are there. It's like a significant portion of what we want to do in India. From a talent perspective, I have a slightly contrarian view than what normally people feel. One is at a junior level, at least the philosophy of the company is that you hire them young, and we want to give long careers to people. We don't want them to spend a couple of projects and move on, or 1 year, 2 years is not the norm. If you look at consulting in general, we hire, let's say, chartered accountants at an entry level. We hire engineer MBAs or just MBAs at an entry level. Because we have a much larger, wider operation out here in terms of back offices, in terms of what we call as global delivery services, we have all kinds of people. So we have artists, we have kids from the finance colleges who come and do UI, UX design. We have just commerce graduates, we have arts graduates. Because we have a lot of report writing to do, we have art students, etc. So it's a potpourri of different skills. At an entry level, most of the skill is available in Kerala. And what is interesting also is, much before the pandemic and we started working from home, flex timings, which was common in the IT industry, once we had flex timing, we had a lot of educated women in Kerala coming into the workforce. So just to give you an idea, there are most of the women in Kerala are graduates, or of ladies of that age. A lot of them are postgraduates. When we opened office, we also saw that there is a significant number of PhDs who are sitting at home with fantastic qualifications in terms of demographics and in terms of finance and complicated sides of finance. So from an entry level perspective, a lot of this talent is available in Kerala, and we've been able to tap into that. What we are missing is that missing middle. People who have around 8 to 10 years experience, whom we want to lead, whom we want to use for leading projects, etc. That's a slight gap. Now the way Ernst & Young has filled in that gap is we get people from other offices to come and do stints out here, do secondments in Kochi and Trivandrum. And we've been successful to an extent. Then the leadership, again, the leadership, most of the leadership came from outside like I did. And unlike me continuing here for the next 13 years, a lot of them went back. So, we've tried the secondment route. The industry itself is not mature enough to give us leaders from various other sides. So we have to get our leaders either from EY, or one large pool of talent that we have is educated Malayalis who are based in, let's say, the US or Europe, etc., who are looking to coming back to Kerala, and who are okay to work with an EY because it's a global brand, and they don't see that as a water downing of their own respective areas. And then somebody who can pay them what is national standard in terms of a pay, and the brand of course helps. So leadership, more than the middle management, we are seeing more and more leaders available out here. So in terms of the talent, I think going forth as the industry becomes larger and we have more and more companies, the talent gap will somewhere get sorted is what my feel. And as Ajit said, as Sushant said, see, all the policies are there. If you read the IT policy draft, it's a very well drafted IT policy that we have. If you look at the government website and read the industry policy, it's a very nuanced, very well categorized industry policy. I think the charm is in hitting the road with it or implementing all that. That is what requires a lot more focus than, so from a conceptual standpoint, all these policies are there. It's just the question of how best we
run it. Is that also reflected in the ease of doing business?
Yeah. All of this is, so while we say single window clearance, etc., till the date somebody comes, lands in Trivandrum in the morning and goes back with the permit in the evening, there is no meaning for single window clearance and all, unless somebody physically experiences it. So the execution for some of these policies is where we need to put focus and time on.
Thank you. So obviously, given the fact that you've been participant in a lot of initiatives on improving connectivity and the ease of life through various parts of the state, mainly on the infrastructure side, metros and other. How do you think, and what do you think is necessary to scale this, right? Is infrastructure adequate? Do we think, we've got to approach it very differently in Kerala than we do from other places? Is mass mobility more of a priority given the fact that there is a very concerted effort to stay ecologically friendly? And how do you see that being a differentiator and perhaps attracting talent from other places to stay and live and grow in Kerala?
Yeah, I think ease of mobility is sort of inextricably linked with ease of life, living, because most part of your transit, of your day is spent either in transit to your office or coming back. And for example, if you look at our ridership, the Kochi Metro ridership, I think around 40% to 50% people travel to work and come back, and another 20% for education. So around 60 to 70% of your total ridership is actually working or studying. And only the rest of the 30% would be someone going for shopping or other visits and tourism. So travel is a very important part in everyday life, especially in Kerala. And I think we still have an opportunity to do it well and do it properly before we hit the Bangalore standards. So I think there is still that time where we can actually do something to bring changes, which definitely should be having a lot of technological support. What I feel is missing is not just the infrastructure. Infrastructure we can always build, but the digitalization of transport is going to be the real challenge in the future. For example, most of your decisions, for example, if I run a feeder service to my metro or last mile connectivity auto rickshaw, we've just launched an auto rickshaw service, an e-auto service. But what really matters is that how are you taking your decisions, and on what basis are you taking your decisions, where are you bringing people and where are you catering to? So it could be a very subjective decision as to, like, you think that people might be coming from here and going there. But what we really have to do is to understand data. And there is a lot of data because the vehicles are all come with VLTD. It's a vehicle location tracking device is there. All our e-rickshaws, we have made it mandatory to have a VLTD device fitted so that we understand where this transport is actually coming from. We hope that by another 6 months we'll be able to build a model, either through an AI model, where we can actually start predicting as to where this demand might come from. It's early days, but I think this is what we want to do with the feeder service, because I think any other decision which we make is completely subjective to us. So if you want to extrapolate it into a larger context in Kerala, there is a critical, I think there is a gap in communication as to the integration of transport. For example, you get down from the metro, so you need to know when the next bus is. So that is, either you can do it as a dynamic data where the bus moves and then you get the data. So it takes a much more, real-time information to come from systems, must be much more. But also you can at least have some fixed data where the timings are given. Maybe we'll have some percentage change, say 10% or 8% difference when the bus actually arrives. But we can still at least start with that. So there's not data communication between multiple transport providers as well as communication between multiple transport providers. In Kerala, if you want to seamlessly move from one place to another, as many of us have said, it is well connected. But to plan your trip is going to be the important thing, because cost of travel is going to be the defining factor of where you work and where you are going to. As many of us know, people have started working from home and they have cut down on traffic, time as well as money. So the total cost of ridership or total cost of travel is going to be a very important concept in coming years. And also the total time you spend on a system. to move from this place to this place. So how do you seamlessly move from one system to another is going to be, this is going to be the challenge, especially for a place like Kochi, which has an MRTS running through its CBD area from, say, it connects, literally connects, if you also going to be the next two phases, first phase is already completed. Tripunithura will be opening in a couple of months. And then you have the second phase inaugurated to the workplace, which is the Info Park. And the headquarters, the revenue headquarters, which is at Kakanad. Then the third would be probably at the airport. So across, it's still a linear line, but it covers most of the traffic generation points that you have. But seamless connectivity is going to be the important thing for people to make a trip in advance to understand where are you moving from this day, which are the options available to you, and in longer run, it should be tailor-made suggestions. We should be able to give tailor-made suggestions to people as to, from their travel behavior, from whatever the information that is coming from their travel behavior has to be harnessed to give a long-term, a suggestion as to what options are available. And also the third thing is that most people, the time they spend on a system, travel, this is from a very sociological perspective, if I feel. Many people prefer metro because it's quiet and it gives you certain kind of convenience and safety because you have the, and we don't, and there is your own time. I think that is very important in terms of life quality, having a time for yourself without being disturbed by other things in your life. It's also a shift from their job profile to your domestic profile. That shift happens especially in this travel. So the travel is a very key thing we have to, it's the quality of travel that we have to improve.
Right. So I have another question. We've seen large cities, whether it's Bombay or Bangalore or any other city actually globally, right? They're actually aggregator cities for a lot of other places. Bombay today attracts a population of almost 22 million people, right, in and out. The local trains run 100 plus kilometers up and down, right? Do you think there is value in having high-speed rail between key hubs, key cities in Kerala and connecting them all in a large pattern? Will that improve the ability to leverage business across various cities?
I think so, yes. We just need to balance the impact as well as the what you're going to what it's going to deliver to the society, but also the other impacts that you have to do. But Vande Bharat is is a good example of how many people are taking that train. It's, I think, 130% capacity it's been running. So there, I think, is a case for people making this long distance travel to try and get, for example, you can get from Trivandrum to Kochi in, say, under 3 hours. So it literally makes you able to commute to your office, even though it might be a bit expensive on the higher side. But sometimes if you start living in a place, you also with your rent very high and your necessity to be with your family. So these things are definitely a part of your decision making on a whole, as where you live and where you work. So Kerala being a linear, more of a linear with all the major cities falling on a line, it's a good case for high-speed rail. But just to allay the fears and just to understand what is going to be the deliverables with respect to what is the impact people on environment. I think that has to be.
Of course. Thank you. As someone who I was talking about getting infrastructure from a mobility perspective integrated even further in your developers, how do you see that the infrastructure side improving business as well as, potentially if high-speed rail was put across the larger state, would that in part augment your input and we need to attract talent from other places as well?
Absolutely. Because, talking about high-speed rail, I'm a very big fan of the Vande Bharat because I have to travel very regularly between, say, Calicut, Kochi and Trivandrum. And then, so these are the three places that I go. So yesterday I was in Calicut. I took the Vande Bharat from here to there and then there to here. So it's a very, very good thing. But there is one problem that I see with that, with the high-speed trains in Kerala right now, because a lot of the population is not only in these major cities where the train stops. So there is quite a lot of population that's out there, say in the Chalakudis, Angamalis, and then Sochartalas and all of those places. So how do those people, say, come to an info park, or somebody from, say, Trivandrum going to Chalakudi? How will that work? So you need high-speed connectivity. At the same time, you need that regional connectivity which is well integrated. So say if there is a high-speed railway station in Kakinad, and then the other station is in Ernakulam South, going from Kakinad to Ernakulam South is a very big problem. So whatever that is happening right now from high speed and also regional, or rather, the local connectivity, it has to be very tightly integrated. So that way, we will be able to attract talent. As he rightly said, if somebody is living somewhere else, so they should be able to come to work in an info park and then go back the same day. So if that happens, that will be fantastic.
Thank you. Ajit, we were discussing a little while earlier on, obviously scaling people, investment in education, the different segments you thought were necessary. In the earlier panel, there was a conversation that happened that one of the key points of growth is to kind of help educate the bureaucrats and people who understand the state, right? Do you think there's value in scaling programs like that, especially in areas where there's not enough knowledge, right? To build enough groundswell to perhaps leverage an opportunity that's actually unique and unfortunately it's also time bound to Kerala.
Sure. So I have a practical experience of working with the local bureaucracy. I wouldn't see the state level, where again a lot of business get stuck or business enabling should happen. So my learning from that, working with the local governments, particularly training the municipal officials and the elected representatives, is that there is serious requirement to upskill many of the system. I wouldn't call individuals, but the systems, and that will need new type of training. We are looking at that at Kerala Institute of Local Administration. How we can kind of reform our own training program. But that's only one part of the business. Your question is much more related to the state level bureaucracy and the bigger institutions.
Because without them, you will never be able to scale as quickly as it needs to.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the lateral entry which Government of India started by bringing talent from industry, academy, or from other international institutions to work with government is making its own some dent in the system. But I think it's time that we have enough opportunity to also attract such talent from wherever it's possible to the state's bureaucracy. Kerala has tried something called Kerala Administrative Service. Last year was the first one where they have tried to do a reasonable blend of this. People who have been in various systems have moved into the administrative service, and it's making some impact in the system. But obviously, we will need to do it at scale to really become an investor friendly, to become a state which is able to open up to the global opportunity, because we have Loka Kerala Sabha, which helps. Again, I will be conditioned by what he said. I mean, it's again diasporic engagement only. But Kerala has been trying to reach out to at least the Malayalis around the world by establishing some institutions, and then diasporic community has been contributing. But so that also helps the people who live here to see what's happening around the world, minute to minute. And so the aspiration is quite high. To support that aspiration, to transform the state and industry and investment opportunity need to be brought in. I think this system need to be really strengthened. New knowledge which is available in the leading institutions like IITs and IIM State also has got such institution. I think there would be closer engagement between these institutions and the bureaucracy will be helpful. Some such attempts are being made. But beyond this small parcels of training, I think massive training, and also recently something which I picked up, which is coming from Europe again, is a creative bureaucracy. how do you make a bureaucrat much more creative? How do you help them to be an enabler rather than just becoming, a file manager or information manager? How do you help them to unlock their own creativity? So the ideas such as anticipatory innovation, which is quite in practice in Europe, like you anticipate there are newer areas of investment and opportunity, and then prepare the system accordingly and provide relevant training, capacitating the entire system is certainly relevant, and I think we have to invest heavily in that if we really have to open up our doors and become much more investor friendly.
Thank you. Rajesh, you focused on our discussion as well. You mentioned in passing on the startup ecosystem, right? The government's done this comprehensive investment in policy in 2017. What have you seen on your side of the world as somebody who's seen the scaling, right? Has it worked? What are the gaps you think could be very easily closed? And how can that be made into something much larger along the lines of what Karnataka as well as Telangana today are doing in their states?
So, Kerala had drafted its first startup policy in 2017. And especially in the last 6-7 years, there's been an impetus. And people now look at having a startup as a viable career option. So earlier, like what we talk about entrepreneurship in Kerala, somebody who couldn't be an engineer or who couldn't get admission in medical used to start a business. Or at least that was what the society used to think. But today, you are okay with a good student starting a company of his own because culturally we are now, we understand that that's a viable career option. And the impetus on startup across the world also happened in the right time. So when people today look at the internet and they see what is happening in startups in the rest of India and in pockets like, let's say, in Israel earlier before the war, and US and Europe, etc., there is a lot of impetus on startups. Kerala has picked up that vibe, and there have been very interesting startups at least I have personally seen. I've personally invested in some as well. A lot of interesting startups which have come up in the last 5-6 years. If you look at the government policies, they literally spoon feed you if you are a startup. So, in fact, I would say that you don't need to give so much of support to the startup guy. The startup guy will figure. But today there is enough and more support which is there. We have a lot of incubators. We have around 9 large incubators, another 21 incubators. A lot of these engineering institutions are starting incubators of their own. So in terms of infrastructure available to a startup, we are right up there. We are gold standard in terms of that. Yeah, what is lacking is maybe once the startup scales after, to a particular level, then he looks for talent because we are not mature enough as an industry. It will take a little bit of time. You may have to go to a Bangalore or you may have to go to Chennai, etc., where there is a wider technology pool which is available, people who have worked across the world or on global projects, etc. I'm completely okay with that. And so I'm, at the cost of, just as an addition, Khurshid, you are the only non-Malayali on the panel, and most of the audience is also Malayali. We are very cynical, and we don't see the best of anything in general. I'm a Malayali, so I can freely beat me at that. We have done really well in the startup thing. It's like I'm saying this again and again at the risk of repetition because it doesn't seep in to our psyche that something is happening well out here. So we are doing very well, and we just need to give it time when that ecosystem of talent, etc., come in, and it's just the question of a little bit of time. And I really think that the government, in terms of policies, it's completely there. It's the right set of policies which the government has, especially on the startup and the industry side. It's the question of getting that impetus. I think one area which we keep telling the government is we constantly focus on getting new investments and new investors. I think a lot more focus needs to be given to people who are running industries already in the state. Somewhere that gets a little, it sort of becomes a second hand, something which is not priority. Priority is to get a new investment, not help somebody who has an investment to manage it better.
So you need to get
more people invested in the success of what they've invested in, so to speak.
So I think it's very interesting. The other thing, I think something which it's not related to the question, but when I talk about startups and this work from home culture which pandemic has brought in, and last 2-3 years we have seen a lot of our, lot of kids from other cities coming to Kerala to be with their parents, and since everything was working from home. Kerala is connected everywhere. There is no pocket of Kerala where there is no internet. So we are, network-wise, we are there, all over the place. Now, what this will translate into now, where people are getting back into offices, is companies, large multinationals, will be forced to do development in the 2-tier and 3-tier cities. So I see some of that in your report as well. The next round of large commercial developments is not going to come in Bombay or Delhi, or I think a lot of that is anyway coming there. But the surprising one would be that you would see a Coimbatore which is already burgeoning, and I'm hoping that some of that spirit will get captured in Kerala as well. And we'll have a very interesting commercial spaces requirement coming up in Kerala, because that entire work from home culture means people want to move closer to their homes and work in such places. They don't want traffic. A good part of my week is in Bangalore. Whatever traffic you feel in, you experience in Kochi is still heaven compared to a day in Bangalore.
Sorry, my apologies.
So, it's really different in terms of what we tell our kids who come and join us in Kerala is, come and join us. This is the finest place to live and work. Not just work, but to live and work. And that living component is really there in Kerala. I mean, you don't get air like this, you don't get greenery like this. You come from Bombay, how many places can you breathe air like this, and how many places can you see so much of green?
And that's the criticality of building Kerala in its own way, right? Specific to the nuances of the state in question. We're down to the last 3 minutes, so if there are any questions for the panel, it'll be a great time to get some of them from you. We'd love to hear your thoughts as well.
Now we will have the interactive question and answer sessions. Please raise your hand and you will have a mic reaching you shortly.
Seems like we're done. I think we're fortunate enough to have no questions.
Thank you for such an insightful session, sir. As a token of appreciation, I request President Kradai Palakad, Mr. Rabu Subramaniam, to present the memento to Mr. Rajesh Nair. Thank you, sir. Now I request President Kradai Thrissur, Mr. Rajiv K, to present the memento, Mr. Ajit Kaliyat. Thank you, sir. I request President Kradai Trivandrum, Mr. Suresh Kumar S, to present the memento to Mr. Sushant Kurantil. I request President Kradai Calicut, Mr. Subhash KG, to present the memento to Mr. Gokul TG.
This marks the end of this session, and now we move on to the next session, skyscrapers, opportunities and challenges. Skyscrapers, a term well used in many parts of the world. Even though Kerala is still in a nascent stage for skyscrapers, there are confirmed reports that this topic is generating quite a bit of interest in our builder community. We have put together a panel that can help answer the opportunities, challenges, and the future of skyscrapers in Kerala. Now, I take immense pleasure in inviting our very own Mr. M.V. Anthony, past Secretary General, Kredai Kerala, as the moderator for this session. Mr. Anthony is an astute technocrat with 35 years of experience in multifarious fields. He's a prominent figure in the construction industry and is the past Secretary General of the International Federation of Asia Western Pacific Contractors Association, IFACA. He's the third Indian to be installed as a Secretary General of this prestigious organization. He's also the founder director of Kredai Clean City Movement. I invite our first panelist, Architect Tony Joseph, Principal Architect, Sthapati. Mr. Tony graduated from MIT Manipal and completed his master's in design from the University of Texas, Austin in the Charles Moore program. Interactions and travels with Moore and his views on regional architecture had a strong influence in the direction of Tony's design. He returned to India and started Sthapati, which has steadily grown into a multidisciplinary practice, emphasizing values of integrity, sustainability, and innovation. Mr. Tony is also the founder chairman of Avani Institute of Design.
Next, I invite Mr. Arun Nadik, partner, Nadik Consultancy. He has more than 3 decades of experience in the field of structural engineering design, consultancy for large and iconic projects both in India and overseas, such as Southeast Asia and Oman. He was awarded the most eminent engineer by Association of Consulting Engineers in 2021. He was also awarded the Man of Excellence by the Indian Achievers Forum. He has been working on high-rise buildings, townships, industrial complexes, commercial and IT parks, servicing the needs of the realty sector and large corporate clients.
I now invite Mr. Manish Tripathi, founder of PDMC Consultant Private Limited. Mr. Manish specialized in providing advisory, project management, and construction management services to developers and real estate investment firms. With over 30 years of experience in managing and delivering high-end destination projects, real estate developments such as residential, hotels, commercial, educational, and hospitals in Dubai, Singapore, and India.
I now invite Mr. Ravi Kumar, Project Manager and Senior Resident Engineer. He is a high-rise, super tall construction expert. He has worked on major projects with key level supervision roles in construction like Burj Khalifa, Dubai Frame, Emirates Towers, and many more.
I now invite Mr. Sunil Kumar, Founder Managing Director, Asset Homes, to the dais. In 2006, he founded Asset Homes Private Limited, which has delivered 79 projects across Kerala in a short span of 17 years. Asset is now one of the leading brands in India, with its roots in Kerala and its reach steadily spreading to a wide range of customers across the globe. So now over to the moderator, Mr. Anthony. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to my panelists. I've got a fantastic team of panelists today. Right from morning, I think it's too much volume. Right from the inaugural session, the minister has been talking about urbanization. I believe subsequently almost every panelist. Hello? I think it's okay now. So almost everyone was talking about urbanization, urbanization, urbanization. And this urbanization is putting a lot of pressure on the available resources in a city or in the urban spaces, whether it is land, built-up area, whether it is for office or residential, or even the urban infrastructure. So naturally, the only way that you have is utilizing the sky. Building vertically is the only solution, and that's what is happening everywhere. During our younger days, we have been, hello? Okay. During our younger days, the only skyscraper which we've been talking about was Empire State Building, which is 102 floors in Manhattan. But today, there are a large number of cities which has got iconic buildings. The last being Burj Khalifa. And we have got the guy from here who's done Burj Khalifa as your panelist. You are lucky to have him here today. As I said, the panelists are all quite experienced, lovely panelists. I'm not getting into introduction of each of those panelists. I believe the MC has already run it. We do have limited time. Time has been restricted by a little bit. We have a builder, we have an architect, we have a structural consultant, we have a PMC guy. We have got guys who has already done the construction with hands-on experience. I start with Sunil of Asset Homes, because he is planning a building which is a 60-floor building in Calicut. Calicut has already got one building which is under construction right now. Now, I think I need to give you a background. In fact, I was just reading, India had the first high-rise building in 1959, and that was a 12-story building. That is the LIC building in Chennai. Soon after, in the 70s, we had a lot of buildings coming up in Nariman Point. That is the Jolly Maker Chambers and things like that, which was about 25, 30 floors. And Kerala has got, of course, one. Tony was the architect for that building. That is the Choice House, which is 120 meters, 40 floors. I was lucky to have constructed it for her as his contractor. It was for Choice Group. Now, there is a 50-floor building which is under construction in Calicut. Sunil is planning a 60-floor building again in Calicut. Sunil, my first question to you is, why, you're based out of Cochin. Cochin is supposed to be having, most number of, high-rise buildings and things like that. But you chose Calicut to do your first project, which is your first attempt, I believe. Why is it so?
Good afternoon. Suppose if somebody offers a land or somebody asks us to do a project in Cochin, which is a 60-floor building or a 70-floor building, definitely my answer will be no. The thing is that we are constructing not for our purpose, no. We are constructing for the market. We are constructing for the people who are going to buy it. So we started in Calicut a few years back, and we handed over one project. 2 projects are almost getting handed over, and 2 projects are under construction. So what we learned from that market is the market is actually suitable for some sort of iconic structures or iconic possessions. People of right from Malappuram to Kasaragod, that particular belt, has got immense money. They have got money to buy. If product is good, location is good. So when you go for a skyscraper or a huge multi-story building, you should have some sort of identity. So in our case, the project is situated in beach, Calicut Beach. So it has a tremendous view towards the seaside. So that view is actually will be going to be enjoyed by a large number of people, since it is going to be a skyscraper. So the location, the views, the kind of money which people can spend, or the appetite of the people towards modernity or some sort of lifestyle, these are all the parameters which actually make a builder to decide whether he should go for a iconic building or he should go for a normal building. So the reasons, most of the parameters seems to be positive in Calicut. So that's the reason we go into Calicut for that.
Sunil, I think I need to just probably ask you another thing. That is, a high-rise is not an easy task. Right from the design point to the construction, maintenance, and the cost part of it. Cost is definitely at least 20-25% higher. I think they would vouch for it. Now, having heard all these things, still you decided to go for it. You said you wanted an iconic building. Now, I believe you have considered all these aspects, correct? So is it purely for the namesake, or is it for name, fame, and then probably money? Is there enough money in this? Is there a ready market for this?
ഇത്തരം ബിൽഡിങ്ങുകളുണ്ടല്ലോ, ഇത്തരം ഒരു ഹൈ റൈസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സ്കൈസ്ക്രേപ്പർ ബ്രാൻഡഡ് റെസിഡൻസ് എന്നെല്ലാം പറയുമ്പോൾ definitely there is a profitability is also involved in it. See, these products are not sold for competition. These are all sold for ഒരു iconic ഒരു പൊസഷന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ആൾക്കാർ വാങ്ങിക്കുന്നതാണ്. So it has got a higher value, it has got a profitability. And again, I was trying to make one more point. When you say urbanization, see, The biggest problem in Kerala is getting urbanized. That was what Minister was also saying in the morning. But we are urbanizing towards the villages actually. We are making the entire state as a urban. But that is not the real urbanization. Real urbanization is what you have to concentrate on the town area, and people should come and live in the town area. It should be more denser, and it should have all the infrastructure and facilities there. And the village should be supporting that system. So you need farming, you need poultry, you need milk, you need water, you need paddy. So those things has to be in the villages. That is a real urbanization. If you go to any major cities or major towns in the world, you can see the cluttered urbanization will be in the town and villages will support it. But what happens in Kerala is we are constructing apartments, flats and commercial buildings in remote villages, and we are saying we are all urbanized. So we are actually trying to give an example that this particular land, which is in the beach side, so it can be more denser actually, because it is almost 3 acres of land, and we are constructing some 60-floor building on a small footprint. So there are a lot of green space, lot of facilities, everything is there, and more people are going to enjoy it. And we are not actually not doing in a village. It is actually done in a town center actually. So these are the different parameters to be considered.
Like Sunil said, that's got a great advantage. If you are going for a 60-floor building, I think your footprint would be something like 5 to 7% or 7 to 10%, not more than that.
Right.
Which means 90% is going to be open area. And for an architect, he'll be quite excited to get so much of an open area, because that's where his creativity is going to come in. Now, Tony, my question is, what excites you? When somebody comes to you saying that I would like to have 80-story building, 60-story building, and things like that. What is the excitement that you have, and what are the opportunities and possibilities that you have as an architect? It's not working.
I think as an architect, any project is exciting. Every project is exciting, especially if there is a difference, and especially when it is larger, especially if it is different and if it is iconic. You get an opportunity to do a project like this. Of course, it is very exciting, but it's a lot of responsibility also. I think when you are doing a skyscraper or anything above 50 floors, there is a lot of things which you need to be aware of. I think structure is something which you have to be very, very, very careful. Then services, a very, very important part. And the safety and sustainability is also a very important part. And as we were talking, the costing is something again which we have to be very careful. I think every square feet, if it is about 50 floors, every square feet wastage is about into 50 floors, it's about 3 lakh a square feet. So if you waste 100 square feet, you're talking about 3 crores being wasted. So efficiency is going to be very, very, very important. I think in costing, since all the builders are here, I'll say the only area of cost where inflation doesn't apply is the architect's fee. So,
you got other concerns for him?
Yeah, so that is an area where you have to be careful, and it is definitely a unique thing. And the urban context, as an architect living in Kerala, where it is I think it makes all sense where to go vertically, because our densities are one of the highest in the country. It makes sense to go up. But at the same time, when we are designing, we have to look at the urban context to make sure that it fits into that place, to make sure that it doesn't stand out on a street, and how it fits into that urban context. That is also very important for us. Thank you.
From a designer's point of view, what are those challenges that you see, in designing a high-rise building? I mean, you as an architect, I believe you need to be a jack of all trades. Including you need to know probably the structural engineering, electrical, mechanical aspects, safety aspects, like what you mentioned, sustainability, all those elements. Definitely, you need to have a macro level appreciation, at least, on all those aspects. Without which you will not be able to give them the right advice. So what are those challenges that you see as a designer? We have the experts in construction, we have the MEP guys here, we have the structural guys here, but from a architect's point of view, what are those challenges that you see?
Yeah, it is interesting, I think, trying to do this skyscraper, as you can call it. We had gone around and done a lot of study of the buildings which are happening in Dubai and Bombay and everything. So one of the things the architect has to be totally aware of the other aspect, the structure and services. You cannot design without having an idea on how all those areas work. The building rules, if you take all the aspects, if you take services for instance, you have to be, it's a very, very important part because maintenance is not something which can be easily done. You cannot have a duct running from the outside where the wind factor is very high. So the accessibility to the service is very important. We, in most cases, we have to have a small backup house where you have the chutes, the service lifts, all the service lines come in there, and the AC. And there itself, I think if it's a skyscraper, every 15 floors they would require a service floor and to take care of the plumbing and water services, which again varies. If it is a differential uses, you have multi-use there. If you have a hotel and an apartment and all, the service floor may be even up to 8 meters high, 6 to 8 meters high, because you have to have your chiller units and you have to have your generators and everything there. So depending on the type of building, the whole service changes. And structurally, it's important. We need to have a wind tunnel data to decide on the structural stability. Even when we are designing, we have to consider the wind movements to see how aerodynamically we design the building. And so a lot of factors in every, safety is another important thing. The building rules are very clear. We have for fire holding areas, we need at every, first I think we require for 60 meters, then every 24 meters we have a holding area for fire. So a lot of, it's very different from a usual building. There are a lot of areas which you need to be aware of when you are designing a high-rise building. And it is somewhere we need to work very closely with the structural engineer and the services, and everybody has to work as a team to design something like this.
I think I'll move over to the structural consultant. Your work starts with, the moment you get a design, you start with your geotechnical investigations, your foundation design, your structural design. You need to take into account a lot of things like wind, the earthquake. It's not an easy task. How do you go about it?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So first of all, I like to do high-rise buildings where, because structural engineers from the backroom boys get some space up front. People ask who's the structural engineer. Otherwise, any good building they say who's the architect. Should God forbid the building fall down, they'll ask who's the structural engineer. So this way, like you say, like Tony was saying, this is a combined effort where our inputs come in right from day one. When the architects are planning the shape of the building, the splicing of the columns, things that we start providing our inputs at that stage, rather than when they, like as an apartment building, this is sorted out. Now you figure out where your columns will go, where your lift, how your lift walls will be. So I think in high-rise buildings, it is also driven by the structure to a large extent. How you, like you're saying, how you, one of the biggest challenges is wind. And of course, earthquake in India. So how you cheat the wind, basically. That's how it determines how the structure would, the form of the building would take. So I would say that, yeah.
Okay. I've heard that, most of the structures, when it's a skyscraper, the structure need to be as light as possible, right? So you're, instead of masonry, probably you would be doing something else, you do the external facade with glasses and things like that. I'm not an expert, I'm just asking you, for the sake of this audience. Why is it that, I find almost every high-rise building is having, one, it's supposed to be a light structure. Number two, the entire facade is made of glass. What are the advantages? What are the disadvantages? How to do it?
Well, having a light structure is preferable, but as you go higher, when the wind forces become higher, basically your high-rise building is essentially a large cantilever. So your vibration, your stability becomes more important. So it need not necessarily be very light. It can be very light and still be flexible. So you want to control that because people living on the 60th floor shouldn't feel any movement because this is a dynamic structure. It is going to move. It is going to react to the forces. So it is a balance between lightweight and stability and vibration.
What is the role of shear walls in this? In fact, there's a Burj, I believe. I'll just come back to you, but then I heard about something like tube structures. What exactly is that?
So tube in tube structure, because your tube is behaves much better during torsion. When you are designing high-rise building, the wind goes through from one side and the other side is called wind vortices. The building tends to twist. So if it is a tubular structure, then it reacts better, it's more stable. So what we typically, your central core is your one tube. Then you have a series of outer columns, closely spaced columns, which forms another tube. Probably you have, if it's a larger building, you'll have one more ring of columns inside. So it's like virtually a tube within a tube. Dr. Fazlur Rahman, who's the sort of father of this theory, he's done this. The World Trade Center, which unfortunately collapsed, was a tube in tube concept.
Okay, I'll just move over to Manish Tripathi. You have worked around the world. You have seen a lot of, you yourself have constructed a lot of high-rise buildings, including some iconic buildings in Singapore. What are the major challenges that you face when you do an execution? Execution is probably the most difficult part of it because it's the vertical movement of materials, men, all those stuff, entire distribution system, safety during construction. It's that again I believe is going to be extremely difficult and challenging. Could you just give us a snapshot of how do you do a construction of a high-rise building? Very simple terms. I think the entire audience is looking at a macro level appreciation of the entire thing.
So good afternoon, everyone. So I believe everyone, including all the developers sitting here, would be hearing the architect, the structure engineer talking about the design and everything. But nobody talks about the cost and the problem and challenges we as a PMC face to deliver the project. The prime challenge which we face, call it a Dubai, call it a Singapore, or any developing nations which we have worked on before returning back to India, is a complete planning aspect of it. Right from the design planning to the cost control, during the construction, there is a sheer effort, and Mr. Ravi Kumar will second to me, the organizing the material, the manpower, the movements, the safety of the, the people working on site, maintaining the design, its deliverables, its construction, the cost of the design. So these are a lot of challenges which, which we have seen in the international demography like Dubai and Singapore, Hong Kong, where a lot of time has been spent in the pre-planning aspect, which we used to call a pre-construction stage, where the project manager, the developer, the contractor, and the structure engineer, MEP, and architects would have a committee and going through every single stage of the design for its construction, risk analysis. So it's all, see, in any project, it's like, all the fingers on your hand. If you join them together, then only you can work. If you keep them separate, everyone is having their own function, it's very, very difficult to raise. And unlike the low-rise development or any horizontal development, which has its own challenges, the vertical rise or the skyscraper, which we call, a majority of the problem associates with the, the MEP designs, and also to a certain extent with the structure. Major of the structure design is done to the parameters which are required, but certain time, when you start the work, there are a lot of ground realities which you come across. And, I have been lucky enough with the engineers I work with, very cooperative, revisit the design, so is the architects and the MEP engineer. But these are certain things you have to be really, really thoughtful before you embark as a developer or a journey to start doing any skyscraper projects. Because your cost overrun and your time run can be, within no matter of time as you hit the higher floors.
I heard the efficiency of vertical transportation reduces substantially as you go up, and it's quite expensive too. So what kind of a system are you normally implementing when you're doing a 60, 84-story building?
I mean, mostly what we used to do, we, along with the engineers, especially the specialized vertical transport companies, we look into in terms of, what is the best module can be provided in terms, what is the best module can be provided in terms of the operational, because you also look at the contingency, in terms of the failures. How do you evacuate? What do you do? So there are a lot of, I would, one of the two most successful vertical transport system I have ever worked with. Obviously, Kony is here, so I will not disregard them. But Schindler, they used to provide very, very efficient mechanism in terms of the, the servicing, in terms of the speed of the travel transport, not only during the operational stage, but also during the construction stage.
Now the material transportation, concrete, it need to have the same consistency, it need to have the same workability. Temperature could be because of, pumping. He was just mentioning, Ravi was mentioning, some 600 meters, 700 meters, you pump it. How do you, what kind of a system that you use for, transporting your concrete, number one? Similarly, your steel, your rest of the construction materials.
So I'll start with your first question of the concrete, and obviously Ravi has done the Burj Khalifa, and that's something nobody can explain other than him. But we used to provide like a static vertical transport conveyor system, which is the pipelines you run along the shear wall internally. Challenge you face in terms of challenge you face in terms of maintaining the viscosity of the concrete, the fluidability. Otherwise, it will choke the pipelines. You also have the temperature to be maintained, depending on, as you cross above 30 to 40 meters of the height, the parameter of the wind, the temperatures keep changing. And also placing the concrete at that stage, it has its own challenging. This is something very technical in terms of the explanation, but it's pure planning. How do we execute this thing? Steel, for example, bringing to the particular levels of the floor under the high, the swing moments or the high wind spin. So the time reduces when you try to lift those materials. Very skilled operators are required to basically lift those materials on the top. The expansion of the steel as the temperature rise on the upper floors. So, a lot of these things, it all goes down to the basic, what I mentioned, planning and constantly revisiting your approach, and every day is a process which you continue for an effective, successful completion of the project.
I think I'll just move to the last person, Ravi. Ravi is from Palakkad. He was totally associated with the construction of Burj Khalifa. Probably the luckiest person, I would say, in terms of branding. I think that itself is his brand. Now, Ravi, could you just take us through the process of construction of Burj Khalifa? I think entire audience would be quite interested. You said you have got an audio-visual file with you. If you can use that and just give us a rough idea about the way it was constructed, that would be great. I'll come back to you subsequently with all your questions. You can. Take your time. The way you want to do it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I answer Anthony, let me express my sincere gratitude to CREDAI and the whole team of CREDAI, Kerala, and its officials. Especially, I have to mention two names here. One is of Mr. John Thomas, who is a very good friend of mine. our association started from 2010 when Burj Khalifa was opened. He has been pivotal in bringing me to this August panel session. The other gentleman is, Mr. Rajan. He is well known in Kerala and also to Kradai. He has changed the shape of Palakkad now. He is my family friend, to be frank. We know him since '92 from Palakkad, as a family friend. So thank you, John, and thank you, Mr. Rajan. I call him Rajatan actually, and also all the officials of Kradai. John and me, we have a common friend, and his name is Anil. I call him Anil TKM because he is from TKM. What I have done today is, I know there could be a lot of questions from your side. The session I had done was for a cream of students of the last session, cream of students of IIT Chennai. Today I am facing, I don't call actually, the developers. I would rather call innovative shapers, smart, innovative people shaping the land. Whether it be Kerala, whether it be any other terrain, whether it be any other city. So thank you for inviting me to this session. So Anthony, what was your question? How we started with the Burj Khalifa? How we progressed?
That's right. You just showed me a set of slides wherein you said, you will be able to give the.
If
the
time
entire
permits, I will go through that slides. It will, I will cut short. But to start with, any project of this magnitude, of this tune, something like more than 800 meters, we are near to a kilometer height. We need some information or past information, some history to start with. But for us, for the Burj Khalifa, the history we had was that of Petronas Tower, which completed in 1998. The other one was of Taipei Tower, which started in 99 and completed in 2004 or something like that. This was the information. So we couldn't use much information from the Taipei Tower of Taiwan, but enough information was there from the Kuala Lumpur Tower, the Malaysian Tower, Petronas. That's how Samsung got plugged into this tower, because Samsung, we know Samsung, or most of you know Samsung because they are very good in the digital or electronics field, but they are very good in construction too. They did the Petronas Tower as the main contractor, and that's how they got plugged into the Burj Khalifa. We had used their information, their experience, everything that we could use for. But there is a limit. We are talking about 452 meters. We have more to travel above that. So the information was not sufficient, to be frank. This is the same case with, when the other tower was almost finishing, Petronas, the Taipei Tower. So then the decision was, use the best, collect all the information, you use all the codes which is, which gives you the most beneficial and the most stringent, and then do beyond the height of what we have. So we started in 2004, the groundbreaking ceremony was in 2004, the piling and foundations were in 2004, and 2005, Samsung took over as the main contractor. Where I worked was with consultancy as the supervision consultant, senior level as resident engineer looking after the construction of the project. As I said, the Petronas Tower and the Taipei Tower, so any height above 452 or 508 meters of Taipei, we were either breaking the records or creating new records. So above 508. So if you concrete above 508, it's a record. So we traveled at almost 600 meters pumping the concrete. If your lift has traveled more than 500 meters, that's a record, because in single run, this is first time in Burj Khalifa, you have a double-decker elevator running with a speed of 10 meters per second. Within a second, you are covering more than 3 floors. That is a record. Even to start with the piling capacity was about 3,000 tons.
Each
Three-
pile, is it?
Yeah. 3,000 tons of,
What is the depth?
When you talk about, how do you ensure that you have designed a pile and that has got a capacity of 3,000 tons. So you have to do a testing which normally everybody does for a building or any structure. So in order to create 3,000 tons of load, that itself was a challenge. That itself created a history. But it is not 3,000. We will not be sufficient by just loading that pile by 3,000 tons, because at least it asked for 1.5 times or 2 times of the working load. So means you have to create 6,000 tons of load for testing, or create a load. How do you create that load to test a pile? That itself was a challenge. If you ask this question, all these questions, I have reservations because we have a non-disclosure agreement with the
One intervention,
developer.
Ravi.
Yeah,
Excuse
we
me.
will not be able
Ravi.
to do. But I'm talking about the challenges.
I think, can we run through the slides?
Yeah.
We are running short of time.
Yeah, okay.
This is Would you need time to set it up?
I think Anthony had mentioned Empire State Building. It is interesting that Empire State Building, I think, was constructed in 1930, and it is almost 102 floors. And they completed the whole building in about 1 year and 45 days. Yeah.
I think this building was constructed
That
in
is in
about 4 years'
1930.
time. This Burj was done in about 4 years' time.
This is 1 year and 45 days.
Another fun fact, CTUBUH, Council for Tall Buildings and Urban Habitat, actually conducted a competition to see what is the highest you can build structural engineers. And the challenge they gave them was 1 feet above Mount Everest. So structurally, it's possible to build a building that high, provided you have piped oxygen, you have enough lifts to take you there. But they found that the foundation that is required is about 2,800 square kilometers. So it was actual study, a competition done, and that is available. I mean, it's on the net, you can look it up. So it's fascinating where man's limitations can go.
Would you like to share something? Are you ready now, Ravi?
I think when we look at the subject which we are discussing today, it also talks about the opportunity. And, having lived overseas for the last 30 years and returning back to India, and especially I've spent a lot of time in the last couple of months in, Kochi, and thanks to Sunil, having associated with him and looking as inspiration. I see Kerala especially in the Indian development market, especially the tier 2 city. It is definitely going to be the next leap of the development. And this is where you start to signify the cities with milestone development. And and most of the developers sitting across here would like to do something like this. And this is where we come in the picture, try to help pass on the knowledge and whatever we have learned overseas. And this is how we started along with Sunil.
Over to Ravi. You need
Am
to
I
rush through.
audible?
You need to probably rush through and finish in about 7-8 minutes, or
Yeah.
max 10 minutes.
Audible? Yeah, okay, thank you. This is a bird view, what you see of Burj Khalifa. You can see how it is shaped. It has got, as you move, a spiral shape with at least 26 times the wings stepping back, giving a spiral shape, which actually, as Mr. Arun was saying, to cheat the wind, that is to confuse the wind. We never get the wind organized. We rather confuse the wind so that the vortex shedding or the impact of the wind will be so much reduced, it will not harm the building. This is the reason why we have a lot of steps back. But not all the wings of the tower is stepping back at the same level. Every wing is stepping back at a different level so that it creates a spiral shape. This is how the shape is as you move from down to the top. We will skip all this. If you ask me the question about the structure, I can give you an idea about how the structure is standing, what peculiarity of the structure, what are the peculiar or what are the specialties of the structure standing there. This is how the foundation is. It was a 3.7 meter deep foundation, and some tests were done in advance before casting the foundation, creating a 3.7 meter cube, just to see what is the hydration of the concrete, the heat of hydration, so that it doesn't become detrimental to the foundation itself. And this is called delayed aggregate formation, DEF. So we had to avoid, because for deep thick sections, the concrete, because of its intense amount of heat of hydration, it is likely to have, for this much thick concrete troughs, DEF. This is just to give an idea about how the foundation was. It's about 2 men tall, deep raft foundation we have. This is how it was. You can see, this is myself standing there, so you can see how big the foundation was. We used the self-compacting concrete so that you need not use vibrators. This is how it was. Now, those who are visiting Dubai, you would know that this is not the surrounding. It's totally different. High-rise tower, the selection of the crane is so important. The type of formwork in creating or in building the core walls or shear walls, whatever, or the core itself, it's very important, because Burj Khalifa, we had a speed of 4.5 days for every height, for every floor. So one floor was done within 4.5 days. Or almost 7 days we had done 2 floors. The other one is about the concrete mix, which is very important, because it is very easy to mention about the high strength concrete of C60, C80, but when you pump to a height of more than 600 meters, it's not necessary that the same quality you achieve, the same workability, same consistency, and same durability and the strength. We are pumping to a height of more than 600 meters, and it goes immense pressure. More than 220 bar pressure is there, the delivery pressure for the concrete. So it's not an easy challenge to see that we get the same concrete what we have designed at that top level, at that height. So we had done immense test on that. So it's another challenge. It's not only the concrete, to get a pump that can pump to a height of more than 600 meters. We used the Putzmeister pump of Germany. It was made only for Burj Khalifa at that time, and it was capable of delivering to a height of more than 600 meters. The other one is construction, hoist, how you carry all the people to the top, how the logistic is maintained, especially when we have to travel more than 800 meters with the people, and we need hoist. We cannot ask them, okay, go walking. Maybe to certain floors you can do that. So this is an important aspect which you have to consider for the high-rise construction. The other one is the movement itself. The tower is moving. You cannot stop it because you cannot stop the wind, you cannot stop the earthquake. And also, you cannot stop the movement of the tower itself because of its gravity, the sway. So all this need to be considered. We know that the design has considered all these aspects once the building is over. But we are talking about during construction, how do you maintain all this? How do you withstand all this? You cannot, the project was for a span of 6 to 8 years. You can expect any type of wind, any amount of earthquake to happen. And we have to, as the structural consultants, as the contractors, as the supervision consultant, we have to ensure that all the measures are in place so that we don't have any untoward incident. The spire erection was another challenge. These are all about the cranes. We'll talk about, the crane was specially made for this. It was Fabco cranes we bought, Malaysian cranes. It had a capacity of lifting even 25 tons with a speed of more than 200 meters per minute. This is how the formwork was used. You can see it was a tower of 4 floors, temporary tower. We had to create and then do the concreting. I'm just running, because of the constraint. Anthony, you can stop me anytime if you would like.
You got it?
You can stop me anytime,
Of course.
Yeah.
Probably you can move over to those slides, which
I'm doing that. This is very particular. I want to tell you. Putzmeister has created a pump, and we have a CIT concrete to reach at the top. So what we made is, we laid the pipes for 1 kilometer length, and just used their pump to see how it is coming. But still, that doesn't stop us because you are not testing against the gravity to a 600 meter. So we had to do some other, magic to see that the pump is correct and the concrete will be okay. So I don't want to disclose all these magics to you. This is how it was, with the placing boom, this is how it was placed. I will just to show you, how the C60 concrete at the top of 600 meter. See the quality, how it is coming out. So just to show you how it was. Construction hoist, we mentioned. How it was, logistic was applied, how it was made. This were how the surveying was done. Forget about all this, the testing and all. I used to do, to tell the students that, whatever we apply we study at the engineering college, we have to apply for such high-rise buildings. We ignore everything during normal buildings. This is the spire, which we call. You can see the crane is at a very low level, at 700 meter, and then the spire, the top, we call spire, actually the top structure. It's about 142 meter of length, and it is a steel pipe. You can see that is standing beyond the height of the crane. So if you ask me how it was done, that is another magic done. The crane is at the bottom level and the pipe is at more than 100 meter above the crane. This is how it was done. You can see me standing with my director at that time. This is the spire pipe, what you see at the very pinnacle at the top. This method is called strand jacking method, and these are the pictures of the strand jacking. This is how we measure, how we lifted the pipe using these such jacks. This is just to tell you, an incident of sway at the top when the people are there, This is the top where me and my, director standing on top of the Burj Khalifa. This is the architect who was behind this building. His name is Adrian Smith. He is from Skidmore, Owings and Merritt. These were the 3 people, from the main contractor. Left side is, on the right side is Mr. Kim. He is the project director of Samsung. The other 2 are from B6 Sangyong and the architect who were the contractors. Okay. You can ask me questions. I will see, how to. This is about the Dubai frame where I was working. What I would suggest is, is to John, if more detail is required, we can have another session. This is about the Dubai frame where I was involved. I want to just to show you some slides so that the project management will be enhanced. That's very important because we ignore that part, which is the next, This was just an added slide just to show you. This is how it was tagged in the beginning, history rising. Now it is already there. So any project, the tagline catches. It is already there creating a history. Now, from this slide onwards, from the next slide onwards, every slide is of 1 month duration. So you can see the speed, in what pace the construction was going, which is very important for we to inculcate a habit. I know, for many reasons we stopped the construction, maybe financial, maybe approvals, many reasons, But when we take up such a project, we don't have time for all this. Everything has to be there, and then, in one shot, everything has to go to the top. This is how the high-rise construction has to progress. So every slide is of 1 month duration. You can see how, in what pace we were going up, Every month you can calculate how it was going, what was the speed we had, I think better I stop here and I take your questions. Before I wind up, let me tell you one thing. I have shown so many slides, and these are all confidential slides, not for any social media. This is just for you to understand. Just don't use anywhere else, because we have a signed contract with the developer. And one more thing, before winding up, I like these poetic words very much. Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. So whatever I haven't told you about Burj Khalifa, they're all more sweeter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. I think we are almost there. We don't have any more time. In fact, the biggest problem is we overshot in the morning session. The entire inaugural session, it was delayed. So we just had to cut our time. I'm so sorry that I couldn't do justice to the panelists. Probably before we close, three of you, if you want to say something further which you wanted to tell them, because of paucity of time, probably we can take another 2-3 minutes, and that's not an issue. If each one of you.
Yeah, my apologies for that.
No, absolutely no. Ravi, I think this is something which all of them, could enjoy. But I'm talking to the other 3 panelists. If you can take a shorter this thing, and if you want to say something further on this, whether it is the MEP side, the safety side, the vertical movement, the construction related issues, please. Each one of you probably about a minute.
Burj actually explains what needs to be done for high-rise structure. You need to cut the corners, you need to step the building back, you need to taper it, and all that can be seen in this film.
That's right, great. Over to you, Manish. Manish, the building that you have done is 275 meters, correct?
Yes, I have
in
done
Singapore.
it. So it's It's called One Raffles Key. It's one of the iconic office buildings which is done in Singapore. That was in 2005, which we are doing. Just only one gentle advice: when we as collectively move towards the betterment of the Kerala real estate and looking into all these high-rise buildings, it's a collective effort. We all share our, the learnings, and I would personally myself would be, seeing a lot more growth in terms of the skyscrapers and high-rise buildings in the part of Kerala.
Over to Tony. Would you like to say something more? Yeah, it's working, I believe.
I think that's fine. I think Ravi Kumar has covered the whole
With construction of Burj Khalifa in 10 minutes.
It's got design, it has got structure, it has got
capsule format.
aesthetics, it has got everything. Thank you.
Sunil?
See, regarding this Burj Khalifa, the form and shape which you have created doesn't have any balconies. So we visited almost 7, 8 multi-story buildings, like more than 70 floors in Dubai. Me, Arun, Tony, we all went there and visited 8, 10 towers. And one resident who is staying in Burj Khalifa, which is my client, was complaining that during the COVID times, he was finding it difficult to stay inside without seeing the sky, without seeing the real people, without getting the fresh air. And finally they opened some floor where they can go and sit for 1 hour on a queue. Two people can sit one time and they can come back. So how this kind of building actually affects the social life rather the health of people? Please explain that. I think this Burj Khalifa was the only one building where I got that kind of complaint. Other buildings had balconies, but you deliberately didn't provide anything.
I understand the grievance, Sunil. We can little do to the wind. This is the main villain actually played, in eliminating the terrace, to be frank. But instead of the balconies, where this step back is there at different levels of each wing, it's open. So the people could go, the residents could go, and it is acting as a refuge area also. In the event of fire, the people are taken from the pressurized staircases to the refuge area, and then, they will taken through the lifts, fire-proof lifts. So it's not that we don't have open view. All these 27 step backs are used as terraces. People can enjoy. And also when you go to the tower now, 124 level, what you see is an open terrace. It's open. So we cannot have more freedom than that, because the main villain is the wind.
I think that's the biggest challenge which we also face in Kerala when we have good rains. And when people want to see rain, since they are living in deserts and coming back to Kerala. And we ask them to stay inside house without seeing the rain.
But Sunil, if you look into the whole shape, maximum perimeter is given for the people to view, so that every resident has a view to outside. That's how the shape is. You can see the wing, which has got, which is having the maximum perimeter, so that the people can be outside. Definitely there is a barrier with the glass.
Thank you.
Ravi, thank you. I think, we are closing. We have overshot our time. Thank you so much for the presentation. My panelists, you guys have been amazing. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry again, once again, I couldn't do justice to your time, the effort that you have taken, but, we will definitely, catch up some time again. Thank you, audience. You've been amazing. Thank you so much.
Presentation went long, isn't it?
I request all the panelists and the moderator to kindly remain on stage for the mementos. So now I request Secretary Credai Kochi, Mr. Edward George, to hand over the memento to Architect Tony Joseph. My request, Joint Secretary Credai Kerala, Mr. K. Rajan, to hand over the memento to Mr. ArunRavi. I request National Secretary, Kredai Women's Wing, Ms. Sarah Jacob, to hand over the memento to Mr. Manish Tripathi. I request I request State Coordinator, Kredai Kerala Youth Wing, Mr. Advaid RS, to hand over the memento to Mr. Ravi Kumar PA. Thank you all. This marks the end of a very interesting session.
This marks the end of the session. And now before we move on to the next session, we would like to call upon our platinum sponsor, Tulsian Steels. Tulsian NAC Limited was established in 1947 and has since ever become South India's most reliable TMT manufacturers. The company was initially known as the National Engineering Company until the early 90s, when it was renamed Tulsian NEC. Tulsian Steels is among the leading manufacturers of thermomechanically treated TMT bars in India. I call upon the representative to give their presentation.
Hi. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you today with a heart brimming with gratitude and pride, and we mark the wonderful moment to being a part of a prestigious event hosted by Kradai Kerala. It's an extraordinary honor to be here representing a company, 75 years old company, and we have been associated with Kradai from more than years together. This is our second time we are part of a Kradai, such a wonderful event. By the support we get from all you peoples is there always, and we are into this steel industry from more than 3 to 4 decades, innovating new product. We are closely associated with IIT Chennai in terms of developing new product in construction industry. So in late 2000, when we are the first to get a license to manufacture TMT bars in 2000, and we are the first to get license with ISI, BIS in private sectors. From there, we started our journey in construction industry by introducing a new product. In 2002-03, we got a warm welcome in Kerala. The same product where we manufacture in Tamil Nadu, we started selling after 2 years when we started selling from Kerala. So we understand this. Kerala people always understand the technology very fast comparatively to other states. So this TMT bars, when we started manufacturing in 2005 only, the entire country has changed to TMT bars, this thing. Now recently we have come up with a new product called weld mesh, which will be very helpful in the construction industry, especially for our Kradai peoples. So I will ask Mr. Nirmal Kumar to give a detailed speech about our new product.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Nirmal Kumar from Tulsian. Any mechanization, industrialization invariably improves productivity and benefits in all aspects of quality, efficiency of time and energy, and ease in human effort. The application of technology to any process helps achieve accurate control on all required parameters and speeds up the process. It's time we eliminate the tedious task of tying up individual bars together. Using a welded wire mesh is easy and is most efficient in achieving the quality, reliability, speed, and efficiency that is required. Welded wire mesh Tulsian is prefabricated reinforcement, consists of series of parallel longitude wires with accurate spacing welded with cross wires at the required spacing. The welding of the wires is achieved through electric resistant welding with solid state electronic control, and all the spacing is controlled by an automated mechanism. That is extremely reliable, and there is no foreign metal added to the joints, and the intersection wires are fused into a homogeneous section, thereby ensuring permanency of spacing and alignment in either direction, which is the need of the hour in the construction industry. I would like to take you to the slide. About us, Tulsian NEC Limited was established in 1947, and Tulsian NEC holds the distinct of being the inaugural TMT manufacturer in South India and the first licensed BIS company for manufacturing TMT bars. And Tulsian is the front runner of bringing the latest technology to the construction industry. Likewise, Tulsian welded wire mesh in South India, we have brought in 2016 onwards. we have started this. And we are the only licensed, BIS licensed company in South India as per IS 1566. And Tulsian has a production capacity of around 1,000 tons a day, and we manufacture right from FE 500 to FE 600 grades, which is readily available at any given moment in our factory, which is achieved supervised by personnel with the technical qualified peoples. Tulsian Wellmesh experience the future of concrete reinforcement. Tulsian Group unveils next generation mesh, revolutionary the core of concrete structure. Tulsian manufactures TMT weld mesh, which is first of its kind, is achieved, which is commonly used in Western countries. Weld mesh is a major consumption in all modern construction industries worldwide. And Tulsian is the first company to introduce weld mesh on TMT and featuring from FE 500 to FE 600 grades. And we do also cold working TMT bars also is available with Tulsian, right from 5 mm to 12 mm at a even 0.5 mm variation. This is our license, BAS license 1566. We are only 3 people in India who possess this license. One is Tata, the next is Tulsian, the other one is in Gujarat somewhere. Why Tulsian Wellmesh to be used? Offers convenience, quality and dependability, speed and efficiency in reinforcement concrete applications. A consistent microstructure minimizes the occurrence of vulnerable welded joints, which enhanced for the crack in the surface of the concretes, which avoids. Capable of withstanding typical handling concrete placement without displacement. Saves steel to improved yield strength compared to the hot rolled wires also. Wires exhibit minimal weak points, ensuring superior concrete addition. And Tulsian also manufactures TMT in coil forms also, right from 6 mm to 12 mm in both plain rounds as well as TMT. Also, Tulsian ensures metalworking in cold drawing. Wire drawing is a cold metalwork procedure employed to diminish the wire's cross-sectional area by pulling it through one or a sequence of drawing dies typically executed at ambient temperature. And this is a showcase of our product, Tulsian Weld Mesh, where it's a uniform spacing whichever requires as per the customer, it can be customized. We would like to play a video of that. You can very well see there is no external material has been used. It has been fused. The machine automatically, once we feed the exact spacing required as per the builder's requirement, and it is getting fused. There is no external metal has been used in this process. Due to this automated machine, we don't require much of a supervision at site since it has been completely automated and computerized. Even 0.5 mm tolerance will be the maximum tolerance it will happen on the spacing. So, by using this Tulsian well mesh, you can reduce your labor's congestion at site. Apart from that, the wastage acquiring at site at about 4%, 100%, that 4% can be saved. Which is a big cost saving for any projects, infrastructure projects. And the stacked ways of before dispatches, this is the way it has been stacked. In 10 numbers a pack, we pack it. So very easy to handle, and we give a standard dimension of 6 by 2.5 meters initially. Now we have reduced, since logistically 2.5 is the width of the lorry. So now we even reduced to 6 by 2 meters in multiples of the dimensions of Tulsian. You can have right from 5 mm, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12. This is with the TMT, it is available. If it is going to be a cold roll, I can give in even 0.5 mm tolerance I can give. Other quality advantages of Tulsian, benefits of quality, financial advantage, the size benefits, also better fatigue strength, advanced technology, built-in high creep resistant through adequate hot and cold working. TRF guidance and certification is also available. Well-equipped quality QC lab at factory, client's witness for testing can be arranged before dispatch, can be used with any grade of concrete. And size benefit, you can optimize. Even if we are ready to optimize, if there is the slab consistent of 8 mm cross bosom. Okay. Available in 5, 6, 7, 9 with all grades, which nobody does in this industry. And we are a ISO as per BS Triple for British standard also available with us. Tulsian mesh can be used as main reinforcement in slabs. It goes well with all grades of concrete. Being available in smaller size, it can be economical, used as distribution steels in slabs at 0.12 of gross area of concrete. Projects executed, we have Infosys, joint venture with Hiranandani. We have done a high-rise building of 24 floors. Tata Projects, Mantri Serenity, Bangalore. With the help of formwork, we have done 48 floors building there. Yeah, fine. This is my last. And we are Shobha Limited. We have, for Mahindra World City, we have used TVS Logistics, Flipkart, and Kailash Logistics, and TVS Logistics for Walmart. And also Amazon we have done. By using Tulsian, high-grade TMT steel bars, achieve quantity savings of up to 20 to 30%, cost savings of around 8 to 12%. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tulsian, for the presentation. I request everyone to kindly take your seats in the hall as we are moving on to our next session. Commercial real estate has been on an upward trend in the last few years in Kerala. Infopark and Technopark are filling up fast with demand for more space from IT and ITS companies. Kerala is predominantly a residential builder community, but everyone here should be aware of the rising future opportunities in commercial real estate sector. So on that note, let's move on to the next session, IT and ITS sector driving commercial real estate in lead cities such as Kochi and Trivandrum. The moderator for this session is Mr. V.S. Sridhar, Managing Director, Cushman & Wakefield. I invite you to the dais, sir.
I would like to also invite the esteemed panelists for this session. Mr. Praveen Vasudevan, Director Global Real Estate Asia Pacific and Japan IBM. Mr. Praveen is a leader for IBM's global real estate across Asia Pacific and Japan and is responsible for all aspects of IBM's corporate real estate. He has over 20 plus years of extensive experience and learning in the area of business planning, workplace trends, strategies like linked to organization's strategic objectives. His skills and experience include portfolio management, real estate transactions, facility and project management, sustainability, mergers and acquisition, working with culturally diverse teams. I invite you to the dais, sir.
Our next panelist is Mr. Suresh Puthanveetal, Head of Cooperative Real Estate Workplace Solutions, India and APAC Cognizant India. He is a senior leader in the corporate real estate arena with over 24 years of experience, most of which has been in leadership roles with various industry segments like consulting, IT, ITS, which is financial and banking sectors, retail, FMCG, etc. Suresh is currently associated with Cognizant as a head of Cruise, India and APAC, leading the strategy for all 3X vertical, future of workplace and experience across these regions.
I now invite Ms. Finsi Yusuf, Vice President, Equipo Health. Over the past decade, Ms. Finsi has structured and normalized how delivery and operations are managed in various organizations, which includes startups, mid-sized organizations, and MNCs, such as EY, Lionbridge, and other companies. But startups and innovations are what keep her bright and breezy. Her expertise is distributed across multiple domains, which includes health tech, agri-tech, ed-tech, and fintech. Currently, she's building her dream firm, Equipo Health, as a Vice President for Growth and heading Equipo's Technology Partnership and the AI Wing. Thank you.
Okay. Very good afternoon and good evening to everyone. Here we are going to talk about on the IT/ITS sector, which is one of the growing for the real estate, commercial real estate sector. So before that, across India, commercial real estate today has got about 700 million square feet of office space, which is purely driven by the IT/ITS sector. Last year, India has seen a phenomenal growth on the commercial real estate sector, which is probably driven by IT/ITS sector. Almost 72 million square feet has been observed last year. And this year, we are anticipating and forecasting roughly about 65 million square feet of demand coming in from IT/ITS sector. always we have seen in most of the major metropolitan cities, like ITITS is the biggest driver for the commercial real estate, which is followed by the residential sector and the retail sector of the country. And that's the trend which we are looking for the emerging other 10 major cities in the country. And Trivandrum and Cochin is going to be one among them to benefit the ITITS demand, and which is driven by the commercial real estate sector. More particularly in Kerala, what we have seen in the last 3-4 years, the healthcare sector, which is growing faster among the other sectors in Trivandrum and Kochi, which we have witnessed with multiple companies like Equipa, Access Healthcare, Coro Health and so on. There's a big drive on the healthcare sector. On the similar side, we have seen GCC clients also establishing themselves well in the Cochin and Trivandrum market. Classic example is IBM has set up their 5th center in India in Kochi last 2 years back. So, also, Kerala is also seeing a big flourishing market in the startup side of the business. 2021, we saw about 3,650 startups establish themselves in Kerala, and in 2020 and 21, we saw about 3,150 startups establish themselves in Kerala, which is a very flourishing market among the other major cities in India. With this note, I would like to start with you in terms of you are the homegrown company in Kerala, and more importantly, you are in the interesting space today on the healthcare sector. So how is that you feel that the healthcare sector is growing, and how is that going to contribute to the real estate market of Kerala?
I hope I'm audible. All right, okay. Good evening, everybody. I know it's a little dry right now because all these sessions were very informative. I think this is going to be a fun one because we just had a little chat and it looks like a very fun group. So I'm elated to be sitting here. So yeah, I'm going to be that devil's advocate here. I'm going to be that necessary devil because I'm in healthcare and in IT. So I become the person who is necessary at this point in time because of a lot of things that are happening amongst other people over here. So I was just telling them that, to be honest, COVID actually came up as something of a boon to me, right? Till then, or till Nipah hit Kerala, we never thought about healthcare being very structured. We just thought there's going to be doctors and nurses and they're going to take care of people. We go to a hospital, they say they have a problem and we solve it, right? But there's a lot of information behind that, or a lot of information that the doctors have in their hands which is not being structured properly. So to a larger extent, nobody actually thought about structuring the entire healthcare sector till we came up with such a big problem called COVID. And then 2 years later, we are having people write case studies about how healthcare or health ministry of Kerala has become such a great thing, right? And all thanks to how IT was able to structure that. But to marry them both, it was very important that the government also understands that fact. There's no point in IT companies trying to build health tech, gadgets or devices or applications or AI technologies, but at the same time, there's nobody to use it. You need the blessing of government officials or regulations to be able to fulfill this and bring it to the market. So over the past 4 years, I've seen a drastic change where even talent wants to come and join health tech firms. They want to come and be part of health tech firms. And organizations like Kerala Startup Mission or government regulations like Ayushman Bharat has been pivotal in helping and do that, right? Every time we come up with something, we never knew whom to market this to, but now government itself has come a way forward and said that we are here to pick up anything that you think is going to make things better for patients or for our crowd on the whole, right? So you have things like Prime Minister, Jan Arog Yoga, which is coming up as something that everybody is going to benefit out of, or Ayushman Bharat cards that you're going to get as insurance cards, or the healthcare field is now becoming one of the most prominent ways in which Kerala is getting to be known or becoming famous. So two things that Kerala has always been known for is education, one, and now healthcare. So companies like mine, which is growing, we are a unicorn startup that's coming up. It's becoming pivotal for us to get that blessing from the government, and Kerala being the most flourishing, fertile land right now, which is getting a lot of attention, has always been of help. So when we initially started, try to get an office, when we tell people we are a health tech, nobody understood what it meant. People just looked at us as if, what do you make? What do you make? Gadgets, devices, X-ray machines? But now they understand when we say that, no, we run AI models on your health. We can predict what is going to happen to you in the next 2-3 years' time. So yes, Kerala has always been a very fertile land. It was the right choice to start here.
With that, Cincy, I just want to take another, since we all know that today healthcare is one of the booming sector, which is a need of the hour today. Also, medical tourism is one sector which we are thinking. And Kerala being is one of the famous destination for medical tourism, you think there is going to be a more growth in this particular segment?
I feel so now. I want to hear it from the people. So you heard him ask about medical tourism. How many of us feel that medical tourism is something that's going to be of boom in Kerala? Show of hands. So there are people who are isolatedly thinking about this. The one thing that's missing in our Kerala's tourism structure in terms of medical tourism probably will be concierge. So if you look at any other developed nation, US or UK, the reason why people immediately run over there is a concierge service. What do people not have right now? They don't have time, right? They want everything to happen very quickly. What do people have? Mostly people have buying power. They have money, right? The third thing that matters the most to people, and the reason why people run off to other countries, is timeliness. How quickly can you give a service to a patient, right? So immediately people connect that if I go to US or to UK, I go see a doctor, I get an appointment, see a doctor, and there's a hotel where I can stay, affordable. There is a cab service with which I can go and stay in the hotel and commute between the hospital and the hotel if I have to stay for a longer time. There are nurse care systems that are available, remote patient monitoring available, ICUs which are equipped with remote doctors from other countries available. So the one thing that I feel is missing is connecting different kinds of dots together. Even if you started off with Ayurveda, you still need people who can bring that knowledge out and start speaking about it outside. But at the same time, you need these isolated healthcare providers to come together and create a circle that comes in together as a concierge service that can, help boom the tourism or medical tourism as we know it now.
Great. Okay. Praveen, over to you. You are one of the largest occupier client in India today, and you're present in almost all the metro cities. And 2 years back, you started your operations here in Kochi, and you have big growth plans in the last 2 years. And what is your experience so far in Kerala market, and more specific to Kochi?
Thanks, Sridhar. Thanks, everybody, for patiently listening to us. I think, as my co-panel was talking about, I think it seems a little dry, and I was just, joking that we're probably going to have a discussion between ourselves. But I see quite a significant number of people have come back. So thanks for listening out to us. So Sridhar, to your point, see, I think there was usually, I go back to the point that, the fact that pandemic made fundamental changes to three things, right? Work, worker, and workplace, right, in the last 2 years. Else the transition of how a worker and a workplace transforms usually takes between 5 to 7 years. But this was a dramatic change in the last, I would say, 3 years of how evolved it got, right? I'm not telling it's the best, but it evolved into something that today We're trying to understand what this animal is really about, right? Trying to put and comprehend how we go about addressing some of the challenges that are being faced. So for us, we generally, as you rightly said, we are a large size organization. We have a little over 100,000 employees in India, and same as Suresh, close to. The point is, when we look at key metros, right, we generally look at the demographics of people, right, over a constant period of time in trying to understand what's happening with our employee base, right, and where are the talent coming from, right? And at that point of time, right, or rather, this is an exercise, ongoing exercise that we did. But COVID asked us to relook into some of these things, right? And interestingly, when we looked at the demographics, while we are probably mainly focused in about 5 or 6 cities, we always had this vision to look at tier 2 cities. But in the past, we were not aggressive in looking at tier 2 cities. 1 or 2 were successful, 1 or 2 failed, so we had to retrieve our operations. But this pandemic, we started looking at how our employee demographics are based, right, between their postal code and their permanent addresses. And we saw a very interesting phenomena, right, from all these 4 or 5 cities I was talking about. What opened out was there's significant migration of employees from almost like, close to about 20-25 cities from India, right? So this opened up an opportunity for us to look at these cities, right? And one of them, while we opened up 5 tier 2 cities, Kochi was one of them, but Kochi is a little far ahead, aggressively grown over the last 2 years for us. Again, some of the key elements were again significant amount of literacy rates here, quality education that comes out from this region. I think almost about 160, 70 engineering colleges, right? And about close to about 100,000 students intake. I mean, significant large numbers, right? And then we started looking at what sort of work can we execute out of this place, right? And with the talent that exists. The part of the initial, reconnaissance that you do, right, when you really enter a city. So we identify, yes, there is software talent, which is good. So we made that leap of having set up our initial, footprint in Chennai, and the response rate at which we hired people was significant. That showed there was significant amount of talent. But also the other phenomena we saw was reverse migration of talent. I think, while Kerala had significant amount of, engineering talent, they were actually migrating out of Kerala because of opportunities, because of what possibilities that they had outside, of the city, probably to other cities in India, but primarily out of India, right? And we started seeing a trend of this reverse migration happening, and there was quite significant number of people who actually wanted to come back to Kerala and continue to be, in their land and, continue to be closer to their families and start working. So in 2 years, we actually grew to about 2,000 people, which we are today, and significantly increased the footprint. And it continues to be promising for the fact that data points that tell us that close to about 100,000 students intake. I think there's significant investments from the government, and also for the fact that infrastructure investments are going on pretty well by the government. The entrepreneurship as well as the startup ecosystem, I think is burst out, and I think it continues to evolve. I know it's a maturity stage when you compare to other key states, but I think it's far moving ahead when you compare to other tier 2 cities. So that's an opportunity that you see. Then connectivity to a lot of international destinations, which is one of the things that we do. Stable government, stable geography, which is really important, which is key. And I think social innovation is another one, right? Which I think Kerala is a little far ahead when you compare to other tier 2 cities or sometimes even to tier 1 cities. So these were some of the factors, Sridhar, which actually pulled us to, making our investment. As you rightly said, this is our 5th software lab that we have invested here in Kochi. But along with the software lab, I think we also have consulting, as well.
Thanks, Praveen. With that, Suresh, Cognizant is one of the early entrant in the Kerala market, starting from 2007. I understood you have celebrated 15 years of your presence in Kochi market, more particularly. So, how's your experience so far, and what do you think as an organization? What are the next 2-3 years your focus? How the plans for Kerala market? What is the biggest strength of this particular city or the state?
So, first of all, good evening and thank you, Sridhar, for this. So, I'll try to keep it short, right, so that we can cover most of it. See, the very fact that we have established our shop 2007 and then the commitment to really have our own campus itself says that the organization is looking very keenly on this market. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, I think why Kerala? There are many reasons. For me, the top 3 reasons which I understand from business leaders and from what I've seen Kochi grow in the last 5 years, or even for that matter, Trivandrum grow for the last 5 years, is that one is definitely talent. Okay. Second is, Finzi covered about the buying power. I think that's tremendous. Okay, so that's the second thing. When we're talking about buying power, we're also talking about the power to invest, by landlords and other people. That's pretty significant in Kerala. And third, if we look at our database of employees and really carve out from where people come, I think we have a majority population coming out of Kerala and working in different places like Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, and so on. So why not create an opportunity for them in Kerala itself, right? And if you look at our office in Kerala, almost 80 to 85% are localized. Okay, so that's what is the USP for us in Kerala. COVID, and I tell this right before I've had a brief stint in the FMCG sector, and those of you who are from the FMCG will resonate with me when I say that that's a space where you need to be physically available every day in and out, because you do manufacturing, you do sales on a regular basis. So when I went there and I was talking about hybrid, okay, it was a pretty alien subject and nobody could resonate to me. And come 2020, the CEO comes and tells me we need to have a work structure about future of work and hybrid. So I said, I told you this back, I told you this 2 years back, and now COVID had to come and it had to become your CTO for you to tell me this back, right? So that's the story across, whether it is software, whether it is FMCG, manufacturing, whatever may be the thing. So the benefit out of that is, see, software companies have always been on a work from home and an office model. That's always been there. Hybrid has been there. But what it has accelerated for us is, I think the primary piece is how do we manage BCPs better? That's number one. Okay, the second piece that prominently comes out is we are allowing people to work from anywhere. So today, probably the employee is not coming to an organization, but the organization is going to an employee, right? So you can work in tier 2, tier 1, wherever it is. And the organization is trying to enable the associates and the employees to work from where they are, provided they bring the required skill sets on the table. Okay, so that's what's happening right now. And as far as our growth is concerned, we are definitely looking, because we have a larger land area which we are yet to build. So we're definitely looking at talents within Kerala to see how we can make that sense. And our large focus, while we do a little bit of ITES also, but our large focus is on IT. And we're looking at how to tap into that talent and leverage those spaces that we have, so that definitely Cochin can see a growth, and obviously Trivandrum is not out of scope for us. And Tier 2 is something, speaking outside of Cochin or Trivandrum, Tier 2 has always been on cards, so we're investing on Tier 2. So 2024 you'll see our real investments come true on the Tier 2 front. So that's what I want to do.
Great. Also, we spoke about, I think today, that's in the IT/ITS space, we are talking about this hybrid work from home that has been revolving, and especially for the developers, what they feel is when they talk about hybrid space, they also talk about whether they're going to reduce the real estate space. But the trend, what we are seeing the other side, it's not about reducing the real estate space, it's what it used to be earlier. It's more, they wanted to add more spaces, give more collab areas, workspace areas and so on. They wanted to create a community rather than just an office space. What's your view on that?
So I think workplace has shifted. It is just not mere workplace, right? People are looking at it from an experience standpoint. People are looking at it from a collaboration standpoint, okay? And if you look at any of our drawing boards, whether it is me or Praveen or anybody else, we are talking to our designers in a very different language. It's just not, just give me about 100,000 workstations and we are done. That's not the conversation anymore, right? So our conversations have differed. The other big element which is a contributor to this is companies want to have more of Gen Zs. They want to look at inclusion at a big level, okay? So how do we really bring all of them together, and how do we make the space interesting for the next generation, right? That's another element which is coming up. So in my view, I don't think space will go away. Physical space is definitely required. And my comparison, on this is more of e-commerce and physical store, right? So when e-commerce came, most of them thought that, we'll not have any more physical store. But there are definitely some of us who wants to go touch and feel and then buy a product. It's the same thing. Okay, so if you don't have FaceTime, I think that's not going to take us anywhere. So FaceTime is very much important. Your client experience is very much important, because ultimately at the end of the day, we service clients. There, how do we give them that experience is very much important. The capability that an organization has to deliver, showcasing that capability is important. So all of these elements really form part of what's the space that you create for the next gen.
Yeah, Praveen, same topic. You in fact started with the way the workers thing is changed today, especially after the pandemic. As IBM, what is your views? We have not seen that, because of this hybrid workspace model, we are not reducing the real estate space or so on. So what's your view on it?
See, I think the point is the industry is moving away from a service economy to an experience economy. I think this is fundamental to a lot of people who are here, right? Especially a lot of large developers and investors. I think the way that you need to looking at your investments is more from a experience standpoint, not about just providing space and forgetting about it. You have to really create an ecosystem, because I think with the demographics of our employees, right, where you heard from all of us, the Gen Zs are the ones who are pretty prominent. Gen Zs, Gen Xs, right? The baby boomers are fading out, out of the workforce, but the workforce is still pretty strong with Gen Zs and Gen Xs. So it's important to create an ecosystem for our employees. And this is where we significantly look at the spaces that we have, also from a point that we generally, unlike Suresh, where he makes investments by themselves, but we have a different model which we operate. We look at leased spaces. And for a lease space, I think we look at an ecosystem. It's not about a standalone building. You have to create elements in the building that have an experience, right? I mean, simple thing like experiences, in my comparison is, just imagine you're on a flight and, you reach a hotel on a holiday and you figure out at the reception that you have to wait for 15 minutes to get your hotel room when you actually pre-booked it and informed that people that you're coming. That's not the right experience you want. And similar experiences are there for our employees, right? So it could be different space types that Suresh brought about that are becoming more prominent against a physical desk. It's just generally shifting because the way that the work is being done now, right, is more agile, and it's not about one person working and creating something. It's actually a group of people working together to develop something, and group of teams are actually creating something, right, a product or a solution. So for that, when you again look at the profiling of your employees, there's different set of profiling you see when you look at an engineering set of team, when you look at your finance organization. Within engineering, there are people who are very focused, who need a lot of different type of space. Then there are people who are very collaborative, they need a different type of space. And there are people who are migratory between these, right? So you have to, start looking at space very differently. Honestly, I can go on and on because there's a science behind all of this. And I think the other thing which is key today is wellness of our employees, right? Because it has an impact to the productivity. Productivity is key for us all from an employee standpoint. So we look at wellness, which is very, very key with simple things like, indoor air quality is really, really important for us, which is key. And then secondly, with the shift of how you are seeing your workforce, right? I think we're getting in, I would say, differently abled people, right? People with gender diversity, people with neurodiversity are coming into the workforce. And we need to make, provisions for these set of employees because they are specialized in certain set of work, which we need to leverage and harness on. So, yeah, I mean, the point is, I can just simply put it this way. Experience is key. It's an experience economy wherever you go today, right? And experience is key in the workplace as well because employees really care about the experience, the time they come from home to the time that they spend in the office, which is probably more than 50-60% of their time, or even like 70% because, this is the largest time that they spend. And if you don't create that environment, one is the employee is not satisfied. We're not getting what productivity we want, right? So it's neither a win-win for both of us, and we lose out on it. So hence, there's a lot of focus and attention to the science of work, and how do we address this over a period of time. There's no formula to it. Each demographic is different. The Kerala demographic is different from, let's say, where I come from. Bangalore is very demographic. You have to really customize these experiences. So, yeah.
Thanks, Praveen. Finzi, just wanted to take your thought process on two aspects. One, in return to work, that is another biggest challenge which most of the occupier clients, especially on the IT sectors, are facing today. So what is your personal experience in city of Kochi or Kerala for that matter? Because we have seen in some cities, major cities like Bangalore, Hyderabad, there are challenges which the occupiers are facing. But what is your experience between Kochi and Trivandrum? And two, also wanted to talk about the hybrid space, but your business lines needs to be in the office. Unlike your IT development, yours is more of need to be in the office work. So I just want to take your thought process on these two aspects.
Okay, that's a very interesting question because about 2 months back, we were looking for a space to accommodate about 1,000 odd employees. And the one thing that, my partner quoted was from Winston Churchill saying that says, in the beginning we shape the buildings and then later the buildings shape us, right? So essentially which means that while we are designing the building or while we are thinking about it, we are thinking of all the logistics, everything, how everything looks like, only because we are going to depend on this to give that our people that experience that you were talking about on how productive they are going to be, right? Now, I don't want to quote the person, but somebody just said 70 hours a week now. So if after your, please forgive my French, but after your bedroom and your hall, actual space where you're going to be sitting a lot is your workplace, right? So the more comfort you can give, the more personalization you can give to your people, the more comfortable they will be and the more personal they'll feel towards that space, right? So initially, right after COVID, when we decided that we're going to open up office spaces or everybody should come back to work, people were a little, they were comfortable where they were sitting, they were able to run errands. People even found hacks on how to keep their laptop alive while they were in the kitchen or they were running errands, right? You keep a pencil on top of your screen, it just keeps running and you manage the things you're working. So you can, get the 8 hours work hour. But after you find all these hacks and you get comfortable, there'll come a time when you actually need human touch. Right? You actually want to see people. You actually want to go have a chai break with your colleagues. You miss those times when you have Friday lunch breaks or you miss having Halloween parties. You miss all that, right? So we didn't force it upon people, but there came a time when we started understanding that Gen Z or the new people who are coming into the workforce, and this is irrespective of whether it's healthcare or e-commerce or whichever segment you speak about, Gen Z needs, or any fresher needs a hand-holding in the beginning while they're shaping up their career, right? They need a guidance system to help them understand what it means to be working, because they're just out of college and they're all COVID babies who never had a proper college life. So they never got the, the attention that they needed, or they didn't get the exposure and training that they needed. They come into the workforce and they don't know what to do, what to speak to people, how to, conduct themselves. So we started having to put that as a pressure upon them in the beginning and tell them that, trust us when we say this, you need to be in office, right? So we had to put a little bit of a pressure point. But 2 years fast forward, now the one thing that people find as a blessing is them being able to come back to office, because productivity, even if they work for just 6 hours a day, those 6 hours is the most productive that they will be, even if they sit 12 hours in front of a machine while they are at home. So the hybrid model, how much ever people say, first it takes you away from that work. It's difficult for people to do context switching. You are working and then your mom calls you, or somebody rings the bell, your attention goes there, diverts, and you come back, and then it takes you 5 minutes to capture your attention. Or your family is used to seeing you around and they just say, you're always sitting in front of the laptop, right? They nag and it creates unrest which is not healthy in terms of work-life balance. So in my honest opinion, I truly honestly believe, go to office, sit there, work 6 to 8 hours, have fun, chill, work, come back home and get your quality time at home as well. Learn to disconnect, right? So you're absolutely right that since we were dealing with healthcare, we were dealing with data. We in the last 1.5 years, we created AI models with which you can understand whether a coma patient is malnourished or not. You can understand whether a patient who's brought into an emergency department will go into a coma state or not, right? We have found out, we have created a model to understand whether a child is going into suicidal ideation or not. So all of this requires data, and we require data which has to be kept safe. So now it brings back to the people who are actually, conducting this, where when you create workforce environments or you create environments, things have changed from just being static workstations, People are looking for standing desks. People are requesting that I be able to move my table so that I can see another view for another 1 month or so. So the kind of dynamics have started changing, and that has become a good challenge to have, a constructive challenge to have, where you start thinking, how can I make my workplace more acceptable for my people so that their productivity can be increased, or they can be happy and their experience is much better when they come and work with us.
Great. With that note, wanted to take another thing. See, all this while we are talking about the workspace, inside the office. But also now the trend has changed today in terms of the buildings, what the large occupiers, like you look at it, one from the sustainability environment, and also have other amenities create a community within the business parks. So what's your view, Suresh, on that? Because you also have campuses which you build. Apart from you do lease out spaces, you also have large campuses across the country.
So I think that's exactly where the point comes of future of workplace, right? So the mindset is completely shifting now, right? So it's work from office and work from anywhere. It's not work from home. So we are expanding the canvas, right? So when I talk about future of workplace, the employees are the center. And then you build an ecosystem around that to make sure you enable, support the associate or the employee to work. Now, your wellness, your all other elements which you talk about, technology, wellness, you talk about entertainment, you talk about anything around the office space. We want to kind of create that for the associates wherever they work. Okay, so that's a complete shift, right? That's number one. The other thing which people are definitely contemplating are something called a satellite office. So how do you have small offices where your residence is located? Okay, and some of it is relevant for cities like Bangalore because you're moving from office to home itself on an average, depending upon the distance, takes about 1.5 to 2 hours. So that means you're spending about 8 hours or 9 hours in the office, and then you're adding up another 4 hours on the road. So how can you do that, right? So these are the things which is a thought that's happening. But future of workplace is something which is going to be a certainty because that has to be developed, that has to be put in place for organizations to be successful. And to my earlier point, today people are not looking at an organization for a job, but organization looking for people or skill sets. Okay, so from that mindset, it becomes. So from that mindset, it's all the more important for. Yeah, thank you. So from that perspective, it's all the more important for us to innovate, for us to go back and really look at our canvas and see what is that we need to draw for the future.
Oh, great. Praveen, you are again, big time into leasing of spaces, large campuses. I think what you used to do before pandemic and now, especially talking about ESG aspect, what is your, as an organization, looking at going forward?
Yeah, I think, ESG is right front center of the boardroom conversation, right? Being a US company, SEC regulations are coming into play while India is still transforming the regulations in this space, but I think it's really key. And all of you know about the COPA 28, which happened, I think, earlier this year or probably fag end of last year, right? Sustainability is at the heart and center of everything, right? And when we really look at our portfolio, sustainability is key. It's just not about, when people think about sustainability, they generally think about renewable energy. I think it's far beyond renewable energy. I think people have moved forward with renewable energy. We know how to address it, what needs to be done, but India still needs to make significant investments on ESG. With a lot of organizations worldwide, at least the Fortune 100, I can tell you that, they want to get to, at least 75% renewable energy worldwide by 2025, and some of them by 2030, and some of them have an aggressive target of going net zero. So what does this mean to the industry? This really means that all of you who are actually, in this industry need to really make a big shift towards ESG as a part of your portfolio. A lot of cities, developers are moving far ahead in terms of investment there. again, the point is just not holding to renewable energy. We have, waste diversion, which is really important, quality of water that really plays, and then the social environment that creates as a part of, ESG, right? And then second is, I think what you don't measure, you cannot manage. So the G part of it is all about governance. So it becomes important that a lot of you who are actually in this space, this is a space in India that is going, or this is a need in India that is going to leapfrog. And if there are, we look at what we call as green lease clauses which are there, which I'm sure, some of you understand it. If these criteria are not met, then we're not going to even look at those buildings or look at those developments, right? And this is fast catching up with every other peer that I speak to is in the same, bandwidth as us in really looking at, buildings which meet and resonate with their ESG objectives. And I'm sure a lot of them who are actually, invested in it are actually started reporting in India. So it becomes very, it's evident and it becomes very prominent that, a lot of you who are here need to really think if you have not already. But just don't keep it to, renewable energy. Just please look at, I think there are about 11 of them out of the 21 ESG goals which are defined by the United Nations, has an influence on, something that we do in this industry. So that needs real attention for you to be, for your buildings and, your organizations to have that USP. It's essential to please have a view at it because we struggle. Apart from basic compliance here actually in this region, Sridhar knows, where there are probably, few buildings that, you can count by your fingers which are actually meeting certain standards and compliance standards for a global level, which then, reduces our ability to go into that because we don't want our employees to be at risk as well. Because whether an employee in Kochi is no different from an employee in the US for us. So actually we struggled with in the last 6 months to get the right level of compliance in a building in this region. So I would urge all of you to, start looking at international standards because you're making the investment. I don't think there is any additional cost in trying to, get to the standards. And this region has developed some of the best buildings and I'm sure you can do a lot more because then it makes it easy for, occupiers like us to move in fast and accelerate some of the growth initiatives that we are doing because it plays an important role in where we invest because if it takes a long time, we move and shift our investments across because we can't keep the business waiting for certain criteria.
Thanks, Praveen. That's very, very informative and helpful. Finzi, just wanted to come back to you, the one which we started about healthcare sector. As a government of India, they've taken a lot of initiatives to grow this particular sector, and I'm sure Kerala is also. So, do you look at any particular incentives or any support which Kerala government or government of India can provide to further enhance the growth or the faster growth of this sector?
So, I make probably a slight twist to it. So, companies like us who are established outside and are trying to put our footprint here, we are looking for support in terms of, understanding regulations so that it becomes easier for us to adapt and bring in all the knowledge that or experience that we had outside and bring it here back into the country, right? But the slight twist that I probably am trying with other influencers out there is to bring this to the students of our state and our country. Kerala Startup Mission, like I mentioned earlier, has been very pivotal in being a support system to these young generation people. So I'll just quote a very small, incident that happened. So I had been to a hackathon here in Kochi about a year back, and I asked a few questions to a set of students who came up second just because their commercials did not, were not very viable. And they were in the healthcare, the hackathon was based out of healthcare. So 6 months passed, I'm sitting in a panel discussion like this with one of those students from that, the people who came second, one student who was there, he's sitting alongside me in the panel. And that was a very proud moment for me when he walked and came to me and asked me, ma'am, do you remember me? You had asked me these questions. It made me think. We approached Kerala Startup Mission and they were ready to fund us and bring a good support system to us because they were students who didn't know what to do with their startup idea. So instead of, I mean, of course, companies like us, startups like us, but just like somebody had mentioned in one of the previous panel discussions, entrepreneurs, will always find our way out. We always struggle our way out, but we'll always find the way. But the younger generation, it's our responsibility to give them what they need. Incentives. There are a lot of incentives that are out there. There are actually a lot of sites out there, government sites, where they publish these portals where you can go and bid on these initiatives that the government comes up with. And you get incentives out of there. But students don't know about all that. Government should go out there and do that. Somebody who trains a lot of students in a year, I honestly, sincerely feel that's the place where we should be giving more attention to rather than to us who are, at least will find within our network and find a way out.
Great. I guess time up. Thank you so much for this particular discussion, and I hope it's helpful and informative. And any questions from the audience? Maybe I think we'll give about a couple of minutes in case if there is any questions. Thank you.
Thank you all. So as we come to the end of another interesting session, let me invite President Credai Kochi to present the memento to Mr. Praveen Vasudevan. I would like to invite State Secretary, Credai Kerala Youth Wing, Mr. Noel John, to present the memento to Mr. Suresh Puthanvedal. I invite Coordinator, Credai Kochi Youth Wing, Mr. Cherian Verki, to present the memento to Ms. Fincy Yusuf, sorry. I also request Mr. M.B. Anthony to kindly come up to dais to honor President Credai Tamil Nadu, Mr. Ilankovan.
Thank you. Thank you all. Before we move on to our next session, let us invite our gold sponsor, K-Nest. K-Nest is a construction tech solution company with aluminum formwork offering for real estate and infrastructure development projects worldwide. It was founded in 2014 with the fundamental idea of building an efficient construction ecosystem and has scaled to become a market leader across key parameters. I invite the representative from K-Nest for their presentation.
The endless grind, planning, the failing, the fighting back, doing it all over again every day for years and generations. We do it for the future. Because when we work for the future, we empower it. K-Nest Aluminium Formwork, an endeavor to revolutionize construction, anchored by a state-of-the-art automated factory with an expanse of 5 lakh square feet, housing the finest and most advanced process of manufacturing, which is powered by industry-leading machines and cutting-edge equipment. It's not just what we do, but what we deliver that makes us the leader. Best-in-class products. Everything is calibrated to perfection, from the smallest component to the larger-than-life monolithic structures. All this made accessible with the fastest and most reliable delivery timelines, because we know time makes all the difference. At K-Nest, we nurture the shoulders of the future in an ecosystem of growth and development. We empower the change makers who are building the nation from within. With unmatched business practices and collaborative partnerships. Our global footprint continues to grow and create landmarks for a future beyond boundaries, beyond borders. We continue to push our limits and make breakthrough innovations to design the landscape of tomorrow that coexists in harmony with nature. Technology that enables, design that uplifts, innovation that steers. The dream, the passion, the creation, the service, the scale, the change, the legacy. So, why do we do what we do? Because when we work for the future, we empower it. देश में बना देश का अपना K-Nest Aluminium Formwork, India's largest and the world's fastest growing aluminium formwork company.
Good evening, delegates. I thank Crede Kerala for giving us an opportunity in Kerala to participate in this event. K-Nest was formed in 2014 as a backward integration, and from 2014 from 10,000 square meter production area to now we are making around 1,80,000 square meter production per month and supplying to over 8 countries. And we also included IT in aluform panels. We have included prop sensors. We have included panel sensors. Panel sensors will give you the correct projection of the material of the line length axis on your phones through an app. We request you to visit our stall and for more details, thank you.
Thank you, KNest, for the presentation. Now, let's talk about the most popular buzzword in every industry, artificial intelligence, AI. How has AI impacted our real estate industry? Now, let us divert our focus to an interesting session, which is our last one for the day. We bring you artificial intelligence in real estate marketing and construction technology. Now, I invite the moderator for the last session for today, Mr. Alok Kumar Gupta, Managing Director, Agency Leasing and Sales, India. He comes with a rich experience of 20 and more years in real estate and is responsible for expanding the firm's market footprint. He started his real estate career with CBRE in 2006. Having multidisciplinary exposure, he has worked with clients across industries and has also been involved in some major occupier transactions like HCL, PepsiCo, Deloitte, Infosys, and many more. We welcome you, sir.
Now I invite the first panelist for the session, Mr. Pradeep Riker. Mr. Pradeep Riker worked with L&T Mumbai. He then came to Hubli and then started his career where he promoted the concept of flat living in the form of his first project, Sapna, at Bhavani Nagar in the year 1989. Since almost 2.5 decades, the Rodston Group is involved in making luxury apartments, commercial villas and plots. He has served as the president of CREDAI, Hubli Dharwad chapter for 2 terms. Further, he is the president of CREDAI Karnataka State for the term 2023-25. I welcome you, sir, to the dais.
I invite our next panelist, Mr. Ashish Gupta, Senior Vice President and Head of Anarock Digital Agency. He has an experience of over 18 years in BFSI, real estate marketing, sales, technology, and customer lifecycle management. He has led the deployment process of enterprise solutions for customer experience management with Salesforce, Zoho, and SAP for organizations like Lodha Developers, Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited, at Anarock Property Consultant Private Limited, and I've led the business strategy and marketing vertical for West India.
I now invite Mr. Abraham Joseph, Global Head of Data and Analytics, Cushman & Wakefield. For over 20 years, Mr. Abraham has been deeply embedded in the business functions of the organization, such as Synquest, I2 Technologies, Chainalytics, and most recently, EY delivering complex data analytics program at Fortune 100 organizations to drive business transformations. Mr. Abraham is experienced in leading teams that converge their expertise in sectors, business functions, and artificial intelligence and data engineering. I welcome you to the dais, sir. Off to the moderator.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and a warm welcome to the last session for the evening today. And we've been given the privilege to be the ones in between you and the bar. So we will try and keep it on time, and we will try and ensure that we are not keeping it longer than what is scheduled. Before we start off, I just want to have a quick audience poll. It's an easy one. How many of you have used Alexa at home? Just a show of hands. Okay. And how many of you know or have heard of ChatGPT? Show of hands. Well, that's a lot of people. Very good. How many of you in the room have actually used ChatGPT for some work or something or the other? Show of hands, please. Well, probably about 40 to 50%, hands got dropped because of that at that time. So that's actually the gap in the adoption that we see today in some of these technologies that we are seeing. In fact, a firm in US, Trimble, recently did a survey of construction management companies, and they realized that about 25% of building construction companies do use predictive technologies, but only 7% have experienced AI, artificial intelligence. 47% of them said that they're aware of AI but haven't experienced it at all. I think real estate as a sector has been a laggard as far as adoption of artificial intelligence is concerned. But the journey, despite the fact that we ultimately sell a product, of transforming a piece of land to a profit-making asset is a very complex journey. It's time-consuming, it's resource-consuming, it consumes a lot of bandwidth, it's multifaceted, it's high involvement. And hence, I think the technology adoption in real estate has been very different from what we see in some of the other sectors. But of late, and especially post the pandemic, we realized that a large part of that has got accelerated. We had a session some time back which was about tall buildings, skyscrapers. I want to throw some skyscraper data points to the audience, something that might really give you a little bit of shocker. But these figures are staggering. So AI's consumer sentiment market, AI market is projected to reach about $407 billion by 2027. In contrast, it was 2022, it was about $87 billion. By 2025, the value of purchases made through the AI voice assistant is expected to be $164 billion. ChatGPT that we just spoke about has now touched about 2 billion monthly users, a phenomenal number, right? And I think this is something which we can't, avoid, do away with. The industry adoption, when we look at the impact, for example, in industry like banking, it could provide additional value of $200 to $300 billion annually. And hence, there is a huge amount of, change that is coming in, and something that we can't really avoid. Various stakeholders, including developers, etc., have realized there is immense benefit, especially when it comes to the multifaceted but repetitive, slightly more sluggish processes getting utilized under artificial intelligence, and from efficient construction to optimal listing to even facilitating transactions. And hence the panel that we have today actually brings in all these dimensions. And I would probably like to start off with Ashish. Hi Ashish. Ashish, AI all of a sudden has picked up such a big pace and acceleration. But the key is it like the magic beans in Jack and the Beanstalk? That it just came up overnight? Or was there something which was cooking, and how long back in your experience? Also, like we mentioned some time back, the RE sector has been traditionally a laggard. Now, of late, this has changed a lot, right? What in your view are the key drivers to that change?
Thanks, Alok. Good evening, everybody. Alok, I will want to answer your question in two parts. The first one being that as AI popped up from nowhere in the last, say, couple of years, no, that is not what the case is. Going back to 1912, when the first set of robots were introduced in the industry. Who are robots? Robots are AI-driven bots. Going to the Second World War in 1940s, we had the oppositions simulating games to understand strategies and how to win the battles. We always had chess being played with a computer, which is again AI-driven entity to learn through a machine how to defeat a human. in the early 90s, rather in the early 2000s, we saw a lot of content being pushed by Netflix, Amazon to our channels on the OTT platform, which is curated content specifically for us and individually designed. All of this is AI. So is AI something which has come up now? No. AI has been there since more than 100 years. In the recent past, because of the tools like ChatGPT, because of copy.ai and open source tools, it has come into a huge amount of conversation. Also in the real estate sector, the sector is consolidating. There is a lot of structured processes and practices that are getting introduced in the real estate sector. The importance of data is being acknowledged and it cannot be neglected. Because data is important, data can be collated only basis a technology platform, and hence the importance of a technology platform. Also, gone are the days where we had huge computers. Today our phone is a mini computer in our arms or in our hands. The cost of computing, the cost of storage is diminishing, and hence the value of data plus the value that can be derived by using this data is increasing. And that is how you see in the last 2 to 3 years, there is a lot of conversation and a lot of development in the AI and the ML format of business.
Great. Thank you so much, Ashish, on that. Since you spoke about data, and sometime back we spoke about Alexa, in the room. I remember Alexa is something that you would tell it to sing a song, it will play a song for you. You can, if it's IoT connected, it can play a movie on your TV through the Fire Stick. It can switch on, switch off your fans, geysers, ACs. But there was also a conversation around that it's eavesdropping and it's listening to your discussions. It's listening to your passwords. It's listening to what you're saying. Right? So there is that data point that you just said. While there is a lot of data collection that happens, data protection and data privacy in the era of artificial intelligence, and my question goes to Abraham on that part. How do you think the data collection, data privacy in the era of artificial intelligence, and especially when it comes to utilization of data, what are your thoughts around that?
So I think data privacy in general has been a very leading topic or leading issue that ever since we've got into online e-commerce, online banking, a lot of our private information or personal information is out there. Fortunately, I think at regional levels or even at national levels, there are very strong regulations that have been put into place. So not only the technology providers, but also the companies that use the technology to run e-commerce businesses or any sort of online businesses, they are, there's audit and compliance and there's all kinds of things. So you might have heard of the word cybersecurity, info security and all that. A new role, C-level role in organizations is the Chief Security Officer, right, or Chief Information and Security Officer. So it's been around, and data privacy is very much a main theme. I guess for us in the CRE sector, it might be relatively new, but thankfully the technology vendors, and the data providers are all mandated, right? Maybe there are some nuances to us as well. So as we move more into, let's say, online channels of customer acquisition or customer experience transactions, we have to make sure that the customer is given the ability to control their information, right? Protect their information. We should provide transparency in terms of how we use that information, how we secure the information. Make sure we get consent from the customer and not use it at our own discretion. The other thing for the industry itself, why data regulations are mandatory is that you don't want a particular company to get an unfair advantage over the others in the industry by using data, customer data in unethical means, right? So regulation is very much needed to make sure it's an even level playing field, right? I think from a data process protocol standpoint, there would be industry standards that will be set up or are being set up, right? Around encryption, secure storage. You heard about blockchain facilitating transactions, and access controls, things of that nature, right? And, again, regulations to ensure that every major player in this industry, files, meets the compliance requirements, files the requisite, reports, etc., that ensure that data privacy and security is maintained.
Great, thanks Abraham for that. Mr. Riker, you've been in the development, as a developer, you've developed so many projects for the last 25 years. You've seen construction technology really changing. You've seen how PropTech has really changed over a period of time. What are the key challenges in your view which developers today face? And is there a way you think PropTech is really utilizing tools like artificial intelligence, helping solve some of those issues?
Thank you, Pranay Kerala. I thank Chairman Pranay for giving me this opportunity to take a part of this session. So for your question of PropTech, I'll take it a little 10, 20 years ahead. So when we started business or construction industry, technology of construction industry was quite different. We never used to think when we have to deliver the project. We used to start the project and we never used to think of the delivery. So tentative days we have to decide. Now, as Mr. Ashish shared, the RERA has an impact. We have to think of the time. Before launching the project, we have to decide the date of possession. That is how the time management has to be done in a very significant way. So now we are getting the labor on site, but skilling is not, it is, you cannot see the skilling. Unskilled laborers are quite on the higher side. And use of mobile on the site, it is taking out the labor's time maximum. Hardly around 3 or 4 hours they can work in 8 hours. You cannot stop them, especially in the smaller sites in the city, because everybody doesn't have a bigger site of an acres. Even smaller site is also, it is very significant in the industry. So this is how overall, is to manage the construction, time and money both are essential. So after that, we started utilizing the technologies. The PropTech is one of the technology where earlier we used to do the model on the site, small model instead of, we don't have a technology. We used to keep the model just to show this is your bedroom, this is your hall, this is your home. Now, after introduction of PropTech, you can see the whole house as if you are there in the house. The marketing is very easy. By using the technology, we can increase your sales target. That is one advantage for a business industry. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. I think this is going to put a lot of pressure on the sales teams because, like you said, it's got to increase the sales targets. But adoption of technology, yes, I think there was a data point sometime back somewhere that about 66% of construction companies here in India are now looking at creating digitalization in their way, and they're looking at these designs. And they're prioritizing digital transformation overall as we speak. And as you mentioned, Mr. Riker, about PropTech enabling sales and marketing of assets. Ashish, my question to you as a service provider, as someone who's been looking at selling projects, right? How is AI or artificial intelligence really impacting that particular process? How is it changing the customer acquisition process? Is that in some form or shape nurturing the customer preferences throughout the life cycle? Is AI going to be the next real estate agent?
So, Alok, what is happening is a paradigm shift in the way customers are looking to buy real estate projects. before the pandemic, we saw that the customers used to visit 10 to 12 project sites, collect information, listen to the sales manager, have a face-to-face discussion, come back home, speak to their family members, have another round of discussion, and then shortlist maybe 4 to 5 projects for a revisit. And then finally, after a revisit, zero down on the project of their choice and book. This involved a lot of to and fro, lot of revisits, and a gestation time was large. Today, all information to the customer is available on the internet. And as Mr. Riker rightly mentioned, it is to the extent that an under construction land parcel building can be depicted into the final piece of how your home will look like. And that too, you can view that along with your family members sitting at the leisure of your home at your given time. So the customer now does all the research online and finally shortlists 2 to 3 projects where he visits and closes at one of those projects. So the gestation time has reduced, the manpower required to service these clients or customers have reduced. So efficiency has increased, cost has reduced. Also, if you see AI, the way the customers are now interacting with the sales agents or seeking information is also changed. Most of the interactions happen on chatbots. There is a study which says that it is 30% or 32% more likely that if you interact with a customer over a chat interface, and WhatsApp has been the mother of all chats today. So if you interact with a customer over WhatsApp chat, higher is the probability of the customer responding and converting into a prospect, site visit, and further a sale. Because the chat interface allows the customer again to assimilate information, respond at his own given time, refer back to the information back at his home, check and cross-check with other information that he has through other mediums, and then finally take a decision. So yes, PropTech, AI is the next thing. It is basically driven by how humans are changing their pattern of shopping.
Absolutely. I think at the end of the day, everything is getting tracked, right? And all of that data points is getting into some sort of algorithm, which is throwing some predictive numbers and some predictions around the consumer behavior, which is obviously dealing with it. And I wanted to hold on to that thought, Ashish, for a while, because I want to come back on that in a bit again. But I'm going back to the discussion that we had on construction and how construction has changed over a period of time. So two-pronged questions, Abraham, to you there. One is the modeling, for example, which is AI, 3D enabled. You have those visualization tools today. There's those virtual walkthroughs that we use now, be it Matterport or some of the other tools that are there available for us. One part of this question is that, do you think there is a need to regulate the data? Because there is a lot of predictive data that can come out of it, and organizations can capitalize on this a lot more. So one is, do you think there is a need to regulate that data? Second is, there is a big buzzword, which is sustainability, ESG, and that's something which is extremely critical today. Every organization is gunning for those goals to be achieved, right? How do you think in the construction process and subsequently when the project's delivered, AI is really playing a role in ensuring that those targets and goals are met?
Sure, look. So as far as data regulation, I think I touched upon it, covered why it's already sort of in place in other sectors, and it's just going to naturally extend itself into our sector as well. So, but I'll go into how maybe, I'll talk about a couple of interesting things that we are doing at Cushman. So now green loans and green funding and green premium on lease, rental, lease rates are all big. So one interesting case study is we looked at a bank in the UK that had about 1,600 leased assets. So it could be their own office buildings, it could be the branches, it could be where they have ATMs and all those kind of things. And we used an AI enabled application, third party, a Dutch company, where if you just fed the application the addresses for all these 1,600 buildings or assets, it could go and look at some public data registries and then apply its own algorithms and then come back and say, out of your 1,600 buildings that you lease, let's say 800 are EPC, EPC rating, it's a green rating, right? EPC rated A, and then let's say B, C, D. Let's say you have about 200 or 300 that's in D and E. Now, if you're a global occupant like a bank, and you've got your net zero and your ESG goals, what it's essentially telling you is those 300 leases that you have, you need to go figure out whether you need to exit the lease or you should ask the owner of those buildings to retrofit to get it up to a D or a A rating. So very interesting use case of how now ESG and net zero is driving a lot of let's call it just renovation work, right? And maybe even transactions, right? Because they might choose to exit depending on lease terms and lease duration. So very interesting use case there. Another one, not really sort of tied to ESG, but interesting from an AI standpoint. We have a client, a major airport in the US, and we manage their FM business, FM operations, right? So in a typical airport, let's say on a particular day it snows, all of a sudden a whole bunch of flights get cancelled. And that means the footfall and the traffic drops. And then there might be a backlog that catches up once the weather turns better. So now we are being asked by our clients, the airport authority, to bring AI into making quick adjustments on the resources, the materials, all of that we sort of use to maintain the standards of that terminal, right? So AI is definitely in data. I mean, it all has to, we've got sensors everywhere to see who's moving around the terminal, how the restrooms are maintained, all of those things. So very interesting use cases of how data and AI are really already in play, right? When it comes to facilities, management of facilities, or just transactions or retrofitting. So ESG definitely is driving a lot of things in our sector. Now you hear about smart buildings all along, right? So the essence of smart buildings is to make sure you're monitoring in real time all your different, let's call it utility categories, whether it's energy, water, your HVAC systems, your lighting. You can use computer vision to see occupancies by a floor and then adjust the HVAC accordingly, and then report back on that or tie it back to your net zero monitoring sort of dashboards as well. So IoT and data analytics to again look at occupancy, safety measures, things like post-COVID, we're using all of that, right? Smart buildings to look at safety, occupancy loads, all of that. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on from an ESG standpoint that's driving data and AI-enabled change, right, in our sector.
That's fantastic. And I think a lot of that will only grow in terms of adoption as we go along, because how buildings will become more and more sustainable, how they will be better maintained, and how the longevity of the assets in those buildings and how experiential real estate is going to become as we go along. I mean, imagine you're walking, you're reaching back your home after your long day of work, and you have a face scanner instead of a lock. And the face scanner looks at you and says, I'm sorry, I think you look a little tipsy, you need to go and probably take a shower. And if it's controlled by your wife, she may even put an instrument where you blow and it gives her the exact amount of alcohol that you had. So it might be dangerous sometimes, but jokes apart, I think there is obviously a large chunk of information in how buildings will be run and maintained as you go along that can come out of these tools. And also about the fact that there's a large stock that we see today, which is Gen 1, Gen 2 real estate, and that is becoming obsolete because a lot of them do not have those sustainability accreditations. In fact, in India, probably the data stat says that it's only about 28% of the assets that have some sort of green accreditation. I'm sure there's a big role that AI is going to play in changing all of that and really coming up with how some of these buildings can be turned around. Uh, I was just going back to Ashish, to the thought that you were talking about when you said about marketing and how assets are really being taken to customers through the use of technology and artificial intelligence. In the Indian context, is there some sort of a measure or a comparison that you've seen? Has it really brought down cost of acquisition? Is there a real advantage to this? Has it changed the timeline in which the customer acquisition happens? Is there a larger, especially let's say when it comes to residential, which is the largest real chunk of real estate in the country, has it really impacted consumers in any way which is favorably, and for developers improved the acquisition cost and cycle? Is there some sort of matrix that you have around that, some comparative?
So, as I mentioned in the previous question, that yes, the cycle times have changed because the customers are doing their research online and getting to see all of it firsthand. How it is benefiting the customers and the developers is that typical user generated content is being thrown at you over your Facebook feeds, meta feeds. So giving an example, it is so accurate that if you consume only video content, you will be shown only video content. If you consume static, then only you will be shown static. So how does it help the developers? It is not a spray and pray technology. It is a focused sharpshooting technology with a sniper in your hand where you exactly know what to show to whom. So that is savings on marketing budgets. The second thing is on the fact that the lead lifecycle management has become very important. Case in point, at ArunRavi, we've developed a technology where the moment a lead is generated or entered into the system, the AI tool predicts the probability of a site visit or a closure for that particular lead. And it marks that as a platinum lead in case it is highly probable. Similarly, out of the dead leads that your sales team would have classified them as, which is typically 95 to 98% of the total lead base, because sometime or the other they will get dead, the AI tool picks up certain leads, bases the algorithms, and tells the sales guys that these leads need to be reworked upon. Probably there is a chance of a closure. So these two technologies of Phoenix leads, which is the second one, and Platinum leads, which is the first one, which is a patented technology by ArunRavi, is again helping developers optimize, reduce their marketing budgets and have a better control or a feed mechanism back to the sales team. The fourth one is on the usage of AI technology for documentation perspective. Today we've seen that a lot of documents in the registrar's office or in our offices also are manually being scanned by individuals. AI can scan all of these documents on an automated basis. It can tell missing information, it can compare two documents, it can tell you where the signatures are not there, or it can tell you if the document is complete or not. So this will again reduce time, save manpower cost, improve efficiencies. So this is how in the real estate sector it is becoming relevant and saving on cost and increasing efficiencies for us.
Absolutely, and I think more and more focused approach is what it is going to bring to really help developers target the right audience. It's a sort of a better matchmaking in some sense, where the buyers understand their, the technology understands the preferences of the buyer and is in a position to predict and suggest the right opportunities and options. And it's a better matchmaking, better utilization of resources. I think in a very similar sense, a lot of developers might also be utilizing this technology when you look at predictive data when it comes to buying land. And the tool and AI tools today are capable of throwing the predicted future growth in certain markets, how the demographics going to change, how the income is going to change in certain locations. And I'm sure that will help a lot of developers really take early position of buying land in some of these upcoming markets which will obviously be giving them an advantage over people who are not utilizing some of these tools. So 100%, I think there's a lot of merit that is bringing in there as well. Probably going to take a little peep into the future and want to throw this question to all three of you, and any one of you can start with that. What are the big changes to watch out for as far as AI is concerned now going ahead? What are those trends? If you have to pick one or two, which one of those would be that you think we should do? Abraham, you want to go for it?
Sure. So in our industry, if you think about data, there's structured data which sits in databases, right? All your quantitative data, right? Numbers. But in our industry, we're also probably dealing with a lot of unstructured data, which is all these lease agreements, contracts. Think about it, right? So what, let's say, GPT, generative, Gen AI is generative AI, but the power of GPT is that you can feed it all thousands of these documents, right? GPT is an evolution of natural language processing, NLP. And so today we have the power of GPT that can, so let's talk about a typical portfolio that an IBM might have. They might have thousands of buildings. So every month they might be looking at lease renewals, lease exits, all those things, or just clauses in the contract. GPT allows you to pull that data out, put it into some sort of analytic, visualization layer, and quickly and proactively, sort of start acting on these things, right? Versus being reactive. So that's a big area of, I would say, innovation that's going to come pretty soon.
Great, fantastic. Ashish, your thoughts on that?
I think we discussed a lot of points, but natural language processing, which is called as NLP, is possibly the next big thing for AI. I'll give you a stat. It says that by the end of 2025, more than 50% of the searches will be either voice-based searches or image-based searches. That means nobody is going to type a search string on Google, but people are going to speak out the search string on Google. And whom are you going to get answers from? You are also going to get back the answers in voice format. Today, you will be surprised to know that the voice bots are trained in a manner that you feel you are talking to an individual and not to a bot. To the extent that the AI tech guys are putting in additional fillers in the conversation made by the voice bot. They are putting in additional background noise in the conversation so that it sounds more real and authentic. Otherwise, it will sound as if somebody is speaking out in a vacuum room. So that is the level of technology which we are approaching, and soon we will see that most of our conversations for customer care, for information, for escalations, problem solving, etc. will happen with a voice-based assistant without we actually knowing that we are speaking to a voice assistant. I think that is something to look for in a couple of years.
Fantastic, and that's where we see sometimes a lot of AI-enabled, videos which look so real, and of course, you also have interactions which may be happening along with it. So yeah, I mean,
I think Shah Rukh Khan can be called the mascot or the brand ambassador for Indian AI. If you remember the Cadbury's ad in 2019 and 20, and this Diwali ad by Sunfeast, again featuring Shah Rukh and talking about your own shop, where you can search and you can quote your shop in the ad. So all of these ads is featuring Shah Rukh, and Shah Rukh can be the brand ambassador for AI in India.
Wow. Another line of business for Shah Rukh Khan, which never seems to end. Absolutely. Mr. Riker, your thoughts on any trends that you think are coming up, which we should look out for when it comes to construction, and how developers would view, the trends going forward? Any thoughts that you may have on that?
In the construction industry, AI is in very advanced stage, but it is early to decide at this moment in the industry, in India especially, how it has to be implemented. Still we are in the learning process. So time to come, definitely the industry will take over this idea and we will try to bring this AI technology. Not only AI, there are lots of technologies are in India and world, we will try to implement it. As Ashish said, time and money, both are important in the industry. So because of that, implementing such kind of technologies, innovative ideas, in future it's going to be the part and parcel of the business. Well, in advance we have to decide what technology has to be adopted the next, and accordingly we have to act on that. So we will not take the decision. AI is going to take the decision. That is how industry has to be in future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think AI for now obviously is more of input driven. At the end of the day, it's crunching a lot of data, it's crunching a lot of information that's been provided to us and provided to it, and the tool really utilizes and then does a lot of prediction. And we saw one part that you brought out was, of course, was the skilling gap, for example. And I think adoption of AI in the industry, especially when it comes to construction and part of the other industry, will definitely require a lot of skilling, and there will be a lot of investment which might be getting into that as well, adoption on that front. Data protection we touched upon. And I think data protection and data crunching will be something which will be extremely critical. Data will become gold and it will be capitalized extremely well. And that's a space which I think government has been also working on in terms of figuring out how do they really manage, regulate, that there is no misinformation campaign, the data is not misused. And I think as we go along, there will be a lot of work in that direction that we see. We spoke about marketing and monetization in terms of how are we conveniently, and it's really enabling well in terms of sales, and how developers and project owners have become more focused in their approach as far as this whole piece is concerned. And the customer acquisition costs, is coming down because of the fact that we are able to predict the buyer behavior and preferences much better overall. So yeah, I think overall a lot. The only thing that we can say is that AI is here to stay. It will continue to be a big part. We'll continue to be surrounded by a lot of these devices. We'll continue to be surrounded, monitored. Everything that you do, you browse, is going to be ultimately coming in. And some part of it, it will be for our benefit. Some of it has to be regulated. But with that, I think I wanted to close in early so that everyone can hit the bar. And I want to thank my fellow panelists today for their views. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Credai Kerala, for this opportunity and an interesting panel. Thanks a lot. Any questions from the audience? Sorry.
Thank you for the eye-opening session. Now we will have the interactive question and answer session. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and the mic will reach you shortly.
I think there's a question there.
Yeah, it was a very enlightening session. Myself, Prabhu, I'm as Vice President for SFS Homes. My question to panel is that, from two perspectives. One is the customer side and from the builder side. How is, and in the ground level, okay, we are talking about ChatGPT, we've all been using it. We're seeing the technology developing at a very fast pace and being absorbed by customers also at a very fast pace. How is it, at the ground level, maybe as you can say, not in Cochin, Kerala level, maybe in the national level or the international level, how real estate companies or real estate industry is absorbing this? How are they collecting data from customer, how movement, what has been done in the internet, or how it is collected, and how how it is that data is converted into a predictive thing, and how algorithms are developed, and what are various people have really what is happening is I would like to know, and how this same technology is used by promoters to understand what is how is market research getting done, in the same way as to, because so much data is generated, whether a particular micro market is going to be, what sort of requirement is going to be there in next near future, and what are the sizes requirement, what is the ticket size been what in demand, so builders can be more prepared, promoters can be prepared themselves in a better way. So in both sides, if you can enlighten me, it will be very useful. And what is happening at the ground level, and then of course there is very high level thing also happening. Would like to know that, sir. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much for your question. So if I were to kind of reiterate the same for your panel, what the question that you have is, how is the data getting collected? How is the market research happening? How is it getting crunched and converted into some sort of usable output for people and for developers to really target the right set of buyers, and how that is ultimately culminating into sales, right? And at the grassroots level, what is the adoption, and how does that really get utilized?
Also, any particular thing which we can go and refer, of course, where some particular model where we can go and refer and start to absorb it.
Sure. Ashish, you want to address that?
Sure. So, Mr. Prabhu, that's a very interesting one, because it directly asks how both parties are going to benefit from the AI piece. I will answer the first part. How is data being collected? So, data is being collected by every action of ours. This phone that we have in our hand has the capability to listen to what we say. So whatever conversations we are having, it could be verbal, and at times it could be even subconscious. The phone, the apps, they are listening. That is why suddenly you see certain types of ads popping up on your phones, on your Facebook, or on your news apps. You've not made a conversation with anybody, but why are these coming in? Because there is technology which is layering current state and mapping it to the future state by using predictive AI. So this is how data is being collected, which is at the grassroots level. And I'm not talking about the data that we have in our Excel sheets, in our CRMs, or in terms of whatever we converse over phone calls. So that has been a traditional way of collecting, but this is at the grassroots level. Second part of the question is, how is India preparing for AI? What will be the next near future to it? So we need to understand that there is a very thin line of a difference between something which is a fad and something which is there to stay. I'll give you a very classic example. About a year and a half ago, everybody was talking about metaverse. Today, nobody is talking about metaverse. Everybody is talking about AI. So first thing, I think the tech giants and the technology needs to ensure that AI and its capabilities move ahead quickly, and pray that there is nothing bigger than AI which hits them before it moves ahead in the right direction. So that is the first piece. Second piece is on how the developers or how the community at large can benefit. It is benefit in two terms. One is focused interactions or targeted communication to the intended audience. The audience can be the customers, or the audience from a customer perspective can be the developer or a developer's team. That is one. And in this process, if there is saving of time, if there is saving of cost, if there is accuracy in the information which gets relayed first time, so first time right, if these three things are there which can be made possible, then it is a win-win for everybody. I hope, Mr. Prabhu, I could answer your question to a certain extent.
Thank you. Any other panelists would like to add to that?
So let me talk about something recently that I came across. Nowadays, when you search for a neighborhood, let's say to rent an apartment or buy an apartment, I'm not referring to any Indian market, but let's say in the US, you can see something called walkability score. So now that's a new data metric that people, consumers are using to determine if a particular micro market suits them or not. And what they mean by walkability score is, can you walk to a park? Can you walk to a bar? Can you walk to a grocery store? Those kind of things. So new data metrics are coming in to sort of evaluate the value of a particular micro market. It could be the number of upscale bars or number of, what do you say, restaurants, the type of restaurants. Traditionally, it used to be demographics and income segments and customer segments, but social media sentiment, big one, right? What's coming up on social media about a neighborhood. So these are all different types of real-time data that come from new sources are now being used to evaluate, let's say, a micro market, right? So just to add to that. Hope that's helpful.
Perfect. So I think I'll just probably add a quick one to that. Sometime back, and I saw this on one of those channels where there's this guy who puts his phone in airplane mode and he goes from point A to point B, takes a cab, goes to point C, walks to point D, and then takes a cab and comes back to point A. All this while his phone is in airport mode, right? Airplane mode. Comes back, switches his phone off, connects it to the server to check. Every single bit of that data was sent to the server. So Google exactly, kind of tracked the whole thing in some form or shape or the other. That was long back. Today we are way more advanced, right? So anything that you search, anything that you talk has a data point that gets triggered somewhere. And then there are more advanced algorithms that really look at that to search and create an outcome which is judging or trying to check your preferences, trying to look at what is it that you're trying to buy, look up on the net and so on and so forth. And that obviously forms a data point, and hence regulation of that data comes in very important as well. So I think that's something which becomes very interesting.
On a very lighter note, whenever we use any website, any app, and we grant permissions, okay, next, that is the first source of sharing data, because you don't even know what is there which is written in that 20-liner 3-para, and you have accepted to everything. So that is how data is getting relayed.
And today those are like credit card applications used to be in earlier times. If you read them, you will never sign them. But at the end of the day, when you wanted that card, you just sign up and say, okay. So, of course, absolutely.
Any online community you would like to recommend where panelists regularly there live information on especially the particular industry where we belong to? You have some recommendation where we can go and refer?
I don't have one on the top of my mind, but I will reach out personally to you to give you certain of them which will add value.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great. Thank you again. The clock struck Cinderella time. I think time for us to wind up.
Thank you, sir. I think that was an excellent session. Now I request Treasurer Karai Kochi, Mr. Roy Joseph, to present the memento to Mr. Alok Kumar Gupta. Thank you. Now I request Secretary, Kredai Kochi Youth Wing, Aarti Verma, to present the memento to Mr. Pradeep Raikar. request Coordinator, Credit Trivandrum Women's Wing, Ms. Atita R.S. to present the memento to Mr. Ashish Gupta. Thank you. Now I invite past State Coordinator, Kredai Kerala Youth Wing, Mr. Anand John, to present the memento to Mr. Abraham Joseph.
Thank you all. So this marks the end of the sessions for today. Please stay back for networking, followed by dinner and entertainment. A gentle reminder to please visit the OMG Life Wellness team here to get a free wellness screening. They are available at the table opposite to the entrance door. That's me, Aarti, and Siddharth signing off for today. Thank you and have a great day.
Why do we do what we do? The countless tries, the sleepless nights, the endless grind, the planning, the failing, the fighting back, doing it all over again every day for years and generations. We do it for the future, because when we work for the future, we empower it. K-Nest Aluminium Formwork, an endeavor to revolutionize construction, anchored by a state-of-the-art automated factory with an expanse of 5 lakh square feet, housing the finest and most advanced process of manufacturing, which is powered by industry-leading machines and cutting-edge equipment. It's not just what we do, but what we deliver that makes us the leader. Best-in-class products. Everything is calibrated to perfection, from the smallest component to the larger-than-life monolithic structures. All this made accessible with the fastest and most reliable delivery timelines, because we know time makes all the difference. At K-Nest, we nurture the shoulders of the future in an ecosystem of growth and development. We empower the change makers who are building the nation from within. With unmatched business practices and collaborative partnerships, our global footprint continues to grow and create landmarks for a future beyond boundaries, beyond borders. We continue to push our limits and make breakthrough innovations to design the landscape of tomorrow that coexists in harmony with nature. Technology that enables, design that uplifts, innovation that stirs. The dream, the passion, the creation, the service, the scale, the change, the legacy. So, why do we do what we do? Because when we work for the future, we empower it. देश में बना देश का अपना K-Nest Aluminium Formwork, India's largest and the world's fastest growing aluminium formwork company. Check.
तेरे नाम पे मेरी जिंदगी लिख दी मेरे दहलीज पे मेरे दिल की जो रखे तूने तेरे नाम पे मेरी जिंदगी लिख दी मेरे हमदम हंसी का मेरे जीना जीना कैसे जीना हंसी का मेरे जीना मेरे हमदम हंसी का मेरे जीना जीना कैसे जीना हंसी का जीना तेरे बिना मैंने तो धीरे से नींदों के धागे से पाया है प्यार जो तेरे मैं ना जहाँ जाऊँ ना समा जाऊँ पाया है प्यार जो तेरे तू ढंग चाहतों का मैं जैसे कोई नादानी तू ढंग चाहतों का मैं जैसे कोई नादानी मुझे खुद में खोल दे तो मेरी यार बात बन जानी रंग शरबतों का तू मीठे घाट का पानी मैं रंग शरबतों का तू मीठे घाट का पानी मुझे खुद में खोल दे तो मेरे यार बात बन जानी रंग शरबतों का तू मीठे घाट का पानी Hello guys. Hello. Hello. അപ്പോൾ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഓക്കെ. എന്തായാലും കുറച്ച് വൈകിയ വേളയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ എന്തായാലും ഒരുപാട് കൂടുതൽ മലയാളീസ് അല്ലേ? എല്ലാവരും മലയാളീസ് അല്ലേ? ആണോ? ആണെങ്കിലും ഒന്ന് ഒച്ചെടുത്തേ. കമോൺ. ഓക്കെ, ഞാൻ ഒരു ഇത് പറയാം. ഹേയോ എന്ന് പറയാം. നിങ്ങൾ തിരിച്ച് റിട്ടേൺ പറയോ അത്? ഹേയോ, കമോൺ. പോരാ പോരാ, നിങ്ങൾ സിംഗിൾ ഒന്നുകൂടി. കമോൺ. ഹേയോ. കുറച്ചുകൂടെ പവറോ, നമ്മൾ ആ ഒരു ഇതിലിരിക്കല്ലേ. കമോൺ. ഓക്കെ, ഹേയോ. ഓക്കെ, എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് കുറച്ചൊരു ഭക്ഷണം കഴിക്കുകയാണ്. അങ്ങനെ പല തിരക്കുകളിലായിരിക്കും. സോ ഒരുപാട് സന്തോഷമുണ്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു വേദിയിൽ നമ്മുടെ ടീം മിഡോരി നിങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ പെർഫോം ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വന്നിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഞാനൊരു മാസ് എൻട്രി ഒക്കെ ആയിട്ട് ആ വഴിയിലൂടെ വന്നു. അത് അധികാരം കണ്ടില്ല. ഞാൻ കുറേ പേരെ ഹായ് എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ് കാണിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ എന്തായാലും ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി ഒരുപാട് സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. കുറച്ച് നല്ല പാട്ടുകളായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ വേദിയിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ പോവാണ്. സോ നിങ്ങൾ റെഡിയല്ലേ? റെഡിയാണോ? എനിക്ക് ഷോർട്ട് സൈറ്റ് ആണ്. അപ്പം നിങ്ങൾ പറയുന്നത് പലതും എനിക്ക് കാണില്ല. ഒന്നാമത് ഈ പച്ച കണ്ണടിനെ വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് കൂടുതലായിട്ടൊന്നും കാണില്ല. സോ നിങ്ങൾ പറയുന്ന ആ റെസ്പോൺസും നിങ്ങളുടെ കയ്യടിയാണ് എനിക്ക് കേൾക്കാൻ പറ്റുക. സോ നിങ്ങൾ റെഡിയല്ലേ? കമോൺ, ഒന്ന് കൈയടിച്ച് എല്ലാവരും. ഭക്ഷണം കഴിക്കാത്തവരൊന്ന് കൈയടിച്ച്, ഒന്നുകൂടെ ഉറക്കൊന്ന് കൈയടിച്ച്. കമോൺ. ഓക്കെ, സോ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമുള്ള കുറച്ച് പാട്ടുകൾ പാടുന്നുണ്ട്. സോ അടുത്തായിട്ട് വേദിയിലേക്ക്
ഒരു ഞങ്ങളുടെ കൂട്ടത്തിലൊരു ന്യൂ ഗസ്റ്റിനെ ക്ഷണിക്കുകയാണ്. ഞങ്ങൾ ഇതുവരെ കൂടിയിട്ടില്ല. ആള് ഒരു കിഡിലൻ വയലിനിസ്റ്റാണ്, സിംഗറാണ്. സോ ലെറ്റ്സ് വെൽക്കം സാന്ദ്ര ഷിബു ടു ദ സ്റ്റേജ്. കം ഓൺ, give a big hands together for Sandra. ശിവസംഭൂത ഭുവി സംജാത നമ്പീതവകിമ്പു കൊടുരവനീത സാവിത ദൈവത മനസം പ്രീത ഹേതുഗനിന്ദേവു ആനാദിസുത പപ്പ മഗരിസ 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 ഗരിസ സനി സരി ഗമ പപ്പ മഗരിസ 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 ഗരിസ നിസ സനി സരി ഗമ ദദ മപദനി ദപദനി സരി ധരി സരി ഗരി രി സനി ദപദനി ധനി സരി ഗമ പദ പദനി ദമ പദനി ദമ ഗ. താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്. നിങ്ങൾ കുറച്ചും കൂടെ ഒന്ന് ഉറക്കെ കൈയടിച്ച അടിപൊളിയായിരിക്കും. ഓക്കെ, എനിക്ക് സത്യം പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഈ വയലിൻ വായിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാരോട് ഭയങ്കര അസൂയാണ്. കാരണം ഞാനും ചെറുപ്പത്തിൽ വയലിൻ പഠിച്ച് പിന്നെ ഡ്രോപ്പ് ചെയ്യേണ്ട ഒരു അവസ്ഥ വന്നു. അപ്പോൾ വയലിൻ വായിക്കുന്നവരെ കണ്ടാൽ ഭയങ്കര അസൂയാണ്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അങ്ങനെ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ? അടിപൊളിയായിട്ടല്ലേ വായിച്ച സാന്ദ്ര? ആണോ? എന്നൊരിക്കൽ കൂടി സാന്ദ്രയ്ക്ക് ഒരു കൈ. കമോൺ. ഓക്കെ, സോ ഈ സോങ് എനിക്ക് ഭയങ്കര ഫേവറേറ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള സോങ്ങാണ്. ഞാനിങ്ങനെ കുറച്ച് എന്താ പറയുക ഇൻട്രാക്റ്റീവായിട്ട് നിങ്ങളോടൊക്കെ സംസാരിച്ച് അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ സെഷൻ പോകാറുള്ളൂ. സോ ഈ സോങ് ഒരു റൊമാൻറ്റിക് സോങ്ങാണ്, ഒരു തമിഴ് സോങ്ങാണ്. ഇത് പ്രണയിക്കുന്നവർക്കും പ്രണയിച്ച് തേഞ്ഞവർക്കും സ്റ്റിൽ പ്രണയിച്ചു കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നവർക്കും ഒരുപോലെ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നൊരു പാട്ടായിരിക്കും. സോ ലെറ്റ്സ് എൻജോയ്. സോ മച്ച്. താങ്ക് യു. ഓക്കെ, ഷോ ഇഷ്ടമാവുന്നുണ്ടോ എല്ലാവർക്കും? ഇഷ്ടമാവുന്നുണ്ടോ? ഇപ്പോൾ പാടിയ പാട്ടുകൾ ഇഷ്ടമായി ഒന്ന് കൈയടിച്ച് എല്ലാവരും ഇഷ്ടമായെങ്കിൽ. ഓക്കെ, സോ നെക്സ്റ്റ് വൺ സാന്ദ്രയുടെ സോളോ പെർഫോമൻസ് ആണ്. ഇവിടെ ജോൺസൺ മാസ്റ്ററുടെ പാട്ടുകൾ സ്ഥിരമായിട്ട് കേൾക്കാറുള്ള ആരെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ? അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ജോൺസൺ മാസ്റ്ററുടെ പാട്ടുകൾ ഇഷ്ടമുള്ള ആൾക്കാരുണ്ടോ? ഓക്കെ, ഹായ്. ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞു എനിക്ക് ദൂരേക്ക് കണ്ണ് കാണാൻ കുറച്ച് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ട്, അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് കൈ കാണാം. ഓക്കെ, സോ ജോൺസൺ മാസ്റ്ററുടെ കുറച്ച് നല്ല പാട്ടുകൾ ചേർത്തുകൊണ്ടുള്ളൊരു വയലിൻ സോളോ ആണ് സാന്ദ്രയുടെ. സോ നോക്കി കേട്ടാലോ? ഓക്കെ, യാ. ഒരു രക്ഷയില്ല അല്ലേ? ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞില്ല, എനിക്ക് ഈ വയലിൻ വായിക്കുന്നതിനോട് ഭയങ്കര അസൂയാണ്. ഞാൻ പണ്ട് പഠിച്ച് ഡ്രോപ്പ് ചെയ്ത കാരണം ഇതിങ്ങനെ വായിക്കുന്ന നിൽക്കുമ്പോൾ നമുക്കിങ്ങനെ, പിന്നെ ജോൺസൺ മാഷ പാട്ടുള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ ഇതായിപ്പോയി. സോ സാന്ദ്രയ്ക്ക് ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി ഒരു വലിയ കൈഡി, കമോൺ. ഇതിൽ നിങ്ങൾ പാട്ട് പാടാൻ അറിയാവുന്ന ആരൊക്കെയുണ്ട്? ഒന്ന് കൈവക്കാമോ? ആരുമില്ല? ഉണ്ടോ? നമുക്കൊന്ന് വെറുതെ പാട്ട് പാടി നോക്കില്ല. ഞാൻ കുറച്ച് സ്വരങ്ങൾ പാടി നിങ്ങൾ തിരിച്ച് പാടുമോ? പാടുവോ? പാടുവോ? കേൾക്കുന്നില്ല. കമോൺ, പാടുവോ? ഒരു പണി, ഞാൻ അങ്ങോട്ട് ഇറങ്ങി വരാം. ഓക്കെ. ഞാൻ കുറച്ച് സ്വരങ്ങൾ പാടുന്നു, നിങ്ങൾ തിരിച്ച് റെസ്പോണ്ട് ചെയ്യോ? ഇവിടെ ആയിരിക്കും പാടാൻ അറിയാവുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ? പാടുവോ? നിങ്ങൾ പാടുവോ? ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഓഫ് ആൾക്കാരുണ്ടോ പാടുന്ന? അല്ലെ പാടാൻ അറിയാത്ത ആൾക്കാരെല്ലാം കുഴപ്പമില്ല, എന്തെങ്കിലുമൊക്കെ തിരിച്ചു പാടുമോ? ഓക്കെ, അതായാലും മതി. അപ്പൊ ഞാൻ കുറച്ച് സ്വരങ്ങൾ പാടാം. ഓക്കെ. പോരെ, ശബ്ദം പോരാ, ഒന്നുകൂടി ഉറക്കെ പാടണം. സ ഗ മ പ നീ സ. എന്റെ മുകളിലേക്ക് പോവോ? ഗ. ഒന്നുകൂടി പോവോ? ഒന്നുകൂടി പോയാൽ നിങ്ങൾ വേറെ ലെവലാണ്. ആ, ഒന്നുകൂടെ. ക്യാ ബാത്ത് ഹൈ. ഇനി നമുക്കൊന്ന് ഒരു സ്വരങ്ങൾ രണ്ടെണ്ണം ആക്കിയാലോ? സഗ മപ നിപ സനി സഗ സഗ സ നിസനി. പാടോ? സഗ സ സഗ സ സ. പുള്ളി ടെൻഷനായി പോയി. പമപ പമപ നീ പപ്പല്ല. പമപ നീ നീ പ സനി പ സ പ നി നി പ മഗ മഗ മഗ. അത് പാടാൻ പറ്റുമോ? പ നി നി പ മഗ മഗ സ മഗ സ. ഓക്കെ, അവിടെ ഇരുന്ന് ഇങ്ങനെ എന്തൊക്കെ ആക്ഷൻസ് കാണിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പം നിങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും അടിപൊളിയായിട്ട് പാടി. ഒരു വലിയ കൈയ്യടി വരൊക്കെ എല്ലാവർക്കും. കാരണം ഞാൻ പാടാൻ പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ തന്നെ അത് സ്പോണ്ടേനിയസ് ആയിട്ട് തിരിച്ച് പാടാന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വലിയൊരു കാര്യമാണ്. അത് ഇതിൽ മിക്കവരും പാട്ടധികം ടച്ച് ഇല്ലാത്ത ആൾക്കാരായിരിക്കാം. എന്നാലും പാട്ട് അറിയാവുന്ന ആൾക്കാരും അറിയാത്ത ആൾക്കാരും എല്ലാവരും അടിപൊളിയായിട്ട് പാടി. സോ ഇതൊരു പാട്ടിന് തുടക്കം. ഞാൻ ബാക്കി പാടിക്കോട്ടെ. Clap your hands.
था, कुछ पारा निकला था, एक आंधी आई थी जब दिल से आह निकली थी, दिल सारा दिल से दिल से रे, दिल से रे, दिल से रे, दिल तो आखिर दिल है ना, मीठी सी मुश्किल है ना, पिया 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 ना पिया, जिया 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 ना जिया, दिल से रे। दो पत्ते पतझड़ के पेड़ों से उतरे थे, पेड़ों की शाखों पे उतरे थे, फिर उठने मौसम गुजरे, वो पत्ते दो बेचारे, फिर उगने की चाहत में वो सहराओं के गुजरे, वो पत्ते दिल 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 का, वो दिल 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 का, वो पत्ते दिल 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 का, वो दिल 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 का। दिल भी होगा, मौसम गुजरते हैं रखते हैं, दिल है तो फिर दर्द होगा, दर्द है तो दिल भी होगा, मौसम गुजरते हैं रखते, दिल से दिल से दिल से दिल से दिल से रे, दिल तो आखिर दिल है ना, मीठी सी मुश्किल है ना, पिया 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 ना पिया, जिया 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 ना जिया, दिल से रे। पतझड़ के पेड़ों से उतरे थे, पेड़ों की शाखों पे उतरे थे, फिर उठने मौसम गुजरे, वो पत्ते दो बेचारे, फिर उगने की चाहत में वो चेहराओं के गुजरे, वो पत्ते दिल 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 था, वो दिल 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 था, वो पत्ते दिल 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 था, वो दिल 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 था। दिल है तो फिर दर्द होगा, दर्द है तो दिल भी होगा, मौसम गुजरते हैं रखते हैं, दिल है तो फिर दर्द होगा, दर्द है तो दिल भी होगा, मौसम गुजरते हैं रखते, दिल से दिल से दिल से दिल से दिल से रे, दिल तो आखिर दिल है ना, मीठी सी मुश्किल है ना, നിങ്ങൾ പാടോ ബാക്കി, दिल तो आखिर दिल है ना, मीठी सी मुश्किल है ना, दिल तो आखिर दिल है ना, मीठी सी मुश्किल है ना, पिया 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 ना पिया, दिल तो आखिर दिल है ना, मीठी सी मुश्किल है ना, दिल तो आखिर दिल है ना, और के मीठी सी मुश्किल है ना, पिया 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 ना पिया, जिया 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 ना जिया, दिल सारा निरी बम गम बा 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 बनी बा बा बनी बम गम ग ग गम बनी
താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്. സോ ഇതിലൂടെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എന്ത് മനസ്സിലായി? എന്ത് മനസ്സിലായി? നിങ്ങളും നല്ലൊരു പാട്ടുകാരെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായി അല്ലേ? അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്കൊരു വലിയ കൈയടി. എനിക്ക് നിങ്ങൾ വളരെ പിശിക്കാണ് തരുന്നത്. നിങ്ങൾക്കെങ്കിലും നിങ്ങൾ നല്ലൊരു കൈ എടുക്കും. കമോൺ കമോൺ. ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്. ഓക്കെ, സോ അപ്പോൾ ഓക്കെ, ഇത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വലിയൊരു എന്താ പറയുക, ഒരു കിടിലിന് അവസരമാണ്. ഇവിടെ എന്താ പറയുക, നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ ഉള്ളിൽ ചെറിയ എന്താ പറയുക ഒരു ഇൻഹിബിഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടാവും. ലൈക്ക് ഡാൻസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ, പാട്ട് പാടാൻ പറ്റുമോ എന്നൊക്കെ പല എനിക്കുണ്ടാവാറുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ഡാൻസ് വീഡിയോ റെക്കോർഡ് ചെയ്ത് എൻ്റെ സ്വന്തം കാണുമ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് ഭയങ്കര ചിരി വരാറുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഞാൻ എന്തെങ്കിലുമൊക്കെ ചെയ്യും. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ വന്ന് ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാർക്ക് പ്രസിഡൻറ്റിൻ്റെ വക എന്തോ ഭയങ്കര ഒരു ബിഗ് സർപ്രൈസ്, ഒരു സമ്മാനമുണ്ട്. സോ അത് നിങ്ങൾ ഒരിക്കലും മിസ്സാക്കരുത്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് മനസ്സ് തുറന്ന് ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കാൻ തോന്നുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഇവിടെ വന്ന് ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കണം. ഓക്കെ, നമ്മൾ ഇനി കുറച്ച് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ കുറച്ച് പൊളി ലിസ്റ്റുകളായിരിക്കും പോവുക. സോ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഡാൻസും നിങ്ങളുടെ ആ ഒരു എനർജിയും കണ്ടാലാണ് നമ്മൾക്കും പാടാൻ പറ്റുക. അതുമാത്രമല്ല, നിങ്ങൾക്കൊരു സമ്മാനമുണ്ട്, ഒരു ബിഗ് സർപ്രൈസാണ്. സോ ആരും ഈ ചാൻസ് മിസ്സാക്കരുത്. ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കാൻ തോന്നുന്നത് വന്ന് ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കാൻ പൊളിക്കാം. ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ, വരുമോ? ആരിലൊക്കെ വരുമോ? കമോൺ, എന്താ ഒന്നും മിണ്ടാതിരിക്കുന്നത്? കമോൺ, ആരിലൊക്കെ വരൂ, കമോൺ. നമുക്ക് അടുത്തൊരു എന്താ പറയുക, പുതിയൊരു സോങ് ആണ്, പുതിയൊരു മലയാളം ഹിറ്റ് സോങ് ആണ്. ഓക്കെ, സോ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കാൻ തോന്നുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഫ്രണ്ടിലേക്ക് വരാം. സർപ്രൈസ് ഗിഫ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ട്, സമ്മാനമുണ്ട്. ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു ഗൈസ്, താങ്ക് യു. സോ ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ വെറുതെ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ കേട്ടോ, ശരിക്കും ഒരു ഗിഫ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾ ഞാൻ ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി വെറുതെ പറഞ്ഞതല്ല, നിങ്ങളങ്ങനെ കരുതിയിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. സോ നിങ്ങൾ ഉള്ളു തുറന്നങ്ങ് ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കുക. കമോൺ, ഞങ്ങളിവിടെ വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാണ് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഡാൻസ് കാണാനായിട്ട്. നമുക്ക് ഒരുമിച്ച് അങ്ങോട്ട് ആഘോഷിക്കാം. ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ അല്ലേ? ഓക്കെ. അപ്പോൾ അടുത്തത് എന്തായാലും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കാൻ പറ്റിയ പാട്ടാണ്. നിങ്ങൾ എന്തായാലും ഫ്രണ്ടിലേക്ക് വരും. ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കാൻ താല്പര്യമുള്ളൊന്ന് ഫ്രണ്ടിലേക്ക് വായോ. കമോൺ, നിങ്ങൾ വന്നിട്ട് ഞാൻ പാടാം. നിങ്ങളുടെ ഉള്ളിലായ ഒരു ഇതൊക്കെ മാറ്റി, ലൈക്ക് എന്താ പറയുക, എനിക്ക് ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല എന്നുള്ള സാധനം മാറ്റി എനിക്ക് ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കാൻ പറ്റും എന്നാക്ക്. എന്നിട്ട് വായോ. കമോൺ, ഒരാളെങ്കിലും വായോ. ഞാൻ ഇത്ര കഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട് വിളിക്കുന്നതല്ലേ, ഒന്ന് വരാമോ ആരെങ്കിലും? കമോൺ കമോൺ. ആരോ എണീറ്റ് വരുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ. കമോൺ കമോൺ. യെസ് യെസ് യെസ്. അതൊരു ഇൻസ്പിറേഷൻ ആയിട്ട് കണ്ടിട്ട് എല്ലാവരും വായോ. കമോൺ. കണ്ടോ, സീനിയർ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാരാണ് വരുന്നത്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ജൂനിയേഴ്സ് കുറേ പേര് ഇരുന്നിട്ട് കണ്ടില്ലേ, അത് ഭയങ്കര നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഇഷ്ടമാവുന്നൊരു അടിപൊളി റിട്രോ സോങ് ആണ്. സോ ഈ ചാൻസ് മിസ്സാക്കരുത്, സമ്മാനമുണ്ട്. സോ ഓക്കെ, ഞാൻ എന്തായാലും തുടങ്ങാൻ പോകണം. നിങ്ങൾ പാട്ട് തുടങ്ങുന്നതനുസരിച്ച് ഫ്രണ്ടിലേക്ക് വരണം. ഓക്കെ, കമോൺ. ആരും വരുന്നില്ലല്ലോ. കമോൺ. മാനേ മധുര കരിമ്പേ മലർത്തേനെ മദന കുഴമ്പേ, മാനേ മധുര കരിമ്പേ മലർത്തേനെ മദന കുഴമ്പേ, ഒന്ന് വന്നാട്ടെ ആ തെല്ലു നിന്നാട്ടെ, ഏതാളമെന്റെ ചൊല്ലു ചൊല്ലുന്നാവിറങ്ങിപ്പോയോ. മാനേ മധുര കരിമ്പേ മലർത്തേനെ മദന കുഴമ്പേ, മാനേ മധുര കരിമ്പേ മലർത്തേനെ മദന കുഴമ്പേ. ലോട്ടസത്തമിഴിയാൽ ചാട്ടുളി നീയെറിഞ്ഞ പൂക്കണ്ടില്ല കൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ ബോറടിയാൽ തഴുകും. ടൊങ്കോ ടൊങ്കോ മണ്ടിപ്പെണ്ണെ കുയിലേ, എന്നോടൊന്ന് സ്പീക്കിക്കൂടെ വയലേ, ഓടിവാ കരളെ കണ്ണാളെ പാടിവാലോ ഗാനം, ഓടിവാ കരളെ കണ്ണാളെ പാടിവാലോ ഗാനം, നാണമെന്റെ ചൊല്ല് ചൊല്ല് നാവിറങ്ങിപ്പോയോ. മാനേ കലമാനേ കസ്തൂരി മാനേ മധുര കരിമ്പേ മലർത്തേനെ മദന കുഴമ്പേ, ഒന്ന് വന്നാട്ടെ ആ തെല്ലു നിന്നാട്ടെ, നാനെന്റെ ചൊല്ലു ചൊല്ലി നാവിറങ്ങിപ്പോയോ. മാനേ മധുര കരിമ്പേ മലർത്തേനെ മദന കുഴമ്പേ. നിങ്ങൾ ആരും വരുന്നില്ല കേട്ടോ. വായ കമോൺ, ഞാൻ ഇറങ്ങി വന്നു. ചേർന്ന് ക്ലാപ്പ് ചെയ്തേ. കമോൺ. നിങ്ങൾ ഫിനിഷ് ഒന്നുണ്ട്. കമോൺ.
നുണക്കുഴിയിൽ പ്രേമത്തിന്റെ കെണിയോ കോപത്തിന്റെ ഹണിയോ ടൊങ്കോ മണ്ടിപ്പെണ്ണെ കുയിലേ എന്നോടൊന്ന് സ്പീക്കിക്കൂടെ മയിലേ ഓടിവാ കരളെ കണ്ണാളെ പാടിവാലോ ഗാനം ഓടിവാ കരളെ കണ്ണാളെ പാടിവാലോ ഗാനം നാണമെന്റെ ചൊല്ല് ചൊല്ല് നാവിറങ്ങിപ്പോയോ മാനെ പാടോ മാനെ മലർത്തേനെ വരി പഠിച്ചോളെ മാനെ മലർത്തേനെ ഒന്ന് വന്നാട്ടെ നാണമെന്റെ ചൊല്ല് ചൊല്ല് മാനെ മധുര കരിമ്പേ മലർത്തേനെ മദന കുഴമ്പേ ഒന്ന് വന്നാട്ടെ അതെല്ലു നിന്നാട്ടെ നാളെന്റെ ചൊല്ല് ചൊല്ല് നാവിറങ്ങിപ്പോയോ മാനെ മധുര കരിമ്പേ നിങ്ങൾ കപ്പിൾ ഡാൻസ് ആണോ മാനെ മധുര കരിമ്പേ മലർത്തേനെ മദന കുഴമ്പേ ഒന്ന് വന്നാട്ടെ തെല്ലു നിന്നാട്ടെ നാളെ എന്ത് ചൊല്ലി ചൊല്ലുന്നാവിറങ്ങിപ്പോയോ മാനെ കലമാനെ കസ്തൂരി മാനെ മധുര കരിമ്പേ മലർത്തേനെ മദന കുഴമ്പേ മാനെ മധുര കരിമ്പേ മലർത്തേനെ മദന കുഴമ്പേ.
താങ്ക് യു എന്തായാലും എനിക്കറിയാം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഉള്ളിലൊരിതുണ്ടാവും, കാരണം ഇറങ്ങി ഡാൻസ് കളിച്ച് എന്താവും എന്നുള്ളൊരു അവസ്ഥ എനിക്ക് ഫീൽ ചെയ്യാം, കാരണം ഞാനും ഇങ്ങനൊരു അവസ്ഥയൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. സോ എന്നാലും അവർ 2-3 നേരം അവിടെ ഡാൻസ് കളിച്ചു, പക്ഷെ ഞാൻ വന്നപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് നാണായി, അവർ നിർത്തി. സോ ഒരുപാട് സന്തോഷം. താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്. ഓക്കെ, ഇതും ഒരു റിട്രോ സോങ് ആണ്, ഹിന്ദി സോങ് ആണ്. ഇതെല്ലാവരും ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്ന പാട്ടാണ്. ഞാൻ ഇതിൽ ഇറങ്ങി വരുന്നില്ല, ഞാൻ പിന്നെ ഇറങ്ങി വന്ന് നിങ്ങളെ വിളിച്ച് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടിക്കേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ലല്ലോ. നിങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിൽ തോന്നാണ് ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കാൻ തോന്നുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കാൻ വരാം. ഓക്കെ, സമ്മാനമുണ്ട്, മറക്കണ്ട. La 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 आंखें जो तेरी देखी शराबी ये दिल हो गया, संभालो मुझको ओ मेरे यारो, संभलना मुश्किल हो गया। गुलाबी आंखें जो तेरी देखी शराबी ये दिल हो गया, संभालो मुझको ओ मेरे यारो, संभलना मुश्किल हो गया। La 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 la
पे फिदा मैं क्यों हुआ आता है गुस्सा मुझे प्यार में मैं रुट गया मान के दिल का कहा मैं कहीं का ना रहा क्या कहूँ मैं दिलरुबा बुरा ये जादू कहीं आँखों का जो मेरा कातिल हो गया गुलाबी आंखें जो तेरी देखी शराबी ये दिल हो गया ला 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 मैंने सदा चाहा यही दामन बचा लूं हसीनों से मैं तेरी कसम ख्वाबों में भी बचता फिराना शीशों से मैं लुट गया मान के दिल का कहा मैं कहीं का न रहा क्या कहूँ मैं दिलरुबा बुरा ये जादू कहीं आँखों का जो मेरा कातिल हो गया गुलाबी आंखें जो तेरी देखी शराबी ये दिल हो गया ला 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 ला
താങ്ക് യു നിങ്ങൾ അവിടെ ഇരുന്ന് സൂപ്പർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ കമോൺ വരൂ ഞാൻ ഒരു 4ാമത്തെ വട്ടം കണ്ടപ്പോൾ വിളിക്കുന്ന ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കാനായിട്ട് സോ താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച് താങ്ക് യു ഫോർ ദ റെസ്പോൺസ് താങ്ക് യു ഫോർ ദ അപ്രീസിയേഷൻ ഓക്കെ അപ്പോൾ നെക്സ്റ്റ് ടൈം സോറി എൻ്റെ വായൊക്കെ കുഴഞ്ഞു നെക്സ്റ്റ് നമുക്ക് സാന്ദ്രയെ ക്ഷണിച്ചാലോ ഓക്കെ ഓ താങ്ക് യു നമ്മൾ സാധാരണ ചില ഷോയ്ക്ക് വെക്കുമ്പോൾ ചിലർ ഇപ്പം ഞാനിങ്ങനെ ക്ഷണിച്ചാലോ എന്നൊക്കെ ചോദിക്കും ചിലർ ഓഡിയൻസിന് വേണ്ട എന്നൊക്കെ പറയും അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ കുടുങ്ങിപ്പോകും അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ നോർമലി ചോദിച്ചതാണ് അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ റെസ്പോണ്ട് ചെയ്തു സോ താങ്ക് യു ഇതൊരു നമ്മൾ നോർമലി ഫ്രണ്ട്സിൻ്റെ കളിയാക്കി പറയുകയാണെങ്കിലും കളിയാക്കി പറയുന്നതല്ല ഈ പടകാളി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ പാട്ടുണ്ടല്ലോ അറിയില്ല എല്ലാവർക്കും പടകാളിച്ചണ്ട് അറിയില്ലേ അത് എന്താ പറയുക ഏറ്റവും ഫാസ്റ്റായിട്ട് വയലിൽ വായിക്കുന്ന ഒരേ ഒരു പ്ലെയറാണ് സാന്ദ്ര ഓക്കെ ആ പാട്ട് ഏറ്റവും ഫാസ്റ്റായിട്ട് വയലിൽ വായിക്കുന്ന ഒരേ ഒരു പ്ലെയറാണ് സാന്ദ്ര സോ ആ പാട്ടാണ് സാന്ദ്ര വായിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത് ഭയങ്കര ടഫാണ് നമ്മൾ ടെമ്പോ കൂട്ടിയിട്ടാണ് വായിക്കുന്നത് സോ നിങ്ങളുടെ അപ്രീസിയേഷൻ കൂടെ വേണം ഓക്കെ ഒരു കൈ കൊടുത്തേ കമോൺ വെൽക്കം സാന്ദ്ര കമോൺ, ഈ കൈഡി പോരെ, കമോൺ, ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി കമോൺ. കാരണം ഇത് സാന്ദ്ര ഭയങ്കര നിങ്ങൾ കാണുന്നതിന് മനസ്സിലാവുമല്ലോ, ഭയങ്കര ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് വായിക്കുന്നത്. അതുപോലെ മാത്രമല്ല സാന്ദ്രയും ഇപ്പോൾ അമിതാണെങ്കിലും ഡ്രംസ് പിന്നെ പറയണ്ട, അവൻ കിടന്ന് പണിയെടുക്കരുന്നു അവിടെ നിന്നിട്ട് അടിയോടടിയായിരുന്നു. സോ ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി സാന്ദ്രയ്ക്ക് ഒരു വലിയ കൈഡി, കമോൺ. താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്. ഓക്കെ, സോ അടുത്തായിട്ട് നിങ്ങളുടെ കൂടെ നിന്ന് ഒരാൾ നമ്മളുടെ കൂടെ പാടാൻ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. മാത്യു സാറാണ്, ക്ലാസിക് ഹോംസിൻ്റെ മാത്യു സാർ. സോ ഒരു കൈയടി മാത്യു സാറിന് വേണ്ടി, കമോൺ, ലെറ്റ്സ് വെൽക്കം മാത്യു സാർ.
ഹലോ സാന്ദ്ര പാടിയ ആ താളത്തിന് ഒപ്പിച്ച് ഒരു നാടൻ പാട്ടെ. തെയ്യരയം തെയ്യരയം തന്താനേ താനേ തന തന്താനോ താനോ തന്താനേ താനേ തന തന്താനോ താനോ. ആദിയില്ലല്ലോ അന്തമില്ലല്ലോ ലക്കാലം പോയ യുഗത്തിൽ, ആദിയില്ലല്ലോ അന്തമില്ലല്ലോ ലക്കാലം പോയ യുഗത്തിൽ, ആദിയില്ലല്ലോ അന്തമില്ലല്ലോ ലക്കാലം പോയ യുഗത്തിൽ, ആദിയില്ലല്ലോ അന്തമില്ലല്ലോ ലക്കാലം പോയ യുഗത്തിൽ. തെയ്യരയം തെയ്യരയം തന്താനേ താനേ തന തന്താനോ താനോ തന്താനേ താനേ തന തന്താനോ താനോ. ഇരുളുമില്ലല്ലോ വെളിച്ചമില്ലല്ലോ ലക്കാലം പോയ യുഗത്തിൽ, ഇരുളുമില്ലല്ലോ വെളിച്ചമില്ലല്ലോ ലക്കാലം പോയ യുഗത്തിൽ. തെയ്യരയം 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 തന്താനേ താനേ തന തന്താനോ താനോ തന്താനേ താനേ തന തന്താനോ താനോ. പാതിമുട്ടാവെന്ന് പൊട്ടി ലോകം പൊട്ടുവല്ലോ, പാതിമുട്ടാവെന്ന് പൊട്ടി കീഴുലോകം പൊട്ടിയല്ലോ. തെയ്യരയം 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 തന്താനേ താനേ തന തന്താനോ താനോ തന്താനേ താനേ തന തന്താനോ താനോ. അതിര് കാക്കും മലയൊന്നും തുടുത്തേ തുടുത്തേ തകതകതാരോ. അങ്ങു കിഴക്കത്തെ ചന്താമര കുളിരിന്റെ ഈറ്റില്ല തറയിൽ ഏറ്റുനോവിൻ പേരാറ്റുറവ ഉരുകിയൊലിച്ചേ തകതകതാരോ. കൈതോല പായ വിരിച്ചേ പായേലോ പറന്നെല്ല് അളന്നേ കാതുകുത്താനെപ്പോ വരും നിന്റെ അമ്മാവന്മാര് പൊന്നോ കാതുകുത്താനിപ്പോ വരും നിന്റെ അമ്മാവന്മാര് പൊന്നോ ആ ഏ ഓ ആ ഓ ആ ഏ ഓ കുന്നത്തങ്ങാടി ഷാപ്പിന്ന് പള്ള നിറയെ കള്ളു കുടിച്ച് ആടിയാടിട്ടെപ്പോ വരും നിന്റെ അമ്മാവന്മാര് പൊന്നോ ആടിയാടിട്ടിപ്പോ വരും നിന്റെ അമ്മാവന്മാര് പൊന്നോ ആ ഏ ഓ ആ ഏ ഓ ആ ഏ നിർത്താൻ പറ അല്ലേ ഞാൻ പാടിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കും പ്ലീസ് എന്നോട് നിർത്താൻ പറ
എല്ലാവരും വലിയൊരു കൈയടി കമോൺ. മറ്റു സാർ ഓരോ പാട്ട് നമ്മൾ നിർത്തും നമ്മൾ കരുതും, പക്ഷേ മാസ്റ്റർ നിർത്തില്ല, നമ്മൾ എൻ്റർടൈൻ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കും. ഓക്കെ, വലിയൊരു കൈയടി. ഈ ഒരു പ്രായത്തിലും വളരെ എന്താ പറയാ ഓക്കെ. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഇനി പോകുന്നത് ഫുള്ള് കിടിലൻ പൊളി ലിസ്റ്റുകളാണ്. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ ഇങ്ങനെ ഇരുന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് ആ ഒരു എന്താ പറയുക എനർജി, നിങ്ങളുടെ എനർജിയാണ് നമ്മളിലേക്ക് വരുന്നത്, അതാണ് നമ്മൾ അങ്ങോട്ട് പകർന്നിരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ ആ ഒരു എനർജി ഇല്ലാന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ആ ഒരു എനർജി വീക്കായി പോകും. സോ പ്ലീസ് കമോൺ, നമുക്ക് പൊളിക്കാം. കുറച്ച് പൊളി ലിസ്റ്റുകളാണ് പോകുന്നത്. നമ്മൾ ചില പറയുന്ന പോലെ വെടിപ്പുരക്ക് തീ കൊളുത്താൻ പോകണം. ഓക്കെ, സോ കമോൺ.
முத்தம் மீதம் இருக்கு தெய்வம் கலைந்த பின்னும் பூமி இருந்த பின்னும் கண்ணில் வெளிச்சம் இருக்கு வானம் கலைந்த பின்னும் பூமி கலைந்த பின்னும் சாரல் சரசம் இருக்கு காதல் கலைந்த பின்னும் காமம் கலைந்த பின்னும் காதல் மலைந்து கிடக்கு அம்மா 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 அந்த அரபிக்கடலோரம் உன் அழகை கண்டேனே அந்த கண்ணி தண்டில் ஆடைகளுக்கு கண்கள் கண்டேனே அம்மா 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 என் பள்ளி தாமரையே உன் பாதம் கண்டேனே உன் பட்டு தாவணி செறிய செறிய தீரம் கண்டேனே அம்மா 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 அம்மா
Thank you guys, thank you. ഇനിയും കുറച്ച് പൊളി ലിസ്റ്റിലാണ്. നിങ്ങളൊന്ന് ഫ്രണ്ടിലേക്ക് വരും. കമോൺ. നിങ്ങൾ ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കാൻ താല്പര്യമില്ല ആർക്കും? ഞങ്ങളെ കൂടെ ഒന്ന് മരിച്ച് പാടിയിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കാൻ താല്പര്യമില്ല? നിങ്ങൾ ഫുഡൊക്കെ കഴിച്ചോ? കഴിച്ചോ? നമ്മൾ ഫുഡ് കഴിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. എന്നിട്ട് നമ്മളെ രുചി കണ്ടില്ലേ? അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളൊന്നും നമ്മുടെ കൂടെ നിന്നായി നമുക്ക് പൊളിക്കാം. ഓക്കെ? സോ ഐ എം എക്സ്പെക്ടിങ് യു. ഓക്കെ, കമോൺ, നമുക്ക് പൊളിക്കാം. ഓക്കെ, സോ അതെ, ഇത്ര നേരം വയലിൻ വായിച്ച സാന്ദ്ര നമുക്കൊണ്ടൊരു പാട്ട് പാടുന്നതാണ്. ഓക്കെ, ഞാൻ ആദ്യം പറഞ്ഞു സാന്ദ്ര പാട്ടും കൂടി പാടുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ സാന്ദ്രയ്ക്ക് ഒരു വലിയ കേടി. കമോൺ.
आजकल तेरे मेरे प्यार के चर्चे हर ज़बान पर सबको मालूम है और सबको खबर हो गई. आजकल तेरे मेरे प्यार के चर्चे हर ज़बान पर सबको मालूम है और सबको खबर हो गई. आजकल तेरे मेरे प्यार के चर्चे हर ज़बान पर सबको मालूम है और सबको खबर हो गई. हमने तो प्यार में ऐसा काम कर लिया, प्यार की राह में अपना नाम कर लिया. हमने तो प्यार में ऐसा काम कर लिया, प्यार की राह में अपना नाम कर लिया. प्यार की राह में अपना नाम कर लिया. आजकल तेरे मेरे प्यार के चर्चे हर ज़बान पर सबको मालूम है और सबको खबर हो गई. आजकल तेरे मेरे प्यार के चर्चे हर ज़बान पर सबको मालूम है और सबको खबर हो गई. दो बदन एक दिल एक जहाँ हो गई, मंजिलें एक हुई, हम सफर बन गए.
ഓക്കെ, ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ കുറച്ച് പാട്ടുകളോടെ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കും. കുറച്ച് കിടിലൻ ലിസ്റ്റുകളാണ്. സോ ആൾക്കാരൊക്കെ കുറഞ്ഞു തുടങ്ങി. ചില ആൾക്കാർ ഭക്ഷണം കഴിച്ച് ആ വഴിക്ക് പോയിട്ടുണ്ടെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. സോ ഉള്ള ആൾക്കാർ ഒരു വലിയ കൈ തന്നെ. കമോൺ, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പാട്ടുകൾ ഇഷ്ടമായെങ്കിൽ ഒരു വലിയ കൈയടി. ഇഷ്ടമായോ നിങ്ങൾക്ക്? അടിപൊളിയല്ലേ? ഞാൻ സൂപ്പറല്ലേ? ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ. അപ്പോൾ ചില സോങ്സ്, ചില പാട്ടുകൾ, നമ്മുടെ മലയാളം ഫിലിം ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിൽ ഇറങ്ങിയ ചില പാട്ടുകൾ ആ ഇറങ്ങിയ കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ അങ്ങനെ വലിയൊരു ഹിറ്റായിരിക്കില്ല. നമ്മുടെ ഉള്ളിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ കിടക്കുന്നുണ്ടാവും ചില പാട്ടുകൾ. പക്ഷെ അതിങ്ങനെ പുറത്തേക്ക് വരാത്ത കുറച്ച് പാട്ടുകളുണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ കേട്ട് മറന്നുപോയ കുറേ പാട്ടുകൾ. അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു പാട്ടാണ് ഈ പാട്ട്. ഇതൊരു അടിച്ചുപൊളി പാട്ടാണ്. നിങ്ങൾ കേൾക്കുമ്പോൾ മനസ്സിലാവും. സോ നിങ്ങൾ കൂടെ തന്നെ നിൽക്കണം കട്ടയ്ക്ക്. ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ. കുറേ പേര് ഓക്കെ എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് അവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, ഇങ്ങോട്ട് ഇറങ്ങി വരുന്നില്ല. അത് പറ്റില്ല. എല്ലാവരും പറയുമ്പോൾ ഭയങ്കര സപ്പോർട്ടാണ്, പക്ഷെ ആരും ഇങ്ങോട്ട് ഇറങ്ങി ഒന്നും കാണുന്നില്ല. ഓക്കെ. സോ ഈ പാട്ടിന് എല്ലാവരും കമോൺ ബി ദ ജോഷ്. ഓക്കെ. Makasai ram pam po, Makasai ram pam po, Makasai ram pam po, Makasai ram pam po. Come on, എല്ലാവരും come on. റമ്മെടുത്തതിൽ കരി കൊഴിച്ചിട്ട് വലിച്ചു കേട്ടട ചങ്ങായി, മുട്ട പത്തിരി മട്ടൻ ചാറിൽ കുഴച്ച് തിന്നട ചങ്ങായി. നാട്ടിലുള്ളൊരു ഓട്ടോക്കാരന് ലോട്ടോ കിട്ടിയട ചങ്ങായി, ലോട്ട് കിട്ടിയപ്പോ നോട്ടും കൊണ്ടവൻ കോട്ട് തുന്നട ചങ്ങായി. ചാലക്കോടി ചന്തയിൽ ഞാനും പട്ടോട്ടോയിൽ ചെത്തി പറന്നവനാ, 3 നേരം ചില്ലി ചിക്കൻ തിന്ന നെല്ല് മുറിയ പണിഞ്ഞവനാ. പണ്ടേ നീ ഒരു പണിയല്ലേ, കയ്യിലിരുപ്പ് കെണിയല്ലേ, കൊച്ചിയിൽ നമ്മുടെ ശുക്രനുദിച്ചതറിയില്ലേടാ. Makasai ram pam po, Makasai ram pam po, Makasai ram pam po, Makasai ram pam po. Makasai ram pam po, Makasai ram pam po, Makasai ram pam po, Makasai ram pam po. Come on. പേടകമൊന്നെടുത്ത് നമുക്കൊന്ന് ചന്ദ്രനിൽ പോയി ഇറങ്ങാം. ചന്ദ്രനിൽ ചെന്നിറങ്ങി ഗേൾസ് മൊത്ത് വാരി പറന്നു നിൽക്കാം. വാരി പറന്നു നിൽക്കാൻ ചെല്ലപ്പന്റെ ഷാപ്പി കയറി കുടിക്കാം. ചെല്ലപ്പൻ കണ്ടില്ലെങ്കിൽ ചെല്ലപ്പന്റെ ഡോക്ടറെ ലൈനടിക്കാം. കാശ്മീരിൽ നൈനിറ്റാളിൽ ലഞ്ച് കഴിച്ചു മടങ്ങിയിടാം. യുകെയിലെ നൈറ്റ് ക്ലബിൽ ഡിന്നറിനായി പറന്നിടാം. തീറ്റ വിളമ്പണ സായിപ്പ് പയ്യന് $1000 ടിപ്പ് കൊടുത്ത് കാലത്തെ ഫ്ലൈറ്റിലെ കുടുംബത്തെ വന്നിട്ട് കട്ടൻ ടൈമുണ്ട് കിടന്നുറങ്ങി. Makasai ram pam po, Makasai ram pam po, Makasai ram pam po. Come on, Makasai Makasai ram pam po, Makasai ram pam po. നമുക്ക് ടെമ്പോ കൂട്ടി പാടിയാലോ? റമ്മെടുത്തതിൽ കരി കൊഴിച്ചിട്ട് വലിച്ചു കേട്ടട ചങ്ങായി, മുട്ട പത്തിരി മട്ടൻ ചാറിൽ കുഴച്ച് തിന്നട ചങ്ങായി. നാട്ടിലുള്ളൊരു ഓട്ടോക്കാരന് ലോട്ട് കിട്ടിയട ചങ്ങായി, ലോട്ട് കിട്ടിയപ്പോ നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടവൻ കോട്ട് തുന്നട ചങ്ങായി. ചാലക്കുടി ചന്തയിൽ ഞാനും ഓട്ടോയിൽ ചെത്തി പറന്നവനാ, 3 നേരം ചില്ലി ചിക്കൻ തിന്ന നെല്ല് മുറിയ പണിഞ്ഞവനാ. പണ്ടേ നീ ഒരു മണിയല്ലേ, കയ്യിലിരുപ്പ് കെണിയല്ലേ, ഉച്ചയിൽ നമ്മുടെ ശുക്രനുദിച്ചതറിയില്ലേടാ. Makasai ram pam po, Makasai ram pam po. Come on, Makasai ram pam po. Yeah, Makasai ram pam po, Makasai ram pam po, Makasai ram pam po, Makasai ram po, Makasai ram pam po. Makasai ram pam po, Makasai പൊളി പൊളി. ഓ, ഞാൻ ഇത്രയും പ്രതീക്ഷിച്ചില്ലാണോ, സീരിയസ്ലി പറയാലോ. അതെ, ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ ഒരു പുള്ളി എന്താ പറയുക, അതിന് എന്താ പറയണമെന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല, തലയെ കുത്തി നിൽക്കാന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ പറയും. അത് എന്താ പറയുക, അടിപൊളിയായിട്ട് ചെയ്തു. ആരാന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല, ആരാ ചെയ്തത്? ആ, ഓക്കെ, കിടിലായിരുന്നു കേട്ടോ. അത് ഞാൻ ഒട്ടും പ്രതീക്ഷിച്ചില്ല. ഞാൻ അത് കണ്ടപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് പെട്ടെന്ന്, ഞാൻ പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് ചിരിയും വന്നു, പാടാനും പറ്റുന്നില്ല, അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു അവസ്ഥയിൽ പോയി. സോ നിങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും പൊളി, അടിപൊളി. ഓക്കെ, നിങ്ങൾക്കിനൊരു കൈ കൊടുത്തേ. കമോൺ, അടിപൊളി, താങ്ക് യു. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പൊ അടുത്തതും ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു സോങ് ആണ്. പോയാലോ നമുക്ക്? ആ ഒരു പവറിൽ തന്നെ നിങ്ങൾ ഇരിക്കണ്ട, എണീറ്റോ. ഓക്കെ, ആ ഡാൻസ് കളിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ ഇനി ഉണ്ടാവില്ലേ കൂടെ? ഉണ്ടാവില്ലേ? ഓക്കെ. உள்ளங்காலத்தேனொலியோ புள்ளரங்குமா, என் மனசு உருகதடி புள்ளரங்குமா. உள்ளங்காலத்தேனொலியோ புள்ளரங்குமா, என் மனசு உருகதடி புள்ளரங்குமா. உள்ளங்காலத்தேனொலியோ புள்ளரங்குமா, என் மனசு உருகுதடி புள்ளரங்குமா. உள்ளங்காலத்தேனொலியோ புள்ளரங்குமா, என் மனசு உருகுதடி புள்ளரங்குமா. தானானே தானானே தனே தானானே 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 தனே தானானே 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 தனே தானானே 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 தனே தானானே தானானே. അടിക്കണ കാലമായടി തീയാമേ, കാശിന്റെ ശ്യാമ തീർന്നടി തീയാമേ. തമരടിക്കണ കാലമായടി തീയാമേ, കാശിന്റെ ശ്യാമ തീർന്നടി തീയാമേ. മണൽ വരണ കാലമായടി തീയാമേ, കാശിന്റെ ശ്യാമ തീർന്നടി തീയാമേ. മണൽ വരണ കാലമായടി തീയാമേ, കാശിന്റെ ശ്യാമ തീർന്നടി തീയാമേ. തീയാമേ 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 തീയ തീയ തീയാമേ തീയാമേ തീയാമേ. പാടോ. തീയാമേ 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 തീയ തീയ തീയാമേ 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 തീയ തീയ തീയാമേ. உள்ளங்காலத்தேனொலியோ புள்ளரங்குமா, என் மனசு உருகுதடி புள்ளரங்குமா. உள்ளங்காலத்தேனொலியோ புள்ளரங்குமா, என் மனசு உருகுதடி புள்ளரங்குமா. உள்ளங்காலத்தேனொலியோ புள்ளரங்குமா, என்
മനസ്സ് ഉരുകുതടി പുള്ളറങ്ങുമാ ഉള്ളങ്കാല് തേനൊലിയോ പുള്ളറങ്ങുമാ മനസ്സ് ഉരുകുതടി പുള്ളറങ്ങുമാ താനാനെ താനാനെ തന്നെ താനാനെ 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 തന്നെ താനാനെ താനാനെ തന്നെ താനാനെ താനാനെ തന്നെ താനാനെ താനാനെ
ഓക്കെ, അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പ്രതീക്ഷയിൽ നല്ല ഓഡിയൻസാണ്. എല്ലാവരും കൂടെ നിന്ന് പാട്ടുപാടി ഡാൻസ് കളിച്ചു, അടിപൊളി. ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒരു കയ്യടി എൻ്റെ വക. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പോൾ അടുത്തത് സാൻഡ്രയാണ്. സാൻഡ്ര വായിക്കുന്നത് നിസ്സാര പാട്ടല്ല, ഇതിലൊരു അടിച്ചോളി സോങ്ങാണ്, ഒരു കിടിലം പാട്ടാണ്. ഓക്കെ, വെളിയിലേക്ക് അടി, കമോൺ. Check, hello, check. Check. സോ നമ്മുടെ സ്വന്തം പൂരത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു സോങ് ആണത്. അറിയാലോ, പാട്ട് എന്നറിയാലോ? എല്ലാവരും ഉറങ്ങിയോ? ഓക്കെ, പോയാലോ നമുക്ക് ഈ പാട്ട്, പൂരത്തിൻ്റെ പാട്ട്. ഓക്കെ, തൃശ്ശൂർക്കാരുടെ പാട്ട്. പൂരമെനിക്കൊന്ന് കാണണ കാന്ത, ആ പൂരമെനിക്കൊന്ന് കൂടണ കാന്ത, ആ പൂരമെനിക്കൊന്ന് കാണണ കാന്ത, പൂരമെനിക്കൊന്ന് കൂടണ കാന്ത, തിമിലയെനിക്കൊന്ന് കാണണ കാന്ത, തിമിലയെനിക്കൊന്ന് കൊട്ടണ കാന്ത. കാന്ത ഞാനു വരാ തൃശ്ശൂർ പൂരം കാണാൻ. കാന്ത ഞാനു വരാ തൃശ്ശൂർ. എനിക്കൊന്ന് കാണണ കാന്ത, മത്തളം എനിക്കൊന്ന് കൊട്ടണ കാന്ത, വെട്ടിക്കെട്ട എനിക്കൊന്ന് കാണണ കാന്ത, വെടിക്കുറ്റി അതിലൊന്ന് കൊളുത്തണ കാന്ത. കാന്ത ഞാനു വരാ തൃശ്ശൂർ പൂരം കാണാൻ. കാന്ത ഞാനു വരാ തൃശ്ശൂർ. ടെമ്പോ കൂട്ടിയാലോ നമുക്ക്? നിങ്ങൾ കൂടെ പാടോ? ആ പൂരമെനിക്കൊന്ന് കാണണ കാന്ത, ആ പൂരമെനിക്കൊന്ന് കൂടണ കാന്ത. നിങ്ങൾ ഫ്രണ്ടിലേക്ക് പോയ കമോൺ. പാടുന്ന കേൾക്കുന്നില്ല, കമോൺ. എല്ലാവരും പോയ കമോൺ. വരൂ എല്ലാവരും വരൂ, കമോൺ. നിങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ നാണങ്ങളെല്ലാം മാറ്റി വെച്ച് കമോൺ. നമുക്ക് ടെമ്പോ ഒക്കെ കൂട്ടി പൊളിച്ച് പാടാം, ഓക്കെ? ആ പൂരമെനിക്കൊന്ന് കാണണ കാന്ത, ആ പൂരമെനിക്കൊന്ന് കൂടണ കാന്ത, ആ തിമിലയെനിക്കൊന്ന് കാണണ കാന്ത, ആ തിമിലയെനിക്കൊന്ന് കൊട്ടണ കാന്ത. കാന്ത ഞാനും വരാ തൃശൂർ പൂരം കാണാൻ. കാന്ത ഞാനും വരാ തൃശൂർ പൂരം കാണാൻ. കാന്ത ഞാനും വരാ തൃശൂർ പൂരം കാണാൻ. ആ പൂരമെനിക്കൊന്ന് കാണണ കാന്ത, ആ പൂരമെനിക്കൊന്ന് കൂടണ കാന്ത, ആ തിമിലയെനിക്കൊന്ന് കാണണ കാന്ത, ആ തിമിലയെനിക്കൊന്ന് കൊട്ടണ കാന്ത. ഞാനും വരാ തൃശൂർ പൂരം കാണാൻ. കാന്ത ഞാനും വരാ തൃശൂർ പൂരം കാണാൻ. കാന്ത ഞാനും വരാ തൃശൂർ പൂരം കാണാൻ. പള്ളി തിരുപ്പള്ളി പുകളേറും രാക്കുളി നാളാണേ. പാലാപ്പള്ളി തിരുപ്പള്ളി പുകളേറും രാക്കുളി നാളാണേ. പാലാപ്പള്ളി തിരുപ്പള്ളി പുകളേറും രാക്കുളി നാളാണേ. പാലാപ്പള്ളി തിരുപ്പള്ളി പുകളേറും രാക്കുളി നാളാണ്. ഒന്നാം കുന്ന് നടന്നോണ്ട് നടന്നാരോ കുന്നിതിറങ്ങുന്നേ. 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 നാലാള് കൂടണല്ലോ, നാടക ചുറ്റണല്ലോ. ഓ നാടക കൂടിയിട്ട് ഓരാ കുളി കൂടണല്ലോ. കരക്കാരും ഭരത്തന്മാരുമങ്ങെത്തിയല്ലോ. ദേശം ചുറ്റിക്കരക്കാരും ഭരത്തന്മാരുമങ്ങെത്തിയല്ലോ. ദേശം ചുറ്റിക്കരക്കാരും ഭരത്തന്മാരുമങ്ങെത്തിയല്ലോ. ദേശം ചുറ്റിക്കരക്കാരും ഭരത്തന്മാരുമെത്തിയല്ലോ. നാലാള് കൂടണല്ലോ. ആവോ താമാരോ നടക ചുറ്റണല്ലോ. ആവോ താമാരോ നടക കൂടിയിട്ട് ആവോ താമാരോ കുളി കൂടണല്ലോ. ചുട്ടുമെരിയുന്നേ നടന്നോരത്താരും അറിയുന്നേ. ഓരം ചേർന്നു നടന്നോരും പല പാട്ടിക്കുന്ന് കയറുന്നേ. ഓരം ചുട്ടുമെരിയും നടന്നോരത്താരും അറിയുന്നേ. ഓരം ചേർന്നു നടന്നോരും പല പാട്ടിക്കുന്ന് കയറുന്നേ. കൊമ്പൻ തുമ്പി ചുഴറ്റുന്നേ, കടുവാ കണ്ണു കലങ്ങുന്നേ. കൊമ്പന്മാരവർ രണ്ടാടും നേരെ പനതടുക്കുന്നേ. കൊമ്പൻ തുമ്പി ചുഴറ്റുന്നേ, കടുവാ കണ്ണു കലങ്ങുന്നേ. കൊമ്പന്മാരവർ രണ്ടാടും നേരെ മുണ്ടുമുറുക്കണല്ലോ. ഓ മുടുളിക്കണല്ലോ. ഓ കൈതിരികത്തുന്നല്ലോ. ഓ ലോകത്തിൽ കുമ്പിളക്കേ. ആവോ നാമാരോ നനവ് കൂടണല്ലോ. ആവോ നാമാരോ നനവ് കിട്ടണല്ലോ. ആവോ നാമാരോ നടക കൂടിയിട്ട് ആവോ നാമാരോ കുളി കൂടണല്ലോ. ആവോ നാമാരോ നനവ് കൂടണല്ലോ. ആരും ഒരാൾ പാടാനുണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ പാട്ടോടാൻ. മനസ്സ് എല്ലാം ചെലവ് ചെയ്യും സുട്ട നീളമുഖ പാർവയിൽ ഉരുവാച്ച വയസ്സ് പസങ്ങളുടെ പിടിയില പിടിച്ച ചിക്ക ബുക്ക് റൈലേ കലക്കത് പാടി വസൈലേ സിക്കുവര വൈലേ ഇവ ഓക്കേന അടികൂളേ ചിക്ക ബുക്ക് റൈലേ കലക്കത് പാടി വസൈലേ സിക്കുവര വൈലേ ഇവ ഓക്കേന അടികൂളേ. Okay, come on, come on. நீங்க மோட்டர் பைக் தான் பார்ப்பீங்க, நாங்க மோட்டர் பைக்கில் வந்தாக்க நீங்க மருதிக்கு மறுவீங்க. நாங்க ஜீன்ஸ் பேண்ட தான் போட்டாக்க நீங்க பேக்கி பேண்ட தான் பார்ப்பீங்க, நாங்க பேக்கி பேண்ட தான் போட்டாக்க நீங்க வெட்டியத்தை தேடுவீங்க. ஒண்ணுமே விவரங்கள் புரியல, என்னதான் நடக்குமோ தெரியல. 50,000 அடிச்சாச்சு, மொத்தத்தில் பைத்தியம் முடிச்சாச்சு. சிக்கு புக்கு ரயிலே கலக்குது பாரு வசையிலே சிக்கு வர வயலே இவ ஓகேடா அடி தூளே. சிக்கு புக்கு ரயிலே கலக்குது பாரு வசையிலே சிக்கு வர வயலே இவ ஓகேடா அடி தூளே. கண்டதும் காதல் வழியாது, கண்களால் கற்பும் மொழியாது. பூனையில் சேவம் கிடையாது, ஆண்களில் ராமன் கிடையாது. புரட்சிகள் ஏதும் செய்யாமல் பெண்ணுக்கு நன்மை விளையாது. கண்ணகி சிலைதானும் கொண்டு சீதைக்கு தனியா சிலை ஏது. பிலிம காட்டி பொண்ணு பார்க்கலேனா பக்கத்து சீட்டுல பாட்டி உட்காந்தா கைகீரிசி பாலிசி. பண்டிகை தேதி சண்டையில் வந்தா ஒழுக்க தலைய திருப்பதி போனா ஊசி போல உடம்பு இருந்தா தேவையில்ல பாமசி. வாழ்க்கையில் வெல்லவே வானவில், வாழ்க்கையில் வாலிபம் ஒரு ஃபேண்டசி. ஊசி பேசுடி ரதியே உடமைய
പകലിലെ കളറുകൾ പാരാമൽ ഇരുട്ടിലെ കണ്ണടി തന്ന പയ്യൻ சுதந்திரம் மட்டும் இல்லாமல் சொர்க்கமே இருந்தும் என்ன பையன் பிகர்கள் யாரும் இல்லாமல் வகுப்புகள் இருந்தும் என்ன பையன் 20 வயதில் ஆடாமல் 60 ஆடி என்ன பையன் നിങ്ങൾ ഉർവശി കൂടെ പാടുമോന്ന് ഉർവശി ഉർവശി ஊசி போல உடம்பிருந்த வாழ்க்கையில் வெல்லவே വാനവിൽ வாழ்க்கையில் ഓ പൊളി പൊളി ഇപ്പോഴാണ് നിങ്ങൾ എനർജി ചെയ്ത് പക്ഷെ ഇപ്പോഴാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ എനർജി ഫുള്ള് കഴിഞ്ഞത് ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ സോ the last song ആണ് നമ്മുടെ ഓക്കെ this one of Hindi song okay जिंदा जिंदा है तो प्यारा पूरा भर ले कंजा बूढ़े चूरा कांज कर ले जिंदगी का ये खड़ा है एक सांस में चढ़ा है हिचकियों में क्या है मरना पूरा भर ले कोयला काला है चट्टानों ने पाला है अंदर काला बाहर काला पर सच्चा है साला कोयला काला है चट्टानों ने पाला है अंदर काला बाहर काला पर सच्चा है साला जिंदा है तो प्यारा पूरा भर ले कंजा फूटे चूरा कांज कर ले जिंदा फूटे चूरा उलझे क्यों पैरों पे गा कदमों के रेशों खींच दे पीछे कुछ न आगे का हिस्सा इस पल की तैयारी पीछ दे आग जुबां पे रख के फिर चोट दिल पे लगाएंगे गाव गुनगुनाएंगे फिर चोट दिल पे लगाएंगे जिंदा है तो प्यारा पूरा भर ले कंजा फूटे चूरा कांज कर ले जिंदगी का ये खड़ा है एक सांस में चढ़ा है हिचकियों में क्या है मरना पूरा भर ले कोयला काला है चट्टानों ने पाला अंदर काला बाहर काला पर सच्चा है साला कोयला काला है चट्टानों ने पाला है अंदर काला बाहर काला पर सच्चा है साला जिंदा थैंक यू
ചെക്ക് ചെക്ക്. നിങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് മാത്രം ഇപ്പോൾ രണ്ടാമത് സൗണ്ടെല്ലാം സെറ്റ് ചെയ്തേക്കണം. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളിനി വന്നില്ല എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്കാണത് മോശം. ഓക്കെ. ലാസ്റ്റ് നമ്മളൊരു ഒറ്റ സോങ് പാടാം എല്ലാവർക്കും അടിച്ചു പൊളിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട്. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരും ഫ്രണ്ടിലേക്ക് വരണം. അപ്പോൾ അതിന് മുന്നേ ആയിട്ട് ഞാൻ നമ്മുടെ ബാൻഡ് മെമ്പേഴ്സിനെ ഒന്ന് ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്തോട്ടെ. ഓക്കെ, ഇത്ര നന്നായിട്ട് വായിച്ച ആൾക്കാരെ നമ്മൾ ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യില്ലെങ്കിൽ മോശമല്ലേ? ഓക്കെ, അപ്പോൾ ഓൺ ദ കീസ് ഇറ്റ്സ് അമിത് സാജൻ. അമിത് സാജന് വലിയ കൈ അടിക്കാം. അമിത് എൻ്റെ ഒരു അടുത്ത സുഹൃത്താണ്. ഞങ്ങൾ ഒരുമിച്ച് ഷോസ് ചെയ്യാറുണ്ട്, ബാൻഡും അല്ലാതെയും. ഞങ്ങൾ എന്താ പറയുക, ഒരുപാട് സോങ്സ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഗിവ് ഹാൻഡ്സ് ടുഗദർ ഫോർ അമിത് സാജൻ ഓൺ ദ കീസ്. പിന്നെ കണ്ടാൽ വേറൊരു രാജ്യക്കാരനെ പോലെ തോന്നിക്കുമെങ്കിലും മലയാളിയാണ് ടിനു. ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഫിലിപ്പീൻസ് ആയൊരു ദേശക്കാരെന്ന് പറയാം. ഞങ്ങൾ മറ്റേ അവിടുത്തെ ഭാഷയ്ക്ക് സംസാരിപ്പിക്കാറുണ്ട് ടിനുവിനെ കൊണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ടിനുവിന് വലിയൊരു കഴിവ്. ടിനു ഓൺ ദ ബേസ്. പിന്നെ ഇവിടെ വായിച്ച് ക്ഷീണിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരാളുണ്ട്. ആള് ഡ്രംസിന്റെ പൊക്കമുള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് ആളെ കാണുന്നില്ല മര്യാദക്ക്. സോ സംഗീത് ഓൺ ഡ്രംസ്. പിന്നെ ഓക്കെ, അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഗിറ്റാർസ് വായിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ റൈറ്റ് ഹാൻഡ് കൊണ്ടാണ് വായിക്കുക. കൂടുതൽ ആൾക്കാരും റൈറ്റ് ഹാൻഡ് കൊണ്ടാണ്, പക്ഷെ പുള്ളി വായിക്കുക ലെഫ്റ്റ് ഹാൻഡ് കൊണ്ടാണ്. പുള്ളിക്ക് വേണ്ടി കസ്റ്റമേഡ് ഗിറ്റാറൊക്കെയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അത്രയും വലിയൊരു പ്രഗത്ഭനായ ഒരു ഗിറ്റാറിസ്റ്റ് ആണ് അദ്വൈത് ഓൺ ഗിറ്റാർ. പിന്നെ എൻ്റെ പേര് ജാസിം ജമാൽ. എന്നെ കുറച്ചെങ്കിലും അറിയായിരിക്കും, അറിയാത്തവർക്ക് വേണ്ടി ഞാൻ ഇങ്ങനെ സിംഗറാണ് പ്രൊഫഷണലി. ഓക്കെ, നമ്മുടെ ബാൻഡ് മിഡോറി, MIDORY. മിഡോറി ബാൻഡ് ഇൻസ്റ്റഗ്രാമിൽ അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്, യൂട്യൂബിൽ അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ സെർച്ച് ചെയ്യുക, ഡു ഫോളോ ഓൺ ഇൻസ്റ്റഗ്രാം പേജ്. പിന്നെ നമ്മുടെ ഈ ഷോയുടെ നമ്മുടെ ബാൻഡിൻ്റെ എല്ലാമായ നമ്മുടെ മാനേജർ സിറാജ് ഖാൻ ഇവിടെ ഒരു ഓറഞ്ച് വാച്ചും കിട്ടി നിൽക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. സോ സിറാജ് ഖാൻ വലിയൊരു കൈ അടിക്കാം. ഓക്കെ, സോറി. നമ്മുടെ കൂടെ ഇത്ര നേരം വയലും വായിച്ച് നമ്മുടെ കൂടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന സാൻഡ്ര ഇപ്പോൾ അവിടെ റെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാണ്. നമ്മൾ ഷോ ഒരു വട്ടം കഴിഞ്ഞതുകൊണ്ട് സാൻഡ്ര പയ്യെ സ്റ്റേജിൽ നിന്ന് ഇറങ്ങി അവിടെ റെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യണം. അപ്പോൾ സാൻഡ്രയ്ക്ക് വലിയൊരു കൈ അടിക്കാം. നമുക്ക് ഇത്ര നേരം ശബ്ദം എല്ലാം തന്ന നമ്മുടെ ഒരു സൗണ്ട് എഞ്ചിനീയർ ഉണ്ട്, ജലാൽ ബ്രോ അവിടെ ഇരുട്ടിലിരുന്ന് പണിയെടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ജലാൽ ബ്രോക്കും വലിയൊരു കൈയടി. ലൈറ്റ് ആൻഡ് സൗണ്ടിനും വലിയൊരു കൈയടി എല്ലാവർക്കും. ഓക്കെ, ഇത്ര നേരം നമ്മുടെ പാട്ട് കേട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്കും വലിയൊരു കൈയടി. ഓക്കെ, സോ ഒരു സോങ് ഡോക്ടർ മിനി വർമ്മ നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടി പാടുന്നതാണ്. ഓക്കെ,
ഹലോ. ഹലോ.
ഫ്രണ്ടിലേക്ക് ഒരു വലിയ ഗൈഡ് ഡോക്ടർ മിനി മാമ. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ നമ്മൾ ഒരു പാട്ട് പാടി നമ്മൾ ഈ സെഷൻ നമ്മുടെ സെഷൻ മൈൻഡപ്പ് ചെയ്യാണ്. ഇവിടെ ആർക്കോ കുറേ പേർക്ക് പാട്ടൊക്കെ പാടണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പം നമ്മൾ ഈ ഒരു സെഷൻ മൈൻഡപ്പ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പാട്ടുകളൊക്കെ പാടാം. ഓക്കെ, ഒരു സോങ്. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു സോങ് നിങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവരും ഫ്രണ്ടിലേക്ക് മാക്സിമം ആയി നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി പാട്ട് പാടുന്നു. യാ ഷുവർ ഷുവർ. കാരണം നമ്മൾ ഇത്ര നേരമായിട്ട് ഫുഡൊന്നും കഴിച്ചിട്ടില്ല, നല്ല ടയേർഡാണ്. സോ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു പവർ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലും എല്ലാവരും കമോൺ, എല്ലാവരും കമോൺ വായോ, എല്ലാവരും ഫ്രണ്ടിലേക്ക് വായോ.